"That's me," the girl answered. Dong declared, "You're talking about it helped me to remember. I haven't seen you for 10 years, and now, slim and lovely, here you are. But why have you suddenly come back?" The girl explained, "I was married to a foolish man for 4 or 5 years, then my parents-in-law both died, and it was my further misfortune to become a widow after that. I became the last surviving member of the family, all alone with no one to depend upon. In recalling my childhood, the only person I could remember was you, so for that reason I came here to see you. I entered your gate at sunset, but you'd been invited out for drinks and were just leaving, so I secretly hid and waited for you to return. Since I was waiting for a long time, my feet felt icy and my skin had goosebumps, thus I borrowed your quilt to warm myself. Please don't greet me with suspicion." Dong was hoping to hear this, so he undressed and they slept together, with the scholar feeling very satisfied about it all. Carrying on like this for over a month, he began to lose weight, and when his family members asked him about it, he always told them he didn't know why it was happening. Over a period of time, he became increasingly emaciated, until, in dread, he went to see the man who was skilled at reading pulses again. The man informed him, "This pulse is bewitched. Now the death prediction I gave you that day a while back has been proven by this illness." Dong broke into tears and wouldn't leave. Since the doctor couldn't avoid his pleas, he applied acupuncture and moxibustion, and offered him some medicine as a present. He also advised Dong, "If you meet any women, force yourself to avoid becoming intimate with them." Dong recognized how dangerous his situation had become. He went home and the girl, giggling, wanted him to make love to her. Dong grew angry and exploded, "We're not going to be doing anything together anymore, because I'm going to die." He stormed out without turning back to look at her. The girl felt terribly humiliated, and with equal fury, exclaimed, "So, you still want to live?" When evening arrived, Dong took his medicine, went to bed by himself, and had just shut his eyes when he began dreaming of making love to the girl. He woke up suddenly, and found the bedclothes wet with his ejaculation. More fearful than ever, he moved and went to sleep in the central portion of the house, while his wife made a fire and stood by to defend him. Dong went on having such dreams. Whenever he woke up to see the woman, she just disappeared. After several days, Dong vomited blood, fighting against it as long as he could, and then died. Wang Juzi was in his study when he saw a young lady walk in, and overwhelmed by her beauty, he made love to her. When he asked about her background, she replied, "I was involved with your neighbor. I was faithful to him as his lover, never suspecting that he'd get involved with some fox and die. That kind of evil spirit can easily be angered. Scholars in particular should be cautious and guard against them." Wang adored her even more for this, so they became lovers. Once this had gone on for quite some time, his mind began to wander, he became ill and emaciated, and he had a dream in which Dong said to him, "You've gotten involved with a fox. She killed me and now she wants to kill my friend. I've made a complaint against her in the underworld in order to achieve revenge. On the 7th day of the month, you must burn incense outside your room. Don't forget to do it." Wang woke up, thinking this odd. He called out to the girl, "I'm very sick and I'm afraid I'm about to fall into the great abyss, so I've been persuaded not to get close to any women." The girl answered, "Those who are destined to have long lives can still live a long time even when they're involved with women. Those who are doomed to die at a young age will die all the same, even if they avoid women." She sat there making fun of him and laughing. Wang was unable to concentrate on holding out, so again he had sex with her. When they were finished he regretted it, but he just couldn't stop himself. That evening, he inserted a stick of incense above his door. The girl showed up, pulled it out, and threw it away. In the night, he dreamt once again that Dong had come to him to admonish Wang for having ignored his advice. Once it was dark the next night, he enjoined his family members to delay going to bed until after they'd secretly burned some incense for him. The girl crawled onto his bed and, suddenly frightened, demanded, "Has someone put out more of that incense again?" Wang said he didn't know. The girl got up and found the incense, once again broke it in two and extinguished it. She re-entered and asked, "Who told you to do that?" Wang replied, "It was probably one of my household members, concerned about my illness, who took the advice of some exorcist and has been offering prayers to avert evil." The girl became unsettled and dour. When his family members stealthily spied that the incense had been snuffed out, they started some more burning. The girl suddenly sighed and exclaimed, "You're a lucky one, all right. It was a mistake for me to harm Xiaoxi, and then come running to you. That was definitely excessive. I'm about to have it out with him in the underworld. If you can still think fondly about the love between us, don't let anything happen to my remains." She withdrew from the bed to make her journey below, then fell to the ground and died. He lit a candle and found a fox lying there. Still fearing for his life, he shouted for his family members to skin it, and to hang its hide up. Wang remained very sick till he saw the fox return and say to him, "I made my appeal to the underworld judges. They ruled that Dong had been aroused by lust, so death is what his guilt deserves. As far as my own blame in the matter, they said I shouldn't beguile people, and demanded that I forfeit my pill of immortality, then ordered me to return among the living. So where'd you put my remains?" He told her, "My family members didn't know any better, so they skinned it." The fox, mortified, cried out, "I've killed so many people, my death now is hardly premature, but for it to come suddenly at your hands." Filled with hate and resentment, she went away. Wang was so sick that he nearly died, though he recovered in about half a year. Underscore 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 un. Pill of Immortality, cf. the other fox stories involving the Jindan. 45 Chomping on Stones. In the city of Xin, the family of aged and respected Wang Qingguan had a young horse groom also named Wang, who, while still young, left to go to Lishan to study the Dao. After a while, he no longer ate cooked food, but merely nibbled pine nuts and white stones, while hair began growing all over his body. After he had already been there several years, he began to miss his elderly mother and returned to his hometown, where he gradually resumed eating prepared food, while continuing to eat stones as before. As he held the stones to the sun and looked at them, he could tell whether they would taste sweet, bitter, sour, or salty, like the flavors of different root crops. When his mother died, he went back once more to the mountain, and he's been there now for 17 or 18 years. Underscore 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 un. Qingguan, the Kutsi name of Wang Yuqi, father of the Qing poet, Wang Yuyang, Brown 140. Lishan, Mt. Lao, near Qingdao, in Shandong Province, is one of the sacred mountains of Daoist belief. 46. The Temple Demon. There was a scholar in the city of Xin, Wang Qiu, whose courtesy name was Zhongaiu, the grandson of provincial governor Wang Xiongkan. One day he saw a woman, plump and dark-looking, enter his room. Laughing, she drew near and sat on his bed, her intentions clearly indecent. Wang resisted her, but she wouldn't leave. Thereafter, whether Wang was sitting or was lying down, she was always in his sight. However, he was so determinedly stoic that the woman couldn't seduce him. She became angry with him and slapped his cheek loudly, but his face betrayed no sign of it having been at all painful. The woman then tied a belt to an overhead beam, and grabbed him, to hang the two of them together. Wang unconsciously flung himself under the beam, and craned his neck so she could hang him. Anyone could see that his feet weren't on the ground, suspended there in the air, though it was also the case that he seemed unable to die this way. Others considered him to have gone mad. Suddenly he cried, "She's going to take and throw me in the river." Staring into the distance toward the river, he wildly rushed off towards it until someone tugged at him to stop. It was like this in all matters, daily, again and again, medical skills and medicine had no effect. One day, unexpectedly, he watched as a warrior knight bound her in chains and then came forward, furiously shouting, "How dare you trouble such an honest and sincere man like that?" Having made a prisoner of the woman, he dragged her out through a window. Once the knight took her outside, the woman no longer appeared like a normal person, for her eyes flashed with lightning while her mouth, bright red with blood, gaped as large as a basin. Wang remembered that on the gate of the temple of the city god, there were 4 clay demons that had been broken off looking just like the one in front of him. Thereupon he recovered from his madness. 47 Official Lu. In Lingyang, there lived a scholar by the name of Zhu Erdan, whose style name was Xiaoming. His personality was vigorous and unrestrained. However, he was basically rather stupid, and though he sincerely studied hard, he still wasn't very widely known. One day, a crowd of scholars' society members were drinking. Undoubtedly to make fun of him, one of the members said, "You have a reputation for being heroic, so if you dare to go to the Temple of the 10 Kings in the middle of the night and bring back here the fierce-looking afterlife official from the gallery on the left, the group of us will pool our money and treat you to a feast." This Temple of the 10 Kings, built at Lingyang, featured gods and demons carved entirely from wood, decorated so convincingly that it seemed as though they were alive. Standing in the eastern corridor, there was a penguin with a green face and red beard, whose looks were especially ferocious and horrible. Sometimes in the night, one could hear the sounds of torture and interrogation in the corridors. Entering them caused the hair on one's head immediately to stand on end. With this in mind, the group of scholars meant to challenge Zhu. Zhu smiled, got up, and left directly to go there. In no time, a great cry came from outside the gate, "At my invitation, here he is the venerable bearded master." The waiting scholars all rose to their feet. Underscore 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 un. Penguin, an official whose job is record management and decision making. See Hooker, 363. Suddenly Zhu burst in, carrying the carved penguin on his back, put him down on the table, served him a cup of wine, and respectfully poured out 3 libations. The scholars watched him, shrinking back in fear that they weren't safe, and remained standing, having upset their seats. They begged him to take the official back. Zhu poured another cup of wine on the ground, praying, "Though my rash actions were ignorant, Your Honor, I hope you'll forgive them rather than hold them against me. My modest home is not far from here, and if it pleases you to come and share some drinks there, I hope you'll let nothing stand between us." Then he picked up the carving and carried it back. The next day, the scholars really did invite him out for drinks. By the time dusk arrived, Zhu was half drunk and went home, but figured he wasn't finished yet, so he grabbed a lamp and poured himself some more wine. Suddenly someone entered through the dividing curtain, and when Zhu looked closely, he could tell it was the penguin himself. Zhu stood up and exclaimed, "I imagine this means that I'm about to die. Last night I brazenly showed disrespect for you, so have you arrived now to chop off my head?" With a small chuckle, the official spoke through his thick beard, "Not at all. Yesterday your bit of hijinks was concluded between us justly with your offer, and since this evening I'm unexpectedly at leisure, I've come to honor your invitation." Zhu was greatly pleased and tugged at the penguin's robe, urging him to sit, while he got up to wash some cups and light a fire. The official suggested, "The weather's warm and mild, so let's drink the wine cold." Zhu followed his suggestion, setting a wine jar on the table, then rushed off to tell his servants to prepare a variety of dishes. When his wife heard about the penguin's arrival, she was astonished, and warned Zhu not to go back. But Zhu, refusing to listen, stood waiting while supervising the dishes' preparation, then left with them. After they had amiably toasted each other with cups of wine, Zhu asked the penguin his name. He replied, "My family name is Lu, but I don't have a first name. They spoke about the classics, the official responding instantly to Zhu's questions. Can you compose in the style of the imperial examinations? Zhu inquired. Official Lu responded, I can distinguish what is elegant from what is terrible. The compositions that we underworld officials have to recite are pretty similar to what's produced in the world of the living. Official Lu proved to be a prodigious drinker, draining 10 cups in a single round. Since Zhu had been drinking all day long, he soon passed out with an elegant gesture, falling onto the table into a drunken sleep. When he woke up, the last of the burning candles was sputtering a dim yellow, and his ghostly guest was gone. After that, Penguin Lu always put in an appearance every 2 or 3 days, so their camaraderie increased to the point that the official at times would even sleep there. Whenever Zhu showed him his essays, Lu would always mark them in red, with words to the effect that they weren't so good. One night, Zhu became drunk and went on to bed while Lu continued drinking. Suddenly, in the midst of a drunken dream, he became aware of a slight pain in his guts. When he woke up and looked around, he saw Lu sitting up on the bed next to him, pulling Zhu's intestines and stomach out of a gaping cavity, and then carefully rearranging them. Stunned, he cried, "There's been no hate or resentment between us, so why are you trying to kill me?" Lu laughed and said, "Have no fear, I'm just exchanging your heart for a wiser one." He then unhurriedly replaced the intestines and closed him up, wrapping him around the waist with the kind of bandages used for binding women's feet. When his objective had been accomplished, there were no traces of blood on the bed. Zhu's belly simply felt a little numb. He saw Lu put a piece of flesh on the table. When Zhu asked him what it was, he explained, "This is your heart." Since it wasn't very adept at writing compositions, I knew that the channels of writing ability in your heart had become blocked. Just now, in the underworld, from out of 10 million hearts I chose a superb one for you, inserted it in place of yours, and will keep yours to make up for the one that's missing. Then he stood up, shut the door behind him, and left. At first light, Zhu loosened the bandage to take a look, and found the wound had sealed itself, leaving a bright red line of scar to mark it. From thenceforward, his writing improved tremendously, and he remembered everything he read. After several days, he brought another essay to the official. Lu said, "Now you can do it. Unfortunately, your luck's a bit shaky, so you won't be able to achieve great success, though you'll succeed at the local and provincial examinations." Zhu asked, "When will that happen?" "This year you'll certainly be the best," Lu replied. Not surprisingly, Zhu finished at the top of his cohort in the local examinations, and when the results of the provincial examinations were posted that fall, Zhu also finished in first place. The same group of scholars who had always played tricks on him happened by. Upon spotting the compositions of the successful candidates, they gawked in disbelief and inquired into the details until they learned what strange things had happened. Together they begged Zhu at his earliest convenience to set up a meeting for them with Penguin Lu. Lu agreed to the meeting. The scholars made big plans for receiving him. During the first watch, Lu arrived with his red beard waving and his eyes flashing like lightning. All color drained from the scholars and their teeth began chattering, one after another, they all ran off. Zhu then took Lu home with him for some drinks, and once they were intoxicated, Zhu remarked, "You've washed my intestines and rearranged my stomach, so I've already received many favors from you. Still, there's one piece of business that I'd like to trouble you with, but I don't know, may I?" Lu plainly invited him to make his request. Zhu replied, "Since you can change a person's heart, I suppose you can also change a person's looks. My wife, whom I married when we turned adults, has a body you can't help but like, but from the neck up she's just pretty ugly. So I'd like to trouble you to use your blade again, how about it?" Lu laughed and said, "Very well, but permit me some time to carry it out." After several days, Lu arrived at midnight and knocked at the door. Zhu anxiously got up and invited him in. Lighting a candle, he could see that there was something wrapped up under Lu's robe. When he asked about it, Lu answered, not long ago you urged something of me, and a most difficult matter it was. But I've just obtained a beautiful woman's head, which I'm offering to you as you requested." Zhu poked at the bundle, and upon inspection found the neck still wet with blood. Lu urged him to go inside quickly, without rousing the poultry and dogs. Zhu was worried that the door to the sleeping quarters might have been bolted for the night. When Lu pushed at it with one hand, the door opened up all by itself. Zhu led him to his wife's bedroom, where they saw her lying on her side, asleep. Lu gave the head to Zhu to hold, then from his boot he took a blade sharp enough to cut off a head, and pressed it at the nape of the wife's neck, as though he was cutting bean curd. The blade easily sliced and severed, till the head rolled off the side of the pillow. Lu urgently grabbed the beauty's head that Zhu had been clutching to his chest and fitted it to the wife's neck, thoroughly checking that it was lined up straight, then pressed it into place. With that concluded, Lu propped her shoulders up with the pillow, directed Zhu to bury his wife's head in a peaceful spot, and then left. Zhu's wife woke up, her neck feeling rather numb and her face rather strange. When she rubbed it, some dried blood flaked off, which really shook her up. She called to her maid to bring in a basin of water for washing. The maid saw the bloody mess on her mistress' face and was utterly terrified. The wife washed it off, the water in the basin turning completely red. When she raised her face, the maid was utterly astonished once again to see that it was entirely unfamiliar to her. The wife examined herself in the mirror, stunned by the image and unable to explain it. Zhu came in and told her what had happened. When he looked her over, he noticed long eyebrows with ends disappearing under the bangs of her hair, and dimples that formed in her cheeks when she smiled, just like a beauty from some painting. He loosened her robe to get a better look and found a red line circling her neck, with flesh above and below it that was certainly of two different shades. Before all this took place, there was an official named Wu, who had a beautiful daughter who'd never married, having lost 2 prospective husbands to death, for which reason she was 19 and still single. On the occasion of the Lantern Festival, she visited the Temple of the 10 Kings. At the time, there was a large assortment of people milling around, among whom was an unscrupulous thug who spied on her lustfully, followed her, and made inquiries about where she lived. That night, he used a ladder to enter the house, made a hole in her bedroom door, killed a maidservant at her bedside, then attempted to rape the daughter. She used all her strength to resist him and screamed, which made the thug furious, so he killed her, too. Wu's wife, who'd heard some of the noise, called for a maid to go check on it, and when she spotted the daughter's corpse, she was further mortified to find it decapitated. Once the whole family had been startled awake, they put the daughter's body in the main room of the house and laid her head beside the neck, while the entire household wept and howled all night long. Underscore 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 un. Lantern Festival, the final celebration of the Chinese New Year, held on the 15th day of the first month in the lunar year calendar. At dawn, when they lifted the daughter's shroud, they found the body as they'd left it, but her head was gone. All of the serving women were flogged for not being vigilant in their duty, since it was assumed that the head had been eaten by dogs. Wu then reported the events to the prefecture's officials. They set a strict timetable for the capture of the criminal, and 3 months elapsed, but they couldn't apprehend the murderer. Over time, word got back to Master Wu about the strange exchange of heads in the Zhu family. Wu became suspicious and sent an old woman to find out what the family had been up to. As soon as she walked in and saw Zhu's wife, the old woman ran off, startled, to inform Master Wu. He verified that his daughter's corpse was still there, so, alarmed and apprehensive, he just couldn't figure out what had happened. He began to speculate that Zhu had employed some kind of magic to kill his daughter, so he left to interrogate Zhu. Zhu told him, "My spouse's head was switched in a dream, but I really have no idea how it was done. To say that I killed her would be an injustice." Wu didn't believe him, so he initiated legal action. Zhu's servants were rounded up and their stories proved to be the same as his. Hence the prefectural officials were unable to prove Zhu guilty. Zhu went home and begged Liu to advise him. Liu declared, "This is no problem, for I'll just send his daughter to explain it to him herself." Wu dreamt that night that his daughter said to him, "Yang Danian of Suxi is the criminal who did this to me, not the scholar, Zhu." He wasn't happy with his wife's looks, thus Penguin Liu took my head and exchanged it, so although my body is dead, my head lives on. I hope you won't treat him like an enemy. Upon awakening, he informed his wife, who revealed that she'd had the very same dream. They then reported the information to the authorities. The officials' investigation discovered that there was indeed a Yang Danian. After being arrested and shackled, he confessed to his crime. Wu then paid a visit to Zhu, requesting to see his wife, and afterwards began treating Zhu like his son-in-law. The head of Zhu's wife was subsequently joined with the body of Wu's daughter and interred together. Zhu made 3 more tries at passing the next examination level, but each time he was punished with forfeiture of his candidate's position because he disobeyed the rules of the examination. As a result, he became discouraged and gave up, and went on with his life for the next 30 years. One night, Liu remarked to him, "You know, you can't live forever." Zhu asked him how much time he could expect, and the answer was that he had 5 days. "Can you save me?" Liu replied, "It's heaven's decree, so how can a common person privately hope to resist it? Moreover, a wise man perceives that life and death are a single continuum. Why must life necessarily be a cause for celebrating, and death a cause for lamenting?" Zhu took this to be quite right. Without delay, he obtained appropriate burial clothes, a shroud and a coffin. Once this was done, he dressed himself in his funeral robes and died. The next day, while his wife was weeping beside his coffin, Zhu suddenly drifted in from outside. His wife was quite shaken. Zhu acknowledged, "I'm a ghost, that's for sure, but otherwise no different than I was during my lifetime. I've been thinking about you, a widowed mother with an orphaned son, and the loving reluctance to part that I feel for you." His wife was deeply moved, sobbing till the tears dripped onto her chest. Zhu did his best to console her. Underscore 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 un. He disobeyed the rules of the examination. Zhu's fate is a perfect parallel of Pu Songling's own examination experiences. He was failed for being independent. She pleaded, "In ancient times, there were spirits who returned to life, and since you still possess your spirit, why can't you live again?" Zhu answered her, "What has been predestined may not be evaded." "What do the officials of the underworld have you doing?" she asked. He explained, "Penguin Liu recommended me for a position supervising case records, and conferred an official's title on me, so it's not unpleasant." His wife wanted to speak with him further, but Zhu said, "Official Liu has come along with me, so I hope you can provide us some wine and food." Then he hastened away. His wife complied with his request, managing to get everything ready. When she heard them laughing and drinking, making high-spirited sounds, it was just like the way things used to be. At midnight, she peeked in and was sad to discover that they'd both vanished. But from that time forward, every 3 days or so, they'd come back, and occasionally Zhu would even stay all night and make love to her, giving her useful advice on managing the family's affairs whenever he passed through. His son, Wei, was 5 years old, so when Zhu arrived, he always hugged him. When Wei was 7 or 8 years old, Zhu taught him by the light of a lamp to read. His son was also very bright, able by the age of 9 to compose essays, and at 15 entered a county school, never realizing that he had no father. After this, Zhu's visits became more infrequent, no more than 1 day per month. One evening he arrived and said to his wife, "It's time now for me to say farewell to you forever." "Where will you go?" she asked. He replied, "The underworld emperor has asked me to serve as the mountain god in Taiwa, and I must travel far away to go there. There will be a great distance between us, and I'll have lots of business to conduct there, so for those reasons I cannot return." The mother and son clung to him, weeping, so he told them, "Don't be like that. My son has distinguished himself, the family's livelihood will allow you to survive, and even a couple who remain married for 100 years must sometimes be apart." He turned to his son and said, "Be a good man, and don't neglect your father's estate. 10 years from now, we'll see each other again." He walked directly out through the gate and then disappeared. After Wei turned 25, he succeeded in qualifying as a jinshi and was made an official inspector. He was directed to offer sacrifices at Zhou while traveling through Huaiyan, when suddenly a carriage appeared, entirely covered by plumes, galloping frantically to intercept them. Wei was quite surprised. Upon careful scrutiny, he spotted the person inside the carriage and realized that it was his father. He climbed down from his own carriage and prostrated himself, weeping, by the side of the road. His father stopped his carriage and declared, "Your reputation as an official is excellent, so now I can die without regret." Wei remained on the ground, not getting up. Zhu urged his chariot to go quickly and didn't look back. Before he'd gone very far, he did turn back, untied the sword fastened at his waist, and sent one of his men to present it to Wei. His words sounded as though from far away, "Wear this and you will always be esteemed." Wei, wishing to chase after him, saw the carriage, horses and his father's followers all flutter away suddenly as if scattered by the wind, and in the space of a breath there was nothing left to see. Wei grieved sorrowfully for quite a long time, then he drew the sword and looked closely at it, noting its superior craftsmanship and a phrase carved in characters upon it, "Desire to be brave when making decisions, but prudent in considering them, tactful in wisdom, but equitable in actions." Wei afterwards became an official comparable to the Simas. He had 5 sons, called Chen, Jian, Tang, Hun, and Shen. Underscore 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 Jinshi, a successful candidate in the Metropolitan, held in the capital, civil service examination. One evening, he dreamt that his father told him, "The sword you wear should be given to Hun." Wei followed his wishes. Hun became an official, a court examiner with a reputation for administration. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "To cut off the leg from the crane in order to connect it to the duck is to commit an act of absurdity, but to graft a flower from one tree to another is to do something extraordinary. This is even more true when chopping through guts and applying knives to the napes of necks." Official Lu can be said to have been ugly on the outside, but beautiful on the inside. From the Ming dynasty to the present day is not a great distance in time, but does Lin Jiang's official Lu still exist? Is his spirit still around or not? To wield the lash merely as his carriage driver would be my greatest delight. Underscore 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 The Simas, the Three Kingdoms era founders of the Jin dynasty, 265 to 420 CE. 48 Yingning. Wang Zifo lived in Luodian, in Zhu County. His father had died when he was very young. Being quite clever, at the age of 14, Wang qualified as a Zhihoki. His mother was extremely fond of him and normally didn't allow him to stray beyond the city limits. He had been engaged to a daughter of the Xiao family who died before they could wed, so to date he'd been unsuccessful at obtaining a bride. When the Lantern Festival arrived, his cousin, Wu, invited him to do some sightseeing. When they'd just reached the village outskirts, a servant from Wu's family ran up, summoning Wu to return home. Wang saw that there were groups of girls out wandering around, so he decided to continue strolling by himself. Accompanied by a maid, there was a young woman holding a branch of plum blossoms, a matchlessly gorgeous beauty, whose smiling face captivated him. Wang glued his eyes on her, without a second thought concerning proper behavior. The girl walked past him several paces, then turned to her maid and said, "That young man has eyes that blaze like a thief's." Leaving the plum blossom branch behind on the ground, laughing and chattering, she walked away. Underscore 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 un. Ju County, in modern Shandong Province. Zaiho Ki, a scholar who has passed the county level of the Imperial Civil Service examination. Leaving the plum blossom branch behind, Pu is playing with semantic ambiguity here. Yi, to leave behind, can also be read as way, to send or present as a gift, suggesting that perhaps Ying Ning, despite her later comments to the contrary, is entirely aware of the token she has left for Wang to find. Wang picked up the branch, disappointed, feeling as if he'd lost his very soul, and then sadly returned home. Once in the house, he slipped the blossoms under his pillow, laid down and went to sleep, refusing thereafter to speak to anyone or to eat anything. His mother became very worried about him. Priests were summoned to put a stop to his decline, but only made things worse. His flesh toughened like hide, and he dropped an alarming amount of weight. Doctors examined him, prescribing medicines that only worked to bring the internal causes of his condition to surface on his skin, and he lay there as if in a trance. His mother caressed him and asked what was causing his condition, but he remained silent, offering no answer. Right at that time, Wu arrived, so Wang's mother urged him secretly to find out what was going on. Wu went to his cousin's bedside, and Wang's tears fell when he saw him. From the edge of the bed, Wu sought to put him at ease, little by little working toward the source of the problem. Wang revealed the matter and begged Wu to help him plan what to do. Wu laughed and said, "Your overreaction is ridiculous. What's so tough about fulfilling your desire? I'll go locate her." Since she was out and about on foot in the countryside, she must not be from an influential family. If she's not already betrothed, surely we can come to an agreement, and even if she is, we'll go all out with a heavy bribe and surely that'll settle the matter. But you have to take care of yourself, while I take care of everything else. When Wang heard this, his face relaxed into a smile. Wu went and informed Wang's mother that the issue was a girl who lived in the vicinity, and though he subsequently searched and inquired thoroughly, he could find no trace of her. The mother was terribly worried, but there was simply nothing else to try to do. However, just after Wu had left to search, Wang's outlook brightened, and he began to eat and move around. Several days later, Wu came again. Wang asked him how his plan was working. Wu fibbed, "I found her. I was curious who she was, and it turns out she's my aunt's daughter, so she's also your cousin, and she's still waiting to be married. Even though you're closely related and there is resistance to allowing cousins to marry, when we tell her how you feel, surely anything is possible between the two of you." Wang's happiness spread over his face as he asked, "Where does she live?" Wu made something up, "In the hills to the southwest, about 30 li or so." Wang repeatedly begged him to settle the matter, so Wu vigorously swore he would take care of it and left. Hence Wang began drinking and eating again, getting better gradually, each day bringing him closer to recovery. When he looked under his pillow, he found the plum blossoms had dried up, though the petals hadn't dropped off. He took pleasure from concentrating while holding them, imagining he could almost see her. He thought it strange that Wu hadn't come back, so he sent a note inviting him to visit. Wu put him off by claiming that he had a prior invitation to honor. Wang was indignant, and became depressed. His mother was afraid that his illness would return, so she anxiously discussed the possibility of another marriage. This strategy was unproductive as Wang simply shook his head, unwilling to talk about it, and spent his days waiting for Wu. All the while, Wu sent no report of his efforts, merely increasing Wang's anger. He began thinking about those 30 li that wasn't so far, was it? Why wait for news from someone else? Stowing the plum blossoms inside his sleeve, he went off in a huff by himself, without his family knowing anything about it. Traveling alone, with no one around to give him directions, Wang nevertheless made a beeline for the southern hills. After covering about 30 li, he found himself disoriented, with mountains on all sides, but awed and energized by the landscape's lush greenery, till finally he came across a precipitous path. Looking into the distance, at the bottom of a valley he saw a thicket of flowers and trees, and he could just barely make out a small village nestled there. Underscore 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 li, a distance equal to 1/3 mile. Coming down from the mountain, he entered the village, noticing that while there weren't very many huts, each had a thatched roof that was, in Wang's opinion, of sophisticated construction. One hut faced north, with willow trees in front of its gate, while inside its wall, peach and apricot trees were in full blossom, alternating with pruned bamboo. He heard wild birds singing there. Figuring this for a family garden, he didn't dare just barge in. When he turned to go, opposite the entrance he found a gigantic stone, smooth and clean, so he decided to sit down and take a little rest. Instantly from the other side of the wall he heard a girl calling, "Xiaorong," her voice lovely and delicate. As he sat there listening, he noticed a girl walking back and forth, holding an apricot blossom, who lowered her head to fix it in her hair. When she raised her head and saw Wang, she didn't fasten it with her hairpin, but instead picked up the blossom and ran laughing with it into the garden. Carefully scrutinizing her, Wang realized it was the girl he'd encountered in the road during the Lantern Festival. His heart was filled with joy. But he couldn't think of a rationale for entering. He longed to cry out his aunt's name, but they'd never been introduced and he feared he might be misconstrued as some swindler. There was no one nearby he could question, either. Restlessly sitting, reclining, and pacing back and forth, he watched until late in the day, waiting expectantly, forgetting both hunger and thirst. From time to time, he spotted the girl's profile when she'd sneak a glance at him, as though surprised that he hadn't left. Suddenly, an old woman who walked out supporting herself with a stick, turned to look at Wang and asked, "Where is it you live, since I hear that you got here this morning and you're still here now? What is it you're after? Aren't you feeling hungry?" Wang nervously stood up and bowed respectfully, replying, "I'm here to look for my relatives." The old woman, who was rather deaf, didn't hear him. He repeated his words more loudly. Then she asked, "What's their family name?" Wang was stuck for an answer. The old woman laughed, "That's pretty strange. If you don't know their family name, how can you hope to find these relatives? By looking at you, I'd guess you're a bookworm, too. Come on, follow me and you can eat a little something and there's a modest bed you can sleep in. Tomorrow you can head home, find out the family name, and then come back here." Wang's stomach rumbled at the thought of eating, and besides, accepting would bring him closer to the beauty, so he gladly agreed. Following the old woman inside the gate, he saw a walkway paved with white stones and lined by red flowers whose petals had fallen across the path's steps. Winding to the west, they came to another entryway, where bean trellises and flower frames filled a courtyard. Wang respectfully entered the hut, with its flower-white walls as bright as mirrors. Outside the window, a great many wild plum branches were in flower, some of them extending into the room. The mats, stools, and bed were all clean and fresh. As soon as Wang sat down, he felt that there was someone outside the window spying on him. The old woman called out, "Xiaorong! Go fix some millet quickly." From outside, the maid answered in a high voice. As he sat there, Wang laid out the details of his family tree. The old woman asked him, "Was your mother's grandfather by any chance named Wu?" He replied, "He was, indeed." Amazed, the old woman declared, "You're my nephew. Your mother is my younger sister. For years now, our family has been poor, and since we also have no son, we lost all contact with your family. Nephew, you're all grown up, yet we've never met for me to get to know you. I came here to find my aunt, said Wang. In all my anxiety, I forgot your name. The old woman explained, my family name is Jean, but I never gave birth to a child. My adopted daughter, Yingning, was the daughter of a concubine. When her mother remarried, she was left behind for me to raise. While she's certainly no simpleton, she's received little proper teaching, so she's always having fun and never worrying about anything. In just a bit, I'll send for her to come and meet you. Not much later, the maid served a meal of tender chicken, with plenty to accompany it. The old woman encouraged Wang to eat his fill, and afterwards the maid cleared away the dishes. The old woman instructed her, tell your mistress, Ning, to come here. The maid answered affirmatively and left to do so. After a good long while, they heard the sound of muffled laughter outside the door. The old woman called out, Yingning, your cousin's here. The giggling and laughter outside the door didn't stop. The maid pushed her into the room, Yingning still covering her mouth since she couldn't stop her laughter. The old woman gave her a stern look and said, we have a guest here, is this any way to behave, with derisive snickering. The girl restrained her laughter and stood still while Wang bowed respectfully to her. The old woman explained, this is Master Wang, your aunt's son. We're part of the same family, yet we've never met each other. Now that's enough to make a person laugh. Wang asked, how old is my cousin? The old woman didn't catch his question. Wang voiced it a second time. The girl started laughing again so hard that she couldn't even raise her head up. The old woman said to Wang, I told you she's had little by way of teachings and admonitions, as you can readily see. She's 16 years old and as foolish in judgment as a baby. Wang noted, 1 year younger than I am. She replied, if you're 17, weren't you born in the year of the horse? Wang nodded in response. She asked again, who is your wife? There isn't one, he answered. Someone with your talent and looks, she said, how can you be 17 and still unmarried? Yingning isn't betrothed yet either, and the two of you would be well matched. It's a pity that your being close relatives makes it unlikely. Wang was speechless, not taking his eyes off Yingning even to blink. The maid turned to the girl and whispered, his eyes are still blazing. The thief hasn't changed his tune. Yingning burst into laughter again, turned to the maid and said, shouldn't we check to see if the peach blossoms have opened? She quickly got up, covering her mouth with her sleeve, and with tiny, quick steps, hurried away. Once she was outside the gate, she let loose her laughter. The old woman also got up and called for the maid to prepare a bed so Wang could spend the night. She told him, it wasn't easy for you to get here, so it's only right you should stay for a few days and relax, then we'll send you home. If you grow tired or bored with the quiet, there's a garden behind the hut, with various ways there for you to pass the time, or there are books you can read. The next day, Wang went out behind the hut and found a garden there about half a mu in size, along with a ground cover of grass as soft as felt, plus tree blossoms and catkins. There were 3 thatched huts in a row with flowers and trees on all sides of each. As he walked through the flowers, he heard a rustling sound from a treetop, and glancing up, he saw Yingning there. When she saw Wang appear, she laughed so hard she almost fell down. Wang cried, don't do that, you'll fall. The girl climbed down, laughing all the way, unable to stop herself. Just as she was about to reach the ground, she almost lost hold and fell down, her laughter finally coming to a halt. Underscore 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 un. Mu, a measure of size equal to 0.0667 hectare, or 1/6 acre. Wang helped her up, taking advantage of the moment to fondle her wrist. This started Yingning laughing again until she had to lean against a tree for support, unable to go on, and it was a good long while before she could stop. Wang waited for her to finish laughing, then took the plum blossoms from his sleeve to show her. Yingning accepted them from him and exclaimed, "They're all dried up. Why keep them?" He answered, "During the Lantern Festival, cousin, you left them behind, that's why I've kept them." "If they're not fresh, what's the point?" she asked. Wang explained, "To show my love, and that I'd never forget you. Since we first met, I've thought about you so much that I became ill, and it caused so much turmoil inside me that I almost died. Faced with the possibility of never seeing your face again, I hope you'll take pity on me." "It's no big deal," Yingning said. "For a relative, what price is too great to pay? When the time comes for you to go, I'll call on an old servant to pick a big bunch of flowers from the garden so you can take them with you." "Are you crazy?" Wang demanded. She asked, "What's crazy about that?" Wang explained, "It's not the flowers I care about, but the person who was holding them." "Naturally, since relatives love each other," said Yingning. Wang said, "I'm not talking about the love between relatives, but between a husband and wife. There's a difference." Yingning wondered. "At night, they sleep together," he explained. Yingning bowed her head and thought about this for a very long time before remarking, "I'm not accustomed to sleeping with strangers." Before her words were finished, the maid quietly appeared and Wang fled in embarrassment. A little later, they met back at the old woman's place. She asked them, "Where'd you go?" Yingning replied that they'd been in the garden, talking together. The old woman said, "The meal's been ready for a long time, you spoke to each other for so long, there must have been plenty to cover." Yingning said, "Elder brother wants to sleep with me." She'd barely spoken the words when Wang, horribly embarrassed, anxiously gave her a silencing glance. Yingning giggled and said no more. Fortunately, the old woman hadn't heard, so she kept on chattering, pursuing her questions. Wang swiftly spoke up to gloss over the comment, then whispered a rebuke to Yingning. She asked, "Isn't it proper I should mention it?" Wang told her, "It's the kind of thing you only say behind a person's back." "Behind someone else's back, maybe," said Yingning, "but surely not behind my aged mother's back. Everybody has to sleep somewhere, that's always the case, so what's there to avoid?" Wang was frustrated with her naivete, since he was unable with his attempts to make her understand. Just as they finished eating, a member of Wang's household arrived with a pair of donkeys, searching for him. Apparently, when Wang didn't come home after a long time, his mother had become worried. A search party hunted for him repeatedly in the village, failing to turn up the slightest trace of him. Hence she went to consult Wu. Wu recalled the words he'd spoken to Wang, and directed her to search for him in the hills southwest of the village. The servant looking for him had gone to several villages before coming to this place. Wang had walked outside the gate just as he happened past, so he went back inside to tell the old woman and to beg her to let him take Yingning home with him. The old woman gleefully said, "I've desired this myself, for some time. But my decrepit old body can't make such a journey, so if you'll take your cousin to meet her aunt, that will be splendid." She called for Yingning. Ning came in, laughing. The old woman demanded, "What's so funny that you can't stop laughing all the time? If you weren't always laughing, you'd be a perfectly proper person." Because she was angry, she glared at Yingning. Then she said, "Elder brother wants to take you home with him, so hurry and get your things packed." Meanwhile, she offered Wang's servant some wine and food, then walking them out later, she told Yingning, "Your aunt's family owns a great deal of land and goods, so they can afford to support an extra person. You should stay with them rather than returning home, learn a bit of poetry and proper conduct, and also practice caring for your future in-laws. Also plead with your aunt to help you select a good husband." Wang and Yingning then started off. Once they got to the foot of the mountain, they turned around and could just barely see the old woman leaning on the gate, looking northward in their direction. When they arrived at Wang's home, his mother was astounded at the beautiful girl accompanying him, and asked who she was. Wang answered that she was his aunt's daughter. His mother said, "What Wu told you before was all a fabrication. I don't have a sister, so how can I have a niece?" She asked this of Ying Ning, who replied, "I'm not my mother's child by birth. My father belonged to the Qin family, but he died when I was still a baby in swaddling clothes, so I can't recall the details." Wang's mother said, "My elder sister did marry into the Qin family, but she was barren, she died a long time ago, so how could she have come back to life?" Hence she carefully interrogated Ying Ning about the features of her sister's face, and the location of moles, and one by one they matched exactly. Still suspicious, she stated, "That's all well and good. But she died many years ago, so how can she be alive now?" Just as she was mulling over her doubts, Wu arrived, and Ying Ning slipped away to her room. Wu requested all the details and became very quiet for some time. Suddenly he asked, "This girl, is her name Ying Ning?" Wang affirmed it was. Wu earnestly noted that this was a strange business. Asked how he knew her name, Wu replied, "After my aunt, who joined the Qin family through marriage, died, uncle lived as a widower in his house until he was seduced by a fox, grew ill, and died. The fox gave birth to a daughter named Ying Ning, who was wrapped up and laid on a bed, as witnessed by every member of the family. After uncle died, the fox still kept coming around. After we requested that a dais charm be pasted up on the wall, the fox took her child and left. Couldn't this be the daughter?" They mutually discussed their suspicions. But from inside her room, they could hear the sound of Ying Ning's chortling laughter. Wang's mother remarked, "That girl is just too silly." Wu asked to meet her. Wang's mother entered her room, where Ying Ning was still roaring in laughter and didn't even notice her at first. Wang's mother urged her to go out to see Wu, so she used every bit of her strength to resist laughing, turning her face to the wall several times, and then finally came out. As soon as she finished greeting the others respectfully, she quickly ran back inside and let loose a hearty guffaw. All the women in the house joined in her laughter. Wu suggested that he go and discreetly investigate the mystery surrounding Ying Ning, in order to make arrangements for the marriage. By the time he arrived at the village, the huts and everything else had disappeared, with only the fallen petals of the mountain flowers remaining. Wu remembered that the place where his aunt had been buried was not far away. However, the grave had become entirely overgrown, making it impossible to determine precisely where it was located, so with a sigh of frustration, he went back. Wang's mother was convinced that Ying Ning was a ghost. She went in and informed her of Wu's report, but Ying Ning wasn't the least bit startled. Wang's mother sympathized with her for having no family, but not only did Ying Ning show no sign of sorrow, she kept on laughing naively. No one there could make sense of it. Wang's mother arranged for Ying Ning to share sleeping quarters with her youngest daughter. Each morning at daybreak, Ying Ning dutifully paid her respects to Wang's mother, and the exquisite precision of her needlework was unsurpassed. But even when it was forbidden, her friendly laughter couldn't be stopped, and there was a charming quality to it, so even when it was wildly uninhibited, her laughter didn't damage her attractiveness, and it made everyone else feel good. Both the girls and the women in the neighborhood competed for opportunities to welcome her. Wang's mother chose an auspicious day for the wedding, but she still fretted that Ying Ning might be some kind of evil spirit. She covertly spied on her in the daylight, but she didn't see anything unusual in the shape of her shadow. When the wedding day arrived, they had her magnificently dressed for the marriage ritual, but Ying Ning was laughing so hard that she was unable to kneel properly, so they gave up that part of the ceremony. Because of all her foolishness, Wang feared she might divulge the details of their sexual intimacy, but Ying Ning was especially careful, and didn't give anything away with her words. Whenever Wang's mother became worried or angry, Ying Ning would appear, and even a single laugh would make her feel better. If the servants or maids ever went a little too far and feared they might suffer a whipping for their actions, they'd beg Ying Ning to visit Wang's mother and speak on their behalf. The guilty maids who trusted themselves to her mediation were usually excused. But she had a persistent craving for flowers, searching high and low for them, from relatives and friends. She even pawned a gold hairpin to purchase the seeds for especially beautiful varieties, until after several months there wasn't a stair, pathway, fence, or outhouse that wasn't surrounded by flowers. In the rear of the courtyard, there was a trellis of banksia roses that had been planted by the family of the neighbor to the west. Yingning often climbed up it to pick some flowers to wear in her hair for fun. Wang's mother would scold her whenever she saw her doing so. Yingning, however, would never change her ways. One day, the neighbor's son saw her and couldn't take his eyes off her, he was so smitten by her beauty. Yingning didn't try to avoid him, but just laughed. The neighbor's son thought she was making herself available to him, so his heart filled with desire. Yingning pointed to a place at the base of the wall, laughed, and then climbed down, while the neighbor's son, thinking she was proposing a rendezvous there, was deliriously happy. Once night fell, he went to the spot, and Yingning was already waiting there. He pulled her clothes and thrust himself into her, but felt something like an awl stab his privates with a pain that penetrated to his very heart, and after screaming madly, he stumbled and fell. On closer examination, he saw that it wasn't Yingning, but a rotten log leaning against the wall, and the place he'd thrust into was a soggy knothole. When his father next door heard him yell, he hurriedly rushed over to find out what had happened, but his son merely groaned and wouldn't say anything. Once the man's wife appeared, however, the son told them everything. When they lit a torch and examined the knothole, they saw that inside it was a huge scorpion, the size of a small crab. The old man split the log open, then caught and killed the scorpion. He hoisted his son onto his back and carried him home, where he died in the middle of the night. The neighbor brought a suit against Wang, alleging that Yingning was a demon spirit. The county magistrate, who thought of Wang as an admirable man of talent and knew he was a scholar of sincere and honest intentions, determined that the old neighbor was making a false accusation, and was about to have him beaten as punishment. Wang interceded to have the sentence dropped, so the matter was cleared up and the neighbor released. Wang's mother told Yingning, "This idiocy has gone far enough, and I knew that this excessive frivolity was covering up something worth worrying about. It's lucky for you that the magistrate didn't implicate you. If he'd been a muddle-headed official, you'd certainly have been arrested and tried in court. How could my son and I face our relatives and neighbors then?" Yingning wore a serious expression and swore she'd never laugh again. Wang's mother said, "People don't have to stop laughing, but they mustn't do it all the time." But because of all this, Yingning never laughed again, and even if she was teased, she still wouldn't laugh, but she also never, ever looked sad. One night, Yingning's face was streaked with tears. Wang found this very strange. "In the past," she said, choking back sobs, "because we'd only been together a short while, I was afraid you'd be shocked if I told you something. Now that I see how much you and your mother have gone through for me without resentment or suspicion, being frank with you can't possibly harm our relationship, can it? The concubine who gave birth to me was a fox. When my mother was about to go away, she left me to be raised by the ghost of my father's wife, and we've depended upon each other for more than 10 years, which is why I've come to you now. I have no brothers, so I can depend upon no one but you. My old mother lies alone in the mountains, with no one to pity her or to bury her properly, so she wanders the underworld in grief and sorrow. If the trouble and expense wouldn't be too great for you, you could take away the pain of someone's suffering down below and also make the point that adopted daughters are not useless, and shouldn't be drowned or abandoned." Wang promised he would take care of it, but he was concerned that the grave might be so obscured by undergrowth that they couldn't find it. Yingning assured him he didn't need to worry. On the designated day, they set out with a cart and a coffin. Yingning directed them to a desolate spot in the mists and tangled growth, pointed to show them the gravesite, and indeed they found the old woman's corpse, her leathery skin still intact. Yingning caressed the body, weeping piteously from the pain of her grieving. They carried the body away, sought for and located the family graves, and buried her there. That night, Wang dreamt that the old woman came to thank him, and when he woke up, he told Yingning. She informed him, "I saw her last night, but she insisted that I not bother you. Wang was sorry that she hadn't been invited to stay. Ying Ning replied, she's a ghost. There are so many mortals here that the yang force is overwhelming, so how could she stay here for long? Wang asked her about Xiaorong, and she explained, she's also a fox, and exceedingly crafty. My fox mother asked her to look after me, and she always gave me cakes and other treats, so I owe her a lot and always think about her. Yesterday I asked mother about her, and she said Xiaorong is already married. Every year on the day of the cold food festival, husband and wife would visit the Qin family graves, paying their respects and sweeping them clean. When a year had passed, Ying Ning gave birth to a son. Even while he was still a baby in his mother's arms, he was never afraid of strangers, and laughed at every person he saw, much like his unpredictable mother. Underscore 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 un. Yang force. Yang is the male essence, just as yin is the female essence. Cold Food Festival, the 105th to 107th day after the winter solstice, a period set aside in memory of Qi Tzu Tuai, when food is supposed to be eaten cold, Far East Dictionary 366. The collector of these strange tales remarks, observing her endlessly silly laughter, it seemed like she was no great prize, and it would be hard to come up with something more cunning than the nasty trick at the base of the wall. But considering the pity and love shown her ghostly mother, that turned her laughter into weeping, I believe her laughter nearly covered up the real Ying Ning. I've heard that in the mountains there is an herb called Xiaohu. One sniff of it and you can't stop laughing. If some of this was grown in a home, then neither silk trees nor daylilies could match it for appeal. Even the flower that understands words is only a pretender compared to Xiaohu. Underscore 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 un. Xiaohu, literally, laugh and shout. Flower that understands words, Tang Emperor Xianzhong, reigned 712–56, called his concubine, Yang Yahuan, his flower that understands words. 49 Nai Xiaoqian. Ning Keqian was from Zhejiang. Generous and open-hearted by nature, he comported himself scrupulously. He was always telling people, in my life, there's no woman for me but my wife. Traveling to Jinhua one time, he arrived just north of the city and stopped to rest in a Buddhist monastery. The temple's halls and pagodas were quite splendid, however, the grounds were covered by weeds and thistles, there was no one around, and furthermore, there were no signs that anyone had walked through there. On the east and west sides of the monks' housing, there were pairs of doors casually closed, yet the door of the small hut on the south side had been secured with a new lock. When he turned to look into the east corner of the hall, he noticed a dense stand of bamboo. Down some steps from it, there was an enormous pool filled with wild flowering lotuses. He felt very happy about the quiet and seclusion of the place. Since scholars were assembling to take the imperial examination in town, the price of lodgings there had skyrocketed, so he thought it might be better to stay at the monastery, and he took a walk while waiting for the monks to return. At the end of the day, there was a scholar who arrived and opened the locked southern door. Ning immediately greeted him courteously and informed him of his decision to stay. The scholar replied, "The place has no master, so I'm staying here as a visitor, too. If you can stand the place being overgrown and dilapidated, it would be my very good fortune to learn from you during your stay." Ning was delighted and proceeded to use some straw to make himself a bed, also setting up a board to serve as a small table, since he planned to be there for some time. That night, the moon was shining high and bright, its light as clear as water, as the two men sat on the veranda of the hall and spoke like close friends, revealing their family names to each other. The scholar reported, "My family name is Yan, my courtesy name, Chixia." Ning figured that he must have come to take the imperial examination, but as he listened to Yan's accent, he realized he couldn't be from Zhejiang. He asked about this, and Yan replied, "I'm from Shaanxi." His words were quite frank and sincere. Once they no longer had anything else to discuss together, they bowed to each other and parted company to go to bed. Since Ning was in an unfamiliar place, for a long time he couldn't fall asleep. He began to hear the sound of low voices north of where he was staying, like there was a family there. He got up and hid himself just below a stone-lined window on the north side of his room, spying out from his place of concealment. He saw a courtyard outside a short wall, where there was a woman in her 40s, with her was an old woman, hunchbacked and frail, wearing a gown that had once been dark red, but was now quite worn and faded, the two conversing together by the light of the moon. The woman asked, "What's taking Xiao Qian so long to arrive?" The old woman answered, "She must be almost here." "She hasn't been complaining to you, has she, Granny?" the first woman asked. "Not that I've heard," the other replied, though she looked like she was upset. The younger woman remarked, "That girl doesn't appreciate what she has now." The words were hardly out of her mouth before a 17 or 18-year-old girl showed up, a peerless beauty. The old woman laughed and noted, "One shouldn't talk about a person behind her back. We two were doing just that when you little goblin, quietly sneaked up on us without making a sound. Fortunately, we weren't saying anything mean about you." She added, "Young lady, you're so lovely, you're like a beauty from a painting, and if I were a young man, you'd have attracted and stolen my very soul." The girl replied, "Granny, if you don't praise me, who else is going to?" The woman and the girl then exchanged words that Ning couldn't make out. Thinking that they must be members of his neighbor's family, he decided to go to sleep without turning back to listen further. Time passed and there were no more sounds. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, he sensed that someone had entered his room. He hurriedly got up to investigate, and discovered it was the girl from the courtyard on the north side. Surprised, he asked her what she was doing there. Laughing, the girl told him, "With the moon so bright tonight, I can't sleep, so I want to make love to you." Ning solemnly declared, "You should protect yourself against public censure, for I'm afraid of what people might say. Lose your footing even just once, and you'll end up living in shame." The girl insisted, "It's late at night, so no one will know." Ning loudly scolded her again. The girl backed away, then returned as if she had more to say. Ning cried, "Leave me alone. If you don't, I'll call and tell the gentleman in the south room." The girl, frightened, quickly retreated. Once she was outside the door, however, she turned around and came back, placing an ingot of gold on his straw bed. Ning picked up the gold and threw it out into the courtyard, saying, "This filthy thing would defile my money bag." The girl left, ashamed, picking up the gold and commenting, "This man is as unmovable as stone." At daybreak, a scholar from Langzi arrived with his servant to wait to take the examination, setting up quarters in the temple's east side, and that same night he died suddenly. On the sole of his foot there was a small hole, as if it had been pierced by an awl, a tiny bit of blood seeping from it. No one there knew what to make of it. The next night, the servant also died, his symptoms the same as the scholars. Later that night, when Yan returned, Ning asked him about it, and Yan thought that evil spirits were responsible. Ning had always stood for the right, so this didn't faze him. At midnight, the girl came back to see him, saying, "I've encountered many men, but none of them as uncompromising as you. You're truly a sage, so I don't dare deceive you. I'm Xiao Qian, my family name is Nai. I died when I was only 18, and was buried beside this monastery, where I'm constantly coerced by demons to carry out their foul demands. It's actually not my own will to turn to people and seduce them. Now that there's no one left in the monastery to be killed, I'm afraid the evil spirits will come to destroy you." Horrified, Ning begged her to help him find a solution. The girl declared, "If you stay in Yan's room, you can escape them." He asked, "Why can't they attack Yan?" "He's one of those rare people," she explained, whom they don't dare approach. Then Ning inquired, "What do you do to the men who become infatuated with you?" "While he makes love to me," Xiao Qian replied, "I secretly drill a hole in the sole of his foot, and then when he loses consciousness, I extract his blood for the demons to drink. Sometimes I use gold which isn't really gold, but the bones of a Luoxia demon, and anyone who kept it would have his heart and liver cut out. These two tactics ordinarily work on everyone." Underscore 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 un. Luoxia demon, transliteration of a Buddhist term, Zhu 165n25, on the Chinese conception of demons and spirits, particularly as expressed in the 1st century CE writings of Wang Chong, see Bonnefoy, 254-55. Ning was grateful for the information. He asked when he should prepare himself for their coming, and she told him they would come the following night. As she was about to leave, Xiao Qian began weeping and exclaimed, "I'm sinking into a bottomless sea, grasping for land where there isn't any. Your righteous spirit towers above the clouds, so surely you can find a way to rescue me from my torments. If you're willing to do this, collect my bones and then bury them in a quiet place. You'd be giving me more than a second life." Ning pledged to do so for her. When he asked where she was buried, she replied, "Just remember that you'll find me at the base of a white willow where there's a crow's nest." With these words, she walked out the door and mysteriously vanished. The next day, fearing that Yan might go somewhere, first thing in the morning Ning paid a visit to invite him over. By just after 9 o'clock, he'd prepared them wine and food, and he carefully scrutinized Yan as they ate. Afterwards, he suggested that he stay in Yan's room that night, but Yan declined, explaining that he was unfit for company and was used to being alone. Ning wouldn't hear of it and peremptorily carried his bedding over to Yan's quarters. Since Yan couldn't get him to stop, he moved his bed over to make room, advising him, "I know you are a moral man, and I respect your innate goodness. I have some important things on my mind, and I'm not in a position to divulge them just now. Please don't poke around and peek into my chest or clothing, for we'll both suffer if you disobey my request." Ning sincerely swore to honor Yan's words. Then they both went to bed, Yan placing his chest on the windowsill, and the moment he laid his head to rest, he began to snore like rolling thunder. Ning, however, was unable to get to sleep. Near midnight, he saw the shadow of some indistinct figure outside the window. Immediately it came near the window and peered inside, its eyes flashing with light. Ning was terrified, but just as he was about to cry out for Yan, suddenly something dazzlingly bright like white silk split open the chest and burst out, broke through the stone surrounding the window, and shot out, then quickly re-entered the chest like a bolt of lightning. Yan sensed this and got up, while Ning pretended to be asleep. In order to observe him secretly, Yan picked up his chest to examine it, drew something out, then in the moonlight sniffed and inspected it as it gave off a lustrously bright white light, a thing 2 inches long and about as narrow as a chive leaf. When he was finished, he wrapped it thoroughly in several layers, and put it back inside the now damaged chest. He said to himself, "What a thing that old demon is coming here like that, took some nerve, and now it's ruined my chest." Then he lay back down to sleep. Ning was astonished, so he got up to ask Yan about it, telling him everything he'd seen occur. Yan stated, "Since we've come to know each other pretty well, I can risk sharing the secret with you. I am a swordsman. If not for the stone around the window, the evil spirit would have been killed instantly, though it was certainly wounded." Ning asked, "What is that thing you keep sealed up?" "My sword," Yan replied. "When I sniffed it, there was the scent of demon on it." Ning wanted to have a look at it. Yan generously took it out to show him, revealing a tiny, luminous sword. From that time forward, Ning's respect for Yan was considerably increased. The next day, he looked outside the window and found traces of blood there. Then he walked around to the north side of the monastery, where he found countless overgrown graves, and sure enough there was a white willow with a crow's nest at its top. Once he'd discovered the object of his search, he hurriedly gathered his things, since he wanted to go home. Yan set up a farewell dinner for him to show his great respect for Ning's upright nature. Afterwards, he offered Ning a worn leather bag as a present, explaining, "This is a sword bag. If you keep this close, no evil spirits will be able to come near you." Ning wanted Yan to instruct him in his art of the sword. The swordsman told him, "A faithful person like you, outspoken and upright, would certainly be able to practice this art. But you're a gentleman of wealth and rank, so this is not the path for you." Ning then provided a pretext for his subsequent actions by saying that he had a younger sister buried there, so he dug up Xiaoqian's bones, wrapped them up in a winding sheet, hired a boat, and left for home. Ning's study overlooked the open country, so he set up a tomb there and buried Xiaoqian's remains outside his study. He spoke this benediction there, "I felt pity for you, lonely spirit, so I've buried you near my home, where we can hear each other, whether singing or weeping, and your grave will no longer be troubled by powerful demons. Here's a bowl of wine to drink, and though it's neither refined or delicious, I hope you won't dislike it." Finished expressing his benevolent wishes, Ning turned to go home. From behind him, a person cried out, "Slow down and wait for me to catch up." When he turned around to look, he saw it was Xiao Qian, laughing merrily and thanking him, saying, "You're true to your word, and if I were to die for you 10 times, it wouldn't be enough to repay you. Please let me accompany you home, so I can pay my respects to your mother and father. Even if you make me your servant, I won't regret it." Examining her carefully, he noted her skin was like a mirror of rosy clouds drifting overhead, her feet like tender bamboo shoots, and as they stood together later in the daylight, he found her even more extraordinarily lovely. Consequently, they went back to Ning's study. Urging Xiao Qian to sit there and wait a bit, Ning first went in to inform his mother. She was stunned at the news. For a long time, Ning's wife had been ill, so his mother warned him not to say anything to her, for fear that the news might worsen her condition. As they were discussing this, Xiao Qian lightly swept into the room and prostrated herself on the ground, to show her respect. Ning said, "This is Xiao Qian." His mother was alarmed, not daring to look at her. The girl said to her, "I was drifting all alone, far from parents and brothers. Young Master Ning rescued me when I was exposed to horrible influences, and to express my gratitude even superficially for the aid he's given me, I'd be glad to serve him with dishpan and broom to repay his great kindness." Ning's mother, seeing that she was both prudent and lovely, felt emboldened to speak with her and said, "Young lady, I appreciate your offer to look after my son, as my old body just isn't up to it. But he's my only son and I need him to carry on the family line, so I dare not let him take a ghost wife." "Truly, I could never be disloyal to him," Xiao Qian replied. "Though you're worried about the honesty of a person from the underworld, please let me stay with you, his mother, and consider him my elder brother, treating you like my own parents, serving you from dawn till dusk. How would that be?" Ning's mother, sympathetic due to her sincerity, allowed her to stay. Xiao Qian wanted to pay her respects to her sister-in-law. Ning's mother rejected the idea, due to the illness of Ning's wife, so nothing came of it. Xiao Qian then went into the kitchen where she took the mother's place and prepared a meal. She entered rooms and located beds like she was familiar with all of them. At the end of the day, Ning's mother, still fearful of Xiao Qian, said good night and sent her home to sleep rather than setting up a bed for her. Xiao Qian understood what Ning's mother was feeling, so she finally left. Passing Ning's study, she wanted to enter, but instead backed away and began pacing back and forth outside his door, as though scared of something. Ning called out to her. She answered, "There's a sword presence in your room that frightens me. It's in the way, so that's why I can't come in and see you." Ning realized that the leather bag was the problem, so he grabbed it and hung it up in a different room. Xiao Qian then came in and sat down near his candle. For some time, she was utterly silent. After a long while, she asked him, "Do you read at night or not?" "When I was little, I used to recite the Sarangama Sutra, but now I've forgotten more than half of it. If you'd let me borrow a copy, at your leisure in the evenings, you could help me to get it right again." Ning agreed to do so. Once again, they sat in silence until the second watch had passed, not speaking of her leaving. Finally, Ning urged her to go. Turning pale, she exclaimed, "It's a strange land that a lonely spirit inhabits. A desolate grave is awfully frightening." Ning remarked, "There's no other bed in my study for you to sleep on, and besides, even brothers and sisters should keep their distance, to avoid suspicion." Xiao Qian stood up, her brows furrowing into a sorrowful look, as though she were about to start crying, dragging her feet and moving sluggishly as she slowly walked out the gate. She made her way to the steps and disappeared. Ning privately pitied her and wished he could let her stay the night on another bed, but he feared this would anger his mother. Each dawn, Xiao Qian appeared to Ning's mother, bringing a basin for her to wash in, then turned to managing other activities in the household, never failing to carry out the mother's will. At dusk, she'd announce her intention to retire, then walk over to Ning's study, where by candlelight she'd recite from the sutra. Once she could tell that Ning was ready to go to bed, she would leave, miserable once again. Before all this, when Ning's wife first fell ill, Ning's mother became fatigued, unable to handle the load. The arrival of Xiao Qian was a great relief to her, and in her heart she esteemed the girl. As she became more familiar with her day by day, she came to love Xiao Qian like she was her own child, forgetting meanwhile that she was a ghost. She couldn't bear to send her away at night any longer, so she invited her to stay and sleep in her room. Underscore 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 un. Sarangama Sutra, in Mandarin, the Lengyi Anjing. For an online translation, see http://www.buddhanet.net/pdf_file/sarangama.pdf. The second watch, the second of 5 2-hour periods in the night, approximately 9 to 11 p.m. When she first arrived, Xiao Qian never ate or drank, but after half a year, she began to sip a bit of congee. Mother and son were extremely fond of her, and they treated as off-limits the subject of her being a ghost, since no one else could tell it by looking at her. It wasn't long before Ning's wife died. His mother secretly wanted to accept Xiao Qian as his wife, but she was afraid that no good would come to her son from it. Xiao Qian, sensing this, took the opportunity to inform Ning's mother, "Since I've been living with you for more than a year, you should know what's going on inside me. I didn't want to continue bringing disaster to travelers, hence I followed the young master here. I had nothing else in mind, for the young master is straightforward and upright, someone upon whom both heaven and mortals look with respect, so my honest desire was to follow and to support him for 3 years or so, hoping thereby to win myself some kind of recognition that would confer honor in the world of the dead." Ning's mother knew Xiao Qian wasn't evil, yet she dreaded not being able to extend her family's line. The girl declared, "Only heaven can grant us children. The young master's listing in the registry of fate says he will have 3 notable sons, and his taking a ghost wife will not change that." Ning's mother believed her, so she discussed the possibility with her son. Ning was elated and arranged for a feast where he could inform his relatives of the news. Someone there asked to meet his new wife. Xiao Qian gladly consented, and came out in a splendid trousseau while everyone stared in astonishment, not because they thought she was a ghost, but because they thought she might be a goddess. Hence the family's female relatives all presented her with congratulatory gifts, competing with each other to make an impression on Xiao Qian so she'd remember them. Xiao Qian was a talented painter of orchids and plum blossoms, so she returned the favor by making small paintings about a chi in size, and those who were given them, feeling greatly honored, kept them as treasures. One day, sitting with her head bowed in front of a window, Xiao Qian seemed worried and depressed. Suddenly she asked Ning, "Where's that leather bag?" He explained, since you were afraid of it, I folded it up and put it away somewhere else. I've been breathing again with life for quite a while now, she said, and I won't be afraid of it anymore, so you should get it and hang it up at the head of our bed. Ning asked her why she wanted him to do so, and she replied, for the past 3 days, I've been continuously nervous and apprehensive because the demons at Jinhua Monastery hate me for having escaped, and I'm afraid day and night that one of them is going to come looking to get me. Ning consequently brought the leather bag out to her. Xiao Qian turned it over repeatedly, examining it very carefully, and then said, "This is what the sword god used to hold the heads of his victims. It looks worn out and tattered, so imagine how many murders it's responsible for. Just looking at it now makes my flesh crawl." So they hung it up. The next day, Xiao Qian directed Ning to move it and hang it on their door. That night, they sat near the candle, and Xiao Qian made sure that Ning wouldn't fall asleep. Suddenly something appeared, like a bird falling out of the sky. Xiao Qian was so terrified, she hid herself behind a curtain. Ning got a good look and the thing appeared to be a yaksha, with lightning in its eyes and a bloody tongue flashing and slashing. It roared up to the front of the house. When it got to the door, it stepped back a pace, hesitating for a long time. It finally came close to the leather bag and snatched it like someone plucking a melon, as though it was about to rip it apart. The bag suddenly made a loud noise, and became as large as a pair of baskets combined, like something from a dream. There was a monster that leapt halfway out of the bag, grabbed the yaksha, and pulled it inside, replacing noise with silence, while the bag instantly shrank back to its normal size. Ning was quite shocked. Underscore 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 un. About a chi in size, 1 chi is equal to 1/3 of a meter. Yaksha, in Buddhism, these nature spirits are sometimes portrayed as malevolent creatures that devour their victims. See story number 100, in Volume 2, The Yaksha Kingdom. Xiao Qian came out, overjoyed, exclaiming, "The plague is over." Together they looked inside the bag, finding nothing more than a large quantity of clear water. Several years later, Ning succeeded in passing the imperial examination as a jinchi. Xiao Qian gave birth to a son. Afterwards, Ning added a concubine to his family, who along with Xiao Qian gave birth to 2 more sons, and all 3 brothers became influential officials with good reputations. Underscore 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 un. Jinchi, a successful candidate in the highest level of the Imperial Civil Service examination. 50. The Faithful Mouse. Yang Tianyi claims that he was watching 2 mice come out of the ground when one of them was swallowed by a snake. The other one's eyes blazed like red-hot peppers. It was so enraged, but it could only look on from afar, rather than approach. The snake's belly was stuffed, so it began slithering into its den, but just as it was about halfway in, the other mouse rushed at it and bit the snake's tail with all its might. The snake, furious, withdrew its body and came back out. The mouse, because it was just plain fast, swiftly scampered away. The snake chased after it, but couldn't catch it, gave up, and returned. Just as it entered its den again, the mouse reappeared, biting the snake just as it had before. The snake went in and out, back and forth, for quite some time. At long last the snake re-emerged and vomited the dead mouse out onto the ground. The other mouse went over and sniffed at it, squeaking like it was grieving, then picked the first mouse up with its mouth and carried it away. My friend, Zhang Liu, composed a poem about this that he calls, The Conduct of the Faithful Mouse. Underscore 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 un. Zhang Liu. For more on Pu's friend, see Zhu, 167 and 6. 51 An earthquake. In the 7th year of the reign of Emperor Kangxi, on the 17th day of the 6th lunar month, between 7 o'clock and 9 o'clock at night, there was a tremendous earthquake. I was visiting in Jixia, and just then I was with one of my first cousins, Li Duzi, drinking by candlelight. Suddenly, we heard a sound like thunder rolling in from the southeast and heading northwest. Everyone was surprised, unable to identify what was making the noise. An instant later, the table started fluttering and our wine cups toppled over, the room's beams, rafters, and posts made sounds like they were going to split. We looked at each other and went pale. After some time, we realized it was an earthquake, so we quickly hurried outdoors. We could see that houses, pavilions, and such had been shaken, and were now stabilizing, but there were the sounds of walls collapsing and rooms caving in, of children crying and women wailing, the noise boiling up like a huge cauldron. People were so dizzy that they couldn't stand up, so they just fell to the ground while the earth contorted beneath them. The river's waters shot up a jong over my head, to the accompaniment of squawking ducks and barking dogs. When about an hour had passed, things began to settle down a bit. We noticed that naked men and women had gathered in the street, talking agitatedly to each other, completely forgetting that they had no clothes on. Underscore 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 un. 7th year. Kangxi reigned 1661 to 1722, hence the earthquake would be dated 1668. A jong, a distance equal to about 3.3 meters. Later on, I heard that the walls of a particular well had fallen in, so water couldn't be drawn from it, that a certain family's pavilion, previously facing south, had shifted to face the north, that Kixia mountain had been torn open, and that the Yi River had drained into an enormous fissure several mu across. This was a genuinely extraordinary and rare occurrence. In my town, there was a man whose wife got up to urinate one night, and when she was walking back, she came upon a wolf holding her infant son in its mouth. The wife immediately began struggling with the wolf. When it opened its jaws, the wife snatched her child back and escaped, carrying it in her arms. The wife then gave a mighty scream. The neighbors came running in response, so the wolf trotted off. Once she was no longer terrified, the wife became jubilant, pointing here and there to describe the incident, drawing pictures in the dirt, relating the story of the wolf holding her baby in its mouth, and how she'd grabbed him away through sheer force. It was a considerable length of time before she suddenly became aware that she didn't have a stitch of clothing on her body, and frantically ran off. This was the same thing that happened after the earthquake, when men and women similarly lost track of themselves. When people are frightened and anxious, they don't think clearly, which is good for countless laughs. Underscore 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 un. Several mu across, each mu is equal to approximately 0.0667 hectare, or 1/6 acre. Pu is thinking of something close to an acre here. 52 The Lord of the Sea. In the East Sea, on Guji Island, there's a 5-colored flower called Winter's Survivor, that lives through all 4 seasons without withering. Since ancient times, no one's lived on the island, and people rarely visit there. In Dengzhou, there was a scholar named Zhang, who loved encountering the unexpected, enjoying both traveling and hunting. When he heard that Guji Island was a place of natural beauty, he packed some wine and food, found himself a boat, and set off. When he arrived, he noted the multitudes of flowers, their fragrance carrying for several li, and there were trees so large that more than 10 people could be fitted around their perimeters. Returning to the sites again and again, reluctant to leave any of them, he felt very contented, enjoying the place tremendously. He opened up his wine, sorry that there wasn't anyone traveling with him. Suddenly, a beautiful woman appeared among the flowers, dressed in a red skirt that dazzled the eyes, and to put it briefly, she was simply beyond compare. She saw Zhang, smiled, and said, "I figured my interest in this place was unusual, so I didn't expect there would be someone who shared my enthusiasm." Zhang, surprised, asked, "Who are you?" She replied, "I'm a courtesan from Jiao Prefecture. I traveled here with the Lord of the Sea. He took off to view the scenery, but I was too exhausted to walk any further, so I decided to stay here." Zhang, who'd been feeling rather lonely, was very pleased to be joined by this beauty, so he invited her to sit and share his wine. Underscore 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 un. Li, a measure of distance equal to 1/3 mile. The woman spoke with words that were warm and enticing, that could turn a man's thoughts to licentiousness. Zhang consequently was attracted to her. Worried that the Lord of the Sea might return and that they wouldn't be able to indulge in their mutual pleasure, he suggested they seize the moment and make love. The woman cheerfully agreed. Their coupled bodies were showing no signs of slowing down, when suddenly they heard an awe-inspiringly powerful wind, accompanied by the sound of trees cracking and falling. The woman, worried, forced Zhang to get up and cried, "The Lord of the Sea has come." Zhang threw on his clothes and turned back around, stunned to see that the woman was already gone. Then he whirled around to see a huge snake coming out from among the trees, its body as thick as an enormous pipe. Zhang was terrified, so he slipped behind a large tree, hoping the snake wouldn't see him. The snake came right up close to him, then wound its body around both Zhang and the tree several times. His arms were both bound stiffly at his waist, so he couldn't bend them even a little. The snake raised up its head and flicked its tongue repeatedly at Zhang's nose. Distracted by the blood that began streaming from the nose, which collected in a shallow pool on the ground, the snake then lowered its head and drank from it. Zhang was sure he was going to die, when suddenly he remembered he was wearing a bag at his waist that contained poison for dealing with foxes, so with 2 fingers he pulled it out, and from the worn bag he was able to take some poison into his palm. Then he turned his neck so he was able to look at the palm, and the blood from his nose began to drip onto the poison until soon there was enough to fill his hand. The snake consequently came near to drink the blood from his palm. Before it could finish drinking, its body abruptly stiffened, then it began thrashing its tail, making a noise like thunder crashing, and every tree that it struck was broken in half, until the snake toppled to the ground like a mighty pillar and died. Zhang felt so dizzy that he couldn't stand up, and it took some time for him to recover. He collected the snake and went home, where he fell ill for more than a month. He suspected that the woman must have been a snake spirit. 53 Ding Kyungzi. Ding Kyungzi lived in Zukan. He was wealthy, both in terms of cash and of grain. A champion of justice, he was an admirer of Guo Xia, a truly upright man. A particular corrupt government official began searching for ways to censure him. Ding, consequently, was forced to live as a fugitive. When he arrived in Angkaiu, it had begun to rain, so to stay dry he had to give up traveling any further. By noon, the rain still hadn't let up. A boy came, offering him comfortable lodging and ample food. Since it was already dark, Ding stopped to lodge with the boy's family. The boy fed some hay and beans to his horse, then considerately served Ding his meal. Ding asked his name, and the boy replied, "The host here is named Yang, and I'm his nephew. The master, who loves to travel, is out now, and of the other family members, only my aunt stayed behind. We're poor, so we can't offer a visitor everything he might wish, and we hope you'll forgive us for that." Ding asked the boy what his uncle did for a living, and discovered that the family had neither money nor possessions, so during the day they set the place up for gambling, and in that way paid for their food. Underscore 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 un. Zukan, in modern Shandong province. Angkaiu is also in modern Shandong. Guos Yat, a Han Dynasty figure, Siju, 174-3. The following day, it rained as before, without stopping, and the boy was never idle in keeping Ding supplied. When night arrived, he gave the horse more hay, but Ding could tell that the sheaf of hay was soaked. It was also cut to many different lengths. He thought this odd. The boy declared, "To tell you the truth, my family's so poor that we have no livestock to feed, so my aunt took down some thatch from our home's roof for your horse." Ding found this stranger yet, figuring the boy was just hinting to him for some extra pay. At first light, Ding offered him some money, but the boy wouldn't accept it. Then when he offered it more insistently, the boy took it inside. When the boy came back out, he returned it as before, reporting, "My aunt said that we don't make our living by serving customers. When the master goes out, even for several days, he doesn't take along any cash, so when someone comes to stay with our family, how can we demand compensation?" Ding expressed his admiration and commendation of the master, then prepared to take his leave. He instructed the boy, "I'm known as Ding, from Zukan. Please inform Master Yang that I should like to have him visit me. When he has the leisure to do so, it would be my good fortune to welcome him." Years passed, and he heard no news of his former host. Then it happened one year that there was a great famine, and the Yang family became desperate in their poverty. Yang's wife persuaded him to pay a visit to Ding, so he went. Once he arrived, he gave his name at Ding's gate, but Ding didn't remember him. Once Yang repeatedly explained, however, Ding remembered everything. He slipped on some sandals and ran outside, bowing to his visitor and ushering him inside. When he noticed Yang's ragged clothing and worn-out shoes, he brought him to a warm room, laid out a feast, and entertained him with extraordinarily lavish generosity. The next day, Ding had a cap and a set of clothes made for Yang, to keep him warm. Yang was grateful, but he worried about his family more and more, anxious that he couldn't know how they were doing, since he was so far away. After Yang been staying there for several days, Ding still hadn't said anything particular about offering him assistance once he decided to leave. Yang's thoughts remained extremely troubled, so he told his host, "When I first saw you, I didn't dare reveal the facts. When I came here to prostrate myself before you, we didn't even have a sheng of rice left. Now, due to your kind treatment, I'm fine. But what about my family?" Ding reassured him, "Don't let it prey on your mind, for I've already taken care of the details. I hope you'll allow yourself the leisure of staying a little longer, so I can help provide you with some traveling expenses." Then he sent his servants out to summon various gamblers, so Yang could sit there and ask them for a share of their profits, till by the end of the evening he had collected 100 taels, and Ding saw him off for his return trip. Once he was back home, Yang spotted his wife dressed in brand new clothing and shoes, with a young maidservant waiting on her. Startled, he asked what had happened. His wife explained, "The day after you left, servants with carts came to offer us cloth, silk and grain, piling it all up until they filled a room, saying it was a present from Ding, who was once a guest here. Even this maid was sent to serve me." Yang couldn't express how moved he was by all this. Hence his family became moderately wealthy, and Yang never had to resort to his old way of making ends meet. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "Poor yet hospitable to visitors, even drinkers and gamblers can be moved to do good." The unusually insightful person here, however, was Yang's wife. For who could receive assistance and not return the favor? By rightly refusing to forget a single meal he'd received, Ding demonstrated his virtue. Underscore 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 un. Sheng, a measure equal to approximately 1 liter. 54. The whale's surface. Along a certain stretch of the seashore, there were no mountains. One day, however, people suddenly observed an entire mountain range there that stretched for many li, and the crowds were utterly astonished. But on the following day, the mountains suddenly began to shift and dissolve, until there was nothing left. There was an old legend which said that whales would come to the surface during the Pure Brightness festival, and then people afterwards took their families to pay their respects at their ancestral graves, so it was also very common to see this happening during Cold Food Day. Underscore 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 un. Li, a measure of distance equal to 1/3 mile. Pure Brightness Festival. Cold Food Day, the early April celebration of the Qingming, or Pure Brightness Festival, aka Tomb Sweeping Day, honors family ancestors. Part of the celebration includes not cooking on this day, instead serving only cold food. Hanqi, or Cold Food Day, begins on the evening before the Qingming festival. 55 Old Master Zhang. An old gentleman named Zhang lived in Shaanxi province. When it came time for him to marry off his daughter, he took his family to Jiangnan, and personally purchased his daughter's trousseau. Once their boat arrived at Gold Mountain, Zhang disembarked, advising his family to stay in the boat and not to fry any fish or meat. Now there was a monstrously large sea turtle living in the river that would surface whenever it smelled something tasty, wrecking boats and gulping down travelers, and it had been wreaking havoc on the people there for quite some time. When Zhang left, his family members forgot about his warning, and started roasting some meat in the boat. Suddenly, a gigantic wave capsized the boat, drowning his wife and daughter. Zhang returned to the site, mourning sorrowfully and wishing he were dead. Subsequently, he climbed Gold Mountain to visit a Buddhist monastery, in order to inquire about the monstrous turtle that had become the object of his hatred. Shocked, a monk who heard his story, replied, "We live near it daily, and fear that it endangers people's lives, so we serve it as a god, and I pray it hasn't been angered. At regular times we sacrifice livestock, throwing the body segments into the river, then something surfaces, swallows them, and submerges again. Who could hope to survive the enmity of such power?" When Zhang heard this, a plan suddenly occurred to him. It was easy to enlist some blacksmiths, who had set up a forge on the mountainside, to smelt some red iron weighing a few hundred jin. When they had learned where the thing most frequently hid itself, they directed 2 or 3 strong men to use large tongs to lift the hot iron up and throw it into the river. The monster turtle came up, quickly swallowed it, and went back down. Shortly, waves the size of hills began surging. An instant later, the billows ceased and the monstrous turtle, dead, floated to the surface. Travelers and monks quickly united and built a temple to Old Master Zhang, placing an effigy of him inside it where they revere him as a water deity, and when they supplicate him, he answers them. Underscore 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 un. A few hundred jin. 1 jin is approximately 0.5 kilograms. 56. The shuimang herb. Shuimang is a poisonous herb. It's a creeping vine like the kudzu. It also has purple flowers, similar to lentils. Those who eat it by mistake immediately die, and become shuimang ghosts. Popular belief holds that such a ghost will not be reincarnated, and can only be returned to the cycle of life if someone else dies from the poison and can serve as a substitute. For this reason, there's considerable suffering in the area around Peach Blossom River, where these ghosts are particularly prevalent. A scholar named Zhu was going to see a same year, a friend who'd been born the same year he had, which involved paying a visit with one's name card, calling each other elder brother and younger brother, and their sons being called nephews and calling them uncles, a popular custom. As Zhu was heading off to see his same year, Mao, he felt violently parched along the way, his throat longing for an immediate drink. Suddenly he spotted an old woman at the side of the road, in a hut, apparently giving out tea to drink, so he hurried over. The old woman welcomed and conducted him into her hut, and hospitably offered him a cup of something that was very dark. He sniffed at it and noticed a peculiar smell, not like tender tea leaves, so he wouldn't drink it, put it down, and got up to leave. Underscore 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 un. Shui Mang, while Elysium verum, or Chinese star anise, produces seeds pods that are used both as a flavoring and as a medicine. Elysium anisatum, or Japanese star anise, features cardamom-scented fruits and leaves which are poisonous, and the flowers are not scented, though the fruits are used externally as medicine. The second and third characters of the story's title, Mangko, is the Chinese designation for Elysium anisatum, which grows as a small evergreen tree, rather than as a vine. Peach Blossom River, Dehuajiang, in Hunan Province. The old woman anxiously stopped her guest and shouted, "Sunnyang, fetch a cup of the good tea out here." In a few moments, a young woman, carrying a teapot in her hands, came out from behind the hut. She seemed about 14 or 15 years old, looking breathtakingly lovely and captivating, with rings on her fingers and bracelets on her arms, glittering and gleaming, casting varied shadows. Zhu accepted a little cup from her, his thoughts fixated on Sunnyang. He sniffed his tea, finding it heavily fragrant and energizing. He drained it and asked for a second cup. He watched the old woman until she turned around, then playfully grabbed the girl's wrist and took one of her rings off a finger. Sunnyang blushed and gave a slight smile, which made Zhu become even more smitten. He had intended to ask her where her family was from, but just then the girl told him, "If you come tonight, I'll still be here." Zhu begged her to give him a small pinch of her tea leaves, which he put together with her ring, and then he went on his way. When he arrived at the home of his same year, he began to feel an awful pain in his heart, and suspecting that there was something wrong with the tea, he informed his friend, Mao, of his experience. Horrified, Mao exclaimed, "You're in grave danger. They were Shuimang ghosts. My late father died of that. Nothing can save you, so what shall we do?" Zhu was terribly afraid, and took out the leaves to examine them, verifying that they were from the Shuimang herb. Then he took out the ring, revealing everything about the girl. Mao thought for quite some time, then replied, "She must be Cao Sunnyang." Zhu, surprised that he was familiar with her name, demanded, "How'd you know that?" Mao explained, in a village to the south, a wealthy family named Cao had a daughter who was known as a great beauty, until she mistakenly ate Shuimang and died. Undoubtedly she was the malevolent spirit you encountered. Someone there revealed that to deal with such spirits, if one could learn the ghost's family name and then beg the family for some of the ghost's former undergarments, the clothing could be boiled and the result could be drunk as an antidote. Mao anxiously paid a visit to the Cao family, fully and accurately informing them of Zhu's entire story, kneeling for a long time in earnest sorrow, begging for help, but the Caos realized that Zhu was about to serve as a substitute for their daughter who had died, and consequently they turned stingy, refusing to grant his request. Mao returned in anger, and broke the news to Zhu. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Zhu cried, "If I'm to die, it's certainly not going to be just so their daughter can be reincarnated." Mao then saw him home in a sedan chair, but just as they were almost at his front gate, Zhu died. Zhu's mother wailed and wept as she buried him. He left behind him a son who had just turned 1 year old. His wife was unable to remain a widow, so half a year later, she remarried and moved out. Zhu's mother cared for her fatherless grandson and fed the little boy all by herself, which was too demanding for the beleaguered grandmother to stand, so she sobbed piteously day and night. One day, just as she was holding the child and crying, Zhu suddenly and silently entered the room. His mother, aghast, wiped away her tears and asked him why he had come. He answered her, "I heard you're weeping from the underworld, and it made me so grievously sad that I've come to serve you, at least paying my respects in the mornings and evenings. Though I am dead, I've already taken a new wife, and we're both going to take over your toil, mother, so don't be so sad." "What kind of person is your wife?" his mother asked. Zhu replied, the cow family just sat by and let me die, which I resented violently. After I died, I wanted to find Sun Yang, but I didn't know where to look for her. Recently I met with an uncle, who pointed out for me how to locate her. Sun Yang had been reincarnated into the family of an official named Ren. I sped there, grabbed her spirit back forcibly, and brought her with me. Now she's become my wife and we actually get along well together, so she's suffered no hardship. A little while later, a young woman entered through the gate, gorgeously attired and absolutely beautiful, and prostrated herself on the ground to show her respect for Zhu's mother. Zhu explained, this is Cow Sun Yang. Though Sun Yang was no longer a living person, when Zhu's mother looked her over, she found herself feeling rather pleased with the girl. Zhu then sent Sun Yang to perform the household chores. Though the girl wasn't accustomed to doing such work, she was so obedient that she nevertheless made it her responsibility wholeheartedly, earning everyone's love and appreciation. Hence once they moved in with Zhu's mother, they stayed there and never deserted her. Sun Yang requested that Zhu's mother inform her family about everything that had happened. Zhu didn't want his mother to do so, but she obliged Sun Yang, and in the end reported everything. The head of the cow family and his wife were greatly astonished by the news, and quickly ordered a carriage to take them back with her. When they saw the girl, they knew it was Sun Yang. They hugged her, silently weeping, till she encouraged them to stop their crying. Sun Yang's mother noticed that the Zhus were quite impoverished, which made her all the more upset. Sun Yang remarked, I'm already a ghost, so what difference does it make if they're poor? Zhu and his mother care about me, generously and faithfully loving me, so I feel entirely at ease here. They asked her then, who was the old woman who gave out the tea? Her surname was Ni, explained Sun Yang, and since she was ashamed of being unable to trick any passers-by, she begged me to assist her. Now she's already been reincarnated into a family that runs a sour liquor shop in town. Then she turned to Zhu and said, you're already my husband, but you still haven't yet paid your respects to my parents' house that's supposed to make me feel. Zhu abruptly flung himself down to show respect for his parents-in-law. Sun Yang then went into the kitchen to act for Zhu's mother by preparing a meal, which they offered to the cows. Sun Yang's mother felt wretched about this. She returned home and sent 2 maidservants back to serve them, plus a great quantity of currency and many bolts of fine cloth and silk. She also had wine and meat delivered frequently as tokens of their goodwill toward Zhu's mother, attempting to improve her life a bit. The cows also periodically invited Sun Yang to return home and visit them. After several days, she would always say, there's no one at home to keep house, so you'd better let me head back before long. Sometimes when the parents intended to urge her to stay with some kind of excuse, Sun Yang would simply fly away home herself. Her father then built a grand house for Zhu, and oversaw that it was furnished with all the best before he left. Nevertheless, Zhu never paid a visit to his father-in-law's home. One day there came word of a villager who'd been poisoned by Shui Meng, had died, but had then come back to life, with everyone commenting on the strangeness of it all. Zhu remarked, I'm the one who revived him. He was killed by a person named Li Ju, but I drove Li's spirit away from him and eliminated it. Why didn't you take over the man when you had the chance? Asked his mother. Underscore 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 un. Sour liquor shop, a shop that sells a mixture of alcohol and vinegar. He replied, I despise that kind of behavior, and since I've prevented others from acting like that, how could I stoop to it? Besides, my greatest happiness is to wait upon my mother, so I have no desire to be reborn. Henceforth, whenever anyone was poisoned by Shui Meng, they'd prepare a lavish supplication feast and beg Zhu for rescue, which he always granted them. When just over 10 years had passed, Zhu's mother died. Zhu and Sun Yang were grief-stricken, became listless and debilitated, and refused to receive any visitors, only directing their son to put on rough mourning garments and express his sincere sorrow, instructing him in the proper rites, nothing extravagant and wasteful. About 2 years after they'd buried Zhu's mother, the parents arranged their son's marriage to the granddaughter of Ren, the government official. Previously, Master Ren had had a daughter by a concubine, and the girl was only a few months old when she died. After hearing the strange stories about Zhu, he ordered that he be driven to Zhu's home, where he treated Zhu as his son-in-law and arranged a granddaughter's marriage to Zhu's son. Once the granddaughter became the son's wife, relations between the families were always cordial. One day, Zhu called his son to him and said, "The gods feel that I have performed meritorious deeds for the common people in the world, so they've appointed me as the Dragon Master of the 4 great rivers, and now it's time for me to take up my position." Underscore 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 un. A daughter. Only a few months old when she died, that is, Ren's infant father was the reincarnated Sun Yang before Zhu grabbed her spirit back forcibly. Dragon Master of the 4 great rivers. Scaled shells. Chinese dragons are water creatures, inhabiting the oceans and large rivers surrounding China. Rather than a coat of mail, then, the horses deputed to carry Zhu and Sun Yang to the dragon lords are covered with scales, like other denizens of the deep. The 4 rivers are the Zhejiang, Pearl, in the extreme south, the Changjiang, Long, also known as the Yangtze, just south of central China, the Huanghe, Yellow, in central China, and the Heilongjian, Black Dragon, in the extreme north. Shortly afterward, in the courtyard they saw 4 horses appear, pulling an immaculate yellow coach, the thighs of each horse covered with scaled shells. Husband and wife came out, grandly attired, and stepped up into the coach together. The son and his wife tearfully prostrated themselves, and in the space of a breath, the coach had vanished. That same day, the Cow family saw their daughter arrive, and she lovingly took her leave of her father and mother, explaining Zhu's advancement to them. Sun Yang's mother, weeping, pleaded with her to stay, but she simply replied, "My dear Zhu has already gone on ahead." She walked out the gate then, and was never seen again. Zhu's son, who was named Yi, his courtesy name Lycan, begged Sun Yang's father to give her bones to him, and he subsequently buried them alongside his father's remains. 57. Creating livestock. There are plenty of ways to bedevil people magically, like tossing out some kind of tempting bait for people to follow when they're sleepwalking, which is popularly known as attacking with a fistful of fluff, and is called bluffing with fluff south of the Yangtze River. Children don't know about such things, so they're constantly vulnerable to such harm. There's also another enchantment one can cast that changes people into beasts, called creating livestock. The spell is little practiced north of the Yangtze, though it's quite common in the south. At an inn in Yangzhou, a man leading a 5-headed donkey came in and tied it up at the inn stable, declaring to the innkeeper, "I'll be right back." He quickly added, "Don't let it eat or drink." Then he went away. The donkey was out in the sun and became agitated, raising a ruckus with its kicking and biting. The innkeeper led it away from the stable to cool off. When the donkey spotted some water, it rushed towards it and indulged itself in guzzling. A moment later, it changed into a woman. The innkeeper was astonished and asked her what had happened, but she was tongue-tied and couldn't speak. Then he hid her inside the inn. Not long afterwards, when the donkey's master returned with 5 sheep and entered the courtyard, he nervously asked where his donkey had gone. The innkeeper dragged him over to a seat and offered him food, earnestly saying, "For now, sir, enjoy your meal, your donkey will show up quite soon." The innkeeper then stepped out, fed the 5 sheep with water, and in seconds they turned into 5 children. The innkeeper secretly sent a message to prefectural headquarters, from whence servants were dispatched to arrest the man, who was subsequently shackled and executed. 58. The scholar from Fengyang. A scholar from Fengyang County hoisted his bamboo bookcase on his back, and prepared for a long journey. He told his wife, "After 6 months, I'll return." More than 10 months later, to her dismay, she'd heard nothing from him. The wife anxiously kept a vigil for him, hoping for his return. One night, while she was resting on her pillow, the moon shining through their cloth-covered window projected a wavering image that made her restless with thinking about being separated from her husband. Just as she was tossing and turning, a fairy with pearls in her coiled hair, and a crimson cape over her shoulders, pulled aside a curtain and entered, smiling, as she asked, "Big sister, don't you want to see your husband?" The wife immediately got up and repeatedly said that she wanted to see him. The fairy invited the wife to come with her. The wife was concerned about the difficulties of traveling very far, but the fairy persuaded her not to worry. She quickly offered the wife her hand and led her outside, the two walking together in the moonlight for a short while. Then the wife became aware that the fairy was walking quite fast, her pace so brisk that the wife was having a hard time keeping up with her, so she called for the fairy to wait for her while she went back home to put on some other shoes that would enable her to travel faster. Underscore 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 un. Fengyang, in modern Anhui province. The fairy led her to sit by the side of the road, took off her own shoes, and gave them to the wife. She gratefully put them on, and fortunately they were a perfect fit. She got up and continued following the fairy, her pace so rapid that she felt like she was flying. After a while, she saw her husband riding towards them on a white mule. When he saw his wife, he was quite surprised, so he anxiously got off the mule and asked, "Where are you going?" She replied, "I came to find you." Then he turned around to look and asked her who the fairy was. Before his wife could answer, the beauty hid her laughing mouth behind her hand, and remarked, "Don't ask anything. Your wife had to rush here frantically and it hasn't been easy for her, you've also travelled urgently for half the night, so the two of you and your mule must be exhausted. My home isn't far away, so it wouldn't be too late for you to take a rest from your travels there, and in the morning you can be on your way." They noticed that there was a village not too far away, so they proceeded to enter it. After walking into a courtyard, the fairy urgently woke up a sleeping maidservant to serve her guests, saying, "Tonight the moonlight is so bright that there's no need for candles, and we can sit on the stone chairs around this little table." The scholar tied his weary mule to a pillar under the house's eaves, then sat down. The fairy commented to his wife, "My shoes aren't comfortable for your feet, so weren't you exhausted on the way? You'll be able to ride on your way home, so I'd like to ask you to return them to me." The wife expressed her thanks and handed them over. Soon wine and fruits were set out, and the fairy poured wine for them, saying, "The married couple have long been apart, but tonight they are reunited. I'd like to drink this cup of wine in honor of congratulating you two." The scholar also held up his cup and offered his own toasts with more wine. The hostess and guests laughed and chatted, becoming quite uninhibited. The scholar stared at their stunning hostess, repeatedly directing glib comments to her as they flirted together. In contrast, the husband and wife hadn't shared even a single word of intimacy since they'd been reunited. The fairy's alluring eyes communicated passion while she spoke in suggestive double entendres. The scholar's wife sat there silently, pretending not to understand their innuendos. As they gradually became more and more intoxicated, the words of the two became more explicitly seductive. The fairy encouraged the scholar to drink from an enormous wine cup, but the drunken scholar declined, insisting that he'd already overindulged. Laughing then, he exclaimed, "Sing me a song and I'll accept your drink." The beauty offered no resistance, strummed a chain with an ivory plectrum, and began to sing. "Dusk wipes away all my makeup. The cool west wind penetrates the cloth of my window. I listen to the sound of broad leaves strike. Drizzle falls in fits and starts. Where and with whom can I gossip as I used to do? I have a burning desire to see him. But there's no response. I weep continually, my tears trailing like ropes. Thinking of him often. Hating him often. I hold my red embroidered slipper in my hand. To divine my future from the spirits. When the song was finished, she smiled and said, "This is just a ditty that people sing in the streets, and not worth your listening. But it's very popular around here, so this is just my version of it." Her tone of voice was soft, her movements indecently intimate. The scholar was so excited, he could hardly control himself. Underscore 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 un. Chin, a zither-like stringed instrument. Before long, the fairy pretended to be drunk and left her seat. He also got up and followed her out. A long time passed and they didn't come back. The maidservant grew tired and laid down to sleep on the porch. The wife sat there alone, abandoned, with no one to talk to, her heart raging with unbearable anger. She considered fleeing for home, but the darkness was intimidating and she couldn't remember the route that they'd taken. With her thoughts churning around and around, she couldn't come up with a definite plan, so instead she got up to spy on the two. As she crouched near the window, there came the unmistakable sounds of love-making, faintly audible. She perked up her ears, hearing her husband whispering all the sweet nothings he had always used to please her in the past, pouring out all those words to the fairy. By this point, the wife's hands were trembling, her heart pounding in her throat, and she decided to run out through the gate, jump into a ravine and die. She had just run outside angrily, when suddenly she saw her second younger brother, Songling, ride up on a horse, hastily dismount, and ask what was going on. She told him everything. Songling, outraged, returned to the house with his sister, barged inside, and found the door to the fairy's room bolted shut, with the bedside whispers still coming from inside. Songling hefted up a tremendous stone like he was going to use it as a weapon, then pitched it through the window lattice, breaking the window to pieces. From inside a voice screamed, his brain split open. "What am I going to do?" When the wife heard this, she panicked and wept hysterically to her brother, "I didn't mean to conspire with you to kill him, so now what can we do?" Songling opened his eyes wide and declared, "You called for me to hurry and aid you, now that I've addressed your complaint, you begin to protect your husband and blame it on your own brother. I'll never listen to you again." When he turned with the intention of leaving, the wife grabbed at his clothing, pleading, "If you don't take me along with you, where can I go?" Songling pushed his sister to the ground, shook off her touch, and left. The wife suddenly awakened in terror, only then realizing that it had all been a dream. That very day, the husband really did return home, riding a white mule. His wife thought this was strange, but didn't mention it. The scholar, too, had had a dream the previous night, and when he described what he'd seen and experienced in it, the details tallied exactly with everything that had happened in her dream, which scared them both. Not long afterwards, Songling heard that his elder sister's husband had come home from his travels, so he also visited them to make inquiries. During their conversation, he told the husband, "Last night I dreamt that you'd come home, and now sure enough you have, which is really strange." The scholar laughed and replied, "Fortunately, your boulder didn't kill me." Songling, stunned, asked him why he'd said that, so the husband told him about his dream. Songling found this utterly bizarre. That same night, he'd dreamt that he had found his sister weeping out her accusation, and in violent rage he'd flung the stone. They had 3 identical dreams, but no one knew from where the fairy had come. 59 Gangshiba. Gangshiba, from Xingqian, fell gravely ill and realized that he was never going to get up again. Hence he told his wife, "It's not too long from now that I'll have to leave you. After I die, either marry someone else or remain loyal to me and take care of my parents. Please let me know what you'll do." His wife sat silently and wouldn't speak. Gang remained adamant in his request, adding, "Remaining loyal to me is a fine gesture, but marrying again would be equally acceptable. Tell me the truth about what you intend to do. If you remain loyal to me, it'll ease my mind. If you marry someone else, I won't worry about you any longer." His grieving wife then replied, "Our family couldn't bear your loss. You're still alive and you mustn't give up, so how can I answer such a question?" Geng heard this, hastily grabbed his wife's arm, and with an edge in his voice, cried, "You're so cruel." His words trailed off, and he died. The hand grasping her arm wouldn't release it. His wife began wailing. Family members came in, 2 of them reaching for Geng's fingers, and, using all of their might to pry them off, finally succeeded in opening them. Underscore 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 un. Shiba, literally, 18. At first glance, an auspicious name, since there are so many significant 18s in Chinese culture, e.g., the 18 weapons developed by Sun Pin and Wu Qi during the Warring States period, the 18 immediate disciples, Arhat, of the Buddha. But in the context of this story, his name recalls the extremely inauspicious 18 places of torment in the underworld, see Mayer's 75. Geng didn't know he was dead, so when he walked out past his gate, he saw over 10 small carts, each cart carrying 10 people, and noticed pieces of paper with names written on them attached to their sides. When one of the cart drivers saw Geng, he urged him to climb on up. Geng observed that previously there had been only 9 people in this particular cart, but counting him, there were now 10. Then he examined a list posted on the cart's side and found his name at the bottom of it. The cart travelled along quite noisily, with a vibrating sound that jarred the ears of everyone inside, so Geng was unable to find out where they were going. After a while they stopped, and when he asked where they were, he was told, "Think of this as your new hometown." Geng became suspicious upon hearing this. Then he overheard a conversation involving the cart driver, who said in a low voice, "Today they chopped up 3 people." Geng was shocked. When he heard these whispered words, he realized that they were talking about the underworld, and demanded, "Have I become some kind of ghost?" He immediately began thinking about his family, and found nothing to worry about except his aged mother, for if his wife wanted to remarry, there'd be no one to take care of her, and as he thought it, he couldn't stop his tears from flowing. As time passed, he noticed that there was a very high platform and many people wandering around it, with cangs over their heads and shackles on their feet, sobbing as they climbed down and climbed up it, and he heard someone say something about visiting the village stage. All the people came there, plodding along with restraints on, chaotically vying with each other to climb up. The cart driver would either flog them or detain them, and it was only when it was Geng's turn that he urgently directed him to start climbing. Underscore 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 un. Visiting the village stage, an archaic euphemism for the underworld. He went up about 10 flights of steps, finally arriving at the very top. When he raised his head to look around, he saw a large gate and grand hall. Yet once he was inside, the rooms were barely visible, as though thick with the steam rising from a bamboo cooker. Miserable, he felt crushed. When he looked back, there was a fellow wearing a short, cotton-padded jacket, standing just behind his shoulder, and he promptly inquired if his last name was Geng. Geng confirmed that this was, indeed, his name. The man then told him that he was a craftsman from Donghai. Seeing Geng shedding tears, he asked, "What unfinished business is troubling you?" Geng then told him his story. The craftsman hatched a plan for Geng to jump down from the platform and escape with him. Geng was afraid that he'd be pursued through the underworld, but the craftsman firmly insisted that there would be no problem. Geng was also worried about falling and hurting himself from such a height, but the craftsman persuaded him to follow him. He then took the lead and leapt ahead, with Geng determinedly following after him. When they reached the ground, Geng surprisingly no longer felt ill. He was overjoyed not to be noticed. Then he saw that the carts were still parked beneath the platform. The two men anxiously dashed away. After several steps, Gang suddenly recalled that his name was posted on the side of a cart and feared that if he didn't remove the name, someone would come after him again, so he turned back and crept close to the cart, spit on his fingers, rubbed out his name, then ran away till he was gasping for breath, but didn't dare stop for an instant. In a short time, Gang reached the gate of his house and the craftsman sent him on inside. Suddenly he saw his own corpse there, which then stirred and returned to life. He felt exhausted and terribly thirsty, so he hurriedly cried out for some water. His family members, though horribly frightened, brought him plenty of water which he gulped down. Then all of a sudden he stood up, bowed respectfully, and prostrated himself on the ground as though showing someone his gratitude. He walked out the gate with his hands folded together in thanks, then returned. When he went inside, he laid down stiffly and was unable to turn over. His family members thought his actions were pretty odd and began to wonder whether he was really alive, but when they started keeping an eye on him, they found that he wasn't really acting all that strangely. Coming closer, they wanted to know what had happened to him, so he vividly described everything to them, from beginning to end. "Why did you walk out through the gate?" they asked him. He answered, "Because the craftsman was leaving." "Why'd you drink so much water?" "At first it was only me drinking," he replied, "but after that the craftsman had some to drink. They brought him some broth, and after several days, he recovered." Because of this, he grew bitter and mean towards his wife, and never again shared bed or table with her. 60 Zhuer. In Changzhou, there lived a man named Li Hua, who was a wealthy landowner. He was over 50 years old, yet he had no son. There had been a daughter named Xiaowai, possessed of an elegant beauty, whom her father and mother loved dearly. But when she was 14, she became violently ill and passed away, causing a chill to settle over their home as their greatest delight in life was taken from them. Li then took a concubine, and when over a year had passed, she gave birth to a son who was valued like precious jade and was named Zhuer. The boy gradually grew into a husky fellow of sweet temperament. However, by nature he was also hopelessly dense, so when he was 5 or 6 years old he still couldn't tell the difference between beans and wheat, and he also experienced great difficulty with speaking. Li, however, loved him and refused to acknowledge his inadequacies. It so happened then that there was a monk, blind in one eye, who came to the city to solicit donations, and always knew what was going on in the privacy of people's homes, so everyone was rather scared of him, like he was some kind of spirit. In addition, he asserted that he was able to control a person's life or death, misfortune or happiness. He persisted in his seemingly limitless demands for money from the people, and no one dared to hold out on him. Underscore 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 un. Zhuer, literally, the pearl boy. Beans and wheat, these are paired proverbially as edible items that are distinctly different and hence easily distinguishable. He paid a visit to Li, hoping to collect 100 strings of coins. Li was in no position to give him that much. He presented him with 10 strings, but the monk refused them. Eventually Li increased the amount to 30. The monk gave him a severe look and said, "It has to be 100 strings and not a jot less." Li, equally furious, picked up the proffered strings of coins and left. The monk abruptly stood up, exclaiming, "You'll be sorry, you'll be sorry." Not long afterwards, Zhuer experienced violent heart pains for no apparent reason, and began clawing at his mattress, looking as pale as dust and ashes. Frightened for him, Li took 80 strings of coins to the monk and begged him to save his son. Laughing, the monk declared, "It's not easy to earn this kind of money. What could a mere hermit possibly do for you?" Li returned home and learned that his son had already died. He was profoundly grieved, so he filed a complaint with the county magistrate. The magistrate had the monk arrested and interrogated, accepting none of his impassioned pleas. The magistrate then called for him to be flogged, but it sounded like a drum was being beaten rather than a man. The magistrate ordered someone to search his body, where they found 2 wooden men, a small coffin, and 5 small flags. Outraged, the magistrate began repeating certain magical gestures with his hands. The monk then became frightened and knocked his head against the ground countless times in contrition. But the magistrate wouldn't listen to him, and had him beaten to death. Li kowtowed his gratitude and returned home. Some time after sunset, Li and his wife were sitting on their bed. Suddenly a frightened-looking little boy rushed into the room and said, "Papa, why'd you go so fast? I tried my hardest, but couldn't catch up with you." Li examined his body and face, figuring him to be about 7 or 8 years old. Underscore 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 un. Strings of coins, each string held 1,000 copper coins. Shaken, Li was just about to ask him some questions when he looked over and found him there one moment but gone the next, suddenly turning to a smoky fog that wound and twisted around them, then rose and climbed up onto their bed. Li pushed him off and he fell to the floor without a sound. The boy cried out, "Papa, what did you do that for?" He glanced shyly at Li, and then climbed back up. Li was frightened, as was his wife, so they both ran away. The boy cried for his papa and mama, moaning ceaselessly. Li led them into his wife's room, hurriedly slamming the door shut, but when he turned around, the boy was suddenly there beside them. Shaken, Li asked him what he wanted. The boy replied, "I'm from Suzhou, and my name is Jean. At the age of 6 I became an orphan, but my elder brother and his wife wouldn't take me in, sending me instead to my maternal grandfather's household. Unexpectedly, while I was playing outside the gate there, a mad sorcerer killed me beneath the mulberry tree, turning me into a wandering ghost, unjustly barred from the underworld, unable to be reincarnated. It was my good fortune that you redressed that wrong, Papa, so now I wish to stay here as your son." Li told him, "People and ghosts must follow different paths, so how can we live together?" The boy answered, "If you could allow me just a small room, to set up a bed and mattress, and each day prepare me a cup of cold congee, I wouldn't need anything more." Li agreed to this. The boy was jubilant and laid down to sleep in one of the other rooms. When morning arrived, he got up and walked into the family's private quarters, just like he'd grown up in the house. He heard the sound of Li's wife weeping and asked, "How many days has it been since Zhu'er died?" Li told him that it had been 7 days. The boy declared, "Since the weather's quite cold, his body won't have decayed. Send someone out to open his grave and look inside, for if his body hasn't been damaged, we should be able to bring him back to life." Li was overjoyed, so he accompanied the boy, opened the grave, and examined the body, discovering it completely unchanged. Amazed by this, he turned to look at the boy, but found him nowhere in sight. Finding this strange, he lifted his son's body and carried it home. Just as he was laying the body onto a bed, Zhu'er's eyes opened, looking in Li's direction, and less than a moment later he was calling for hot water. The hot water made him sweat, and after sweating it out, he was able to get up. Everyone was elated that Zhu'er had returned to life, and in addition he was clever and capable in ways curiously different than before. Yet at night he would lay there utterly stiff, not breathing in the least, and when they turned him over on his side, he didn't move, just like he was dead. This frightened everyone, who said he must have died again, but at the crack of dawn, he began to stir like he was waking from a dream. The household members drew near and asked him all about it. Zhu'er replied, "When I was with that sorcerer, there were 2 boys, one of whom was named Gazi. Yesterday, I couldn't catch up with Papa because I was saying goodbye to Gazi. In the underworld, he's now been adopted by Zhang Yuanwei, living a free and happy life. Last evening, he heartily invited me to play with him. Afterward, he sent me home on a yellow horse with a white nose and black mouth. His mother then asked him, in the underworld, did you happen to see Zhu'er? The boy replied, Zhu'er had already been reincarnated. He and Papa were never fated to enjoy a father and son relationship. He was reincarnated into Yan Zifang of Jingling, who had come to collect a debt of 1,800 coins. In the past, Li had indeed done some trading in Jinling, and he'd owed money to a man named Yan, who had died, but no one else knew about the debt. When Li heard this, he was terribly startled. Underscore 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 un. With that sorcerer, this reveals that Jean is speaking through Zhu'er's body. Yellow horse. Eberhard notes that the color yellow is associated with fame, progress, and advancement. 322, here perhaps foreshadowing Zhu'er's later success. Zhu'er's mother asked him, did you see your elder sister? Nope, the boy replied. But I'll go back and search for her. 2 or 3 days later, he reported to his mother, happily, elder sister is quite content in the underworld, since she's married to Chu Zhongwang, son of a minor official, and has pearls and jadeite aplenty to adorn her hair. Whenever she goes out the door, there are always hordes of servants to announce her departure from the hall. His mother wondered, why doesn't she come back to see her folks? When a person's dead, he explained, she no longer has any bones or flesh, so there's not much to be concerned about any longer. But if someone reminds her even a little of her former life, then she can be put back in touch with her old emotions. Yesterday, I asked Master Zhang if he would arrange for me to see elder sister, and she called for me to sit with her on a bed made from coral, where I told her that father and mother were very worried and concerned about her, which she took in like someone who was asleep. So I said to her, elder sister, when you were alive, you took pleasure in embroidering stemmed flowers side by side. Then one time, when you were trimming your fingernails with the scissors, some blood dripped onto the fine silk of your work, so you simply turned it into some reddish running water. Even now, mother has it hanging on the wall at the head of her bed so she can see it and always think of you. Sister, have you forgotten her? Sister was moved to tears and declared, I have to explain to my husband, then I can return home to visit Mama. His mother asked him when to expect her, and Zhu'er replied that he had no idea. One day he suddenly told his mother, elder sister's on her way with a large entourage of servants, so we'd better set out a generous supply of wine. Shortly thereafter, he rushed back in to tell her, sister's here. He moved a seat for her into the hall, saying, sister, please sit down and rest yourself, till you can stop your crying. No one else who was there saw anything at all. Zhu'er directed the others to burn some hell money and offer libations of wine outside the gate, then returned and said, I've commanded her escort to retire temporarily. Sister told me, there used to be a green brocade quilt that already had a burnt spot in it the size of a pea. Is it still around? Zhu'er's mother replied, it's still around. At once she opened a basket and took out the quilt. The boy reported, sister has requested her old bedroom. She's exhausted and would like a little rest. Then tomorrow, Mama, you can talk to her. Their neighbor to the east, named Zhao, had a daughter who used to embroider with Liaozhai. One night, she suddenly dreamt that Liaozhai, dressed in a scarf and purple robe, had come to visit with her, chatting and laughing like they always had before. After quite a while, Liaozhai said, I am dead now, and though my father and mother are face to face with me, we might as well be far apart. Little sister, I'd like to borrow your body so I can speak with them, please don't be alarmed. When the next morning arrived, she was all ready to speak with her mother. Then she fell to the ground suddenly, unconscious. After she'd been in this state for about 15 minutes, she started to come around, turned to her mother and said, Auntie, while we've been apart for oh so many years, something has happened to make your hair turn white. Her mother, astonished, wondered, are you insane, child? The daughter broke off her visit and left at once. Her mother, thinking this odd, followed her. Liaozhai made a beeline for the Li household and tearfully hugged her mother. Mrs. Li didn't know what to think. Her daughter remarked, "When I came home yesterday, I was quite exhausted and couldn't manage a single word. I'm not a filial daughter, to have left my parents behind, troubling my father and mother with grieving over me. What can I do to redeem such a crime?" Her mother, suddenly realizing what was going on, started crying. When she was able to stop, she inquired of her, "I've heard that you're well off now, which certainly takes a load off my mind. But you're living in a powerful household, so how were you able to leave and come here?" Her daughter replied, "My husband is extremely loving, and my in-laws are also very affectionate, so they said nothing against my coming." Not long afterwards, Zhu ran in and reported, "Sister's entourage is ready to depart." Liaozhai then stood up, bowed farewell while weeping, and said, "I must leave." When she finished speaking, she fell down again, and for a time, the Zhao daughter remained motionless before reviving. After several months, Li became deathly ill and neither doctors nor medicines had any effect on him. Zhu cried, "I'm afraid that soon we won't be able to save him." Two demons sit at the head of his bed, one holding an iron staff, the other a coil of hempen rope about 4 or 5 chi long, but I've stayed day and night to ask them to leave, and they won't listen to me. Mrs. Li wept, then began to prepare her husband's burial clothes. At dusk, the boy hurried in and declared, "Everyone must leave, for sister's husband has come to see Papa." Instantly he clapped his hands and laughed. His mother asked him why, and he replied, "I'm laughing at the two demons, who heard that sister's husband had arrived and hid themselves under the bed like turtles." Shortly thereafter, he was staring into empty space when he began to exchange a few words of greeting, asking his sister about life at home. Then he clapped his hands and said, "Although the two lackey demons regrettably wouldn't leave, it's actually turned out to be a good thing. Underscore 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 un. Chi, a length equal to 1/3 meter. Then he stepped outside the door, returning soon thereafter to announce, "Sister's husband has just left." The two demons were chained up and strapped over his horse's back. Papa should immediately get over his sickness. Sister's husband told me that when he gets home, he'll speak with the king and ask that both father and mother receive 100 years of life. The family was overjoyed. That night, Li's illness was gone and in just a few days, he was completely healed. They hired a tutor to teach the boy his lessons. Zhu proved to be very intelligent, and at the age of 18, he entered the county school, all the while still capable of discussing matters with denizens of the underworld. Whenever he saw anyone ill in his village, he'd always point out where there were demons and evil spirits in the place, apply moxibustion to clear them out, and thereby effect a cure. Later, however, he personally became violently ill, his skin turning black and blue, and he explained that he was being attacked by demons and spirits because he had revealed their presence, hence it was that he never spoke of them again. 61. The Tiny Gentleman. There once was a certain court historian, whose name I've forgotten. While he was laying down for a daytime nap in his study, there suddenly appeared a miniature honor guard, emerging from a corner of his room. The horses were only as large as frogs, and the people no bigger than fingers. The little troop included some 10 squads, an official in a black silk cap, wearing a ceremonial gown, was riding in a sedan chair as droves of figures passed into the room and went out through the doorway. The historian found this pretty strange, but figured since he'd been sleeping, it was all just his imagination. Suddenly he saw a little man re-enter the room, carrying a stuffed cloth bag, the size of a fist. Eventually he made his way to the historian's bed and set it down. Then he announced, "My master respectfully wishes to offer this modest gift to you, sir." When he finished speaking, he stood facing the historian, but without delivering whatever was in the bag. After a bit, the little man laughed and said, I imagine a historian wouldn't have any use for such a tiny thing, so it'd probably be better to give it to me." The historian nodded his approval. Joyfully, the little man picked up the bag and departed. It's a pity that in his shock, the historian didn't think to ask where the little man was from. 62 Fourth Sister Hu. Scholar Shang lived in Taishan. He spent his time alone in the quiet of his study. One autumn evening, with the Milky Way twinkling from on high and the moon shining bright in the sky, Shang was pacing back and forth through some moonlit flowers, indulging himself with a beauty in his imagination. Suddenly a young lady emerged from the other side of the wall, and with a smile, asked, "What could Liaozhai be thinking about so deeply?" Shang came over for a closer look, and found she had the stunning beauty of a goddess. Pleasantly surprised, he embraced her and led her inside, where they immediately became very intimate. She told him, "My name is Hu, third sister Hu." When he asked her where she lived, she merely smiled and said nothing. Shang didn't repeat his question, wishing nothing more than for them to be together always, in love. From that time forward, there were no more empty evenings for him. One night, while he sat beside her, chatting under the lamplight, Shang became so obsessed with her that he couldn't stop staring at her. Third sister laughed and said, "Why are you staring at me like that?" He replied, "I'm looking at my darling, who's like the red peony and the peach blossom, and I could gaze like this all night long and never grow tired of it." Underscore 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 un. Liaozhai, a rank of scholar achieved by passing the county-level Imperial Civil Service examination system. Third sister remarked, "I'm homely and simple, yet you're so taken with me. If you were to see my family's fourth sister, you'd really stare." Shang became even more aroused, expressing his regret that he hadn't yet seen her face, and knelt in sincerity for a long time, abjectly begging for the opportunity. The next evening, consequently, she brought fourth sister to meet him. She was only about 15, a pink lotus dripping with morning dew, an apricot blossom moistened by morning mists. With a captivating smile on her lips, the fascinating beauty was peerless. Shang, wildly happy, led them to sit down. Third sister shared laughter and chit-chat with him, fourth sister simply played with her embroidered sash, her head bowed and silent. A bit later, third sister stood up to leave, and her sister wanted to follow her out. Shang grabbed her and wouldn't let go, turned to third sister and said, "Sweetie, please help me out by saying something." Third sister then laughed and said, "This crazy fellow's so impatiently passionate. Sister, you'd better stick around for a little while." Fourth sister said nothing, so her elder sister departed. Shang and fourth sister proceeded to make love exuberantly, till afterwards fourth sister stretched out her arm for Shang to lie upon, and she began honestly to disclose everything about herself, without holding anything back. Fourth sister explained to him that she was a fox. Shang had become so attracted to her beauty that he didn't find this at all strange. Hence, fourth sister revealed, third sister is ruthlessly cruel, and has already killed 3 people. No one misled by her can avoid dying. It's my good fortune to be the object of your love, and I couldn't bear to see you die, so you must stop all contact with her as soon as possible. Shang was fearful, and pleaded with her to help him out. Fourth sister explained, "Though I am a fox, I was taught the secrets of the celestials, so I'll make a talisman for you to paste up on your chamber door, and it can keep her away." Then she copied down the talisman. At dawn, third sister arrived, saw the talisman and drew back, crying, "The girl has lost all loyalty, falling all over herself for her new lord without recalling who served as her matchmaker. You two may be meant to be together, but I've never opposed that, so why are you acting like this?" Then straightaway she left. A few days later, fourth sister found Shang and made arrangements to see him the following night. That day, Shang unexpectedly went outside to enjoy the view, and at the foot of a hill where there was a stand of trees, from out of the mist, there emerged a young woman who was also quite charming. She approached Shang and said, "Zai, why are you so lovesick over those whose sisters all the time? They can't even offer you a single string of cash as a present." At once she gave him a string of coins, advising him, "Take this right home and buy some nice wine, I'll bring some little tidbits along directly and we can have some fun." Shang took the money and went home, doing just as he'd been instructed. A little later, the young woman showed up, laid a roast chicken and a shoulder of salt pork on the table, took out a small knife, and deftly cut the meat into thin slices, then they poured the wine and began teasing each other, chatting with giddy gleefulness. Afterwards they extinguished the candles, went to bed, and made passionate love. The sun was already up by the time they rose. They were sitting at the end of the bed, playing with each other's feet and exchanging their slippers, when suddenly they heard someone's voice. They were listening closely when the Hu sisters entered through the curtains. When the young woman saw them, she panicked and fled, leaving her slippers behind on the bed. The two sisters followed after her, shouting, "Fox bitch! How dare you sleep with this man?" They chased her out, and were gone for some time before returning. Fourth sister berated Shang, "You're not scoring many points, getting together with that fox bitch, so don't try to snuggle up to us again." In a huff, she prepared to leave. Aghast, Shang flung himself to the ground and begged her forgiveness with penitent words. With third sister working on the other side to explain and to dismiss his actions, fourth sister's anger began to abate somewhat, and hence the two of them were reconciled. One day, a Shaanxi man, riding a donkey, came up to Shang's gate and said, "I've been searching for this evil thing day and night, and now I've finally caught up with her." Shang's father found his words odd, and inquired where the man had come from. He replied, "I've been traveling on the lakes daily, combing all 4 directions for 10 years and some months, often away from my home for 8 and 9 months at a time. That's why this evil thing had the chance to kill my younger brother. At home, profoundly sad, I swore an oath to find and exterminate her. Pursuing her for several thousand li, I could find no sign of her. Now she's in your home. If she's not destroyed, others like my brother will die." Though Shang had tried to keep his intimacy with the women a secret, his father and mother had begun to suspect the situation, so when they heard the visitor's words and found themselves greatly afraid, they encouraged him to come in and try his magical solution. He pulled out 2 bottles, lined them up on the ground, then worked on talismans and incantations for a good long time. 4 columns of black fog materialized, then were sucked inside the bottles. The visitor joyfully exclaimed, "That's the entire family." Then he stuffed pig's bladder into the mouths of the bottles, sealing them airtight. Shang's father was very happy, and eagerly encouraged the guest to stay for dinner. Shang, however, felt pity, and drew near the bottles to steal a glance, where he heard fourth sister say from inside one of them, "You sit there and watch us without coming to our rescue, don't you have any feelings?" Shang was stung by her words. He anxiously tried to remove the bladder, but couldn't untie the knot holding it in place. Fourth sister called again, "Don't bother, just lay the charms down, then poke a needle into the bladder and I'll come out at once." Shang did as she requested. The result was a thread of white fog that came out through the needle hole, rose up into the sky and vanished. Underscore 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 un. Li, a distance equal to 1/3 mile. When the guest from Shaanxi came out, he saw the charms lying flat on the ground, and, greatly alarmed, cried, "She's escaped. It has to be the young master who did this." He shook the bottles and inclined his head to listen to them, then said, "Fortunately, only one of them got away. That one apparently wasn't meant to die, so she can be forgiven." Then he took the bottles that were still sealed and departed. Quite some time afterwards, Shang was out in the fields, supervising his servants as they were harvesting wheat, when in the distance he spotted fourth sister sitting under a tree. He came over to her, taking her hand, and expressed how worried he'd been about her. She explained, 10 springs and autumns have passed, and now I've succeeded in producing my immortality pill. Yet I can't get you out of my mind, so I've come back to pay my respects and find out how you are. Shang wanted to take her back home. She replied, I'm no longer the individual I used to be, so I can't allow myself to develop feelings for this mortal world, but we will see each other again someday. Once her words were finished, she disappeared. Another 20 years passed, and Shang was alone at home when he saw fourth sister come in from outside. Jubilant, Shang tried to speak to her. She interrupted to declare, I've now become one of the Celestials, and shouldn't have returned to walk this mortal world. But moved by your thoughtfulness to me, I've respectfully come to announce when you will die. You can settle all of your affairs ahead of time, don't be sad, I'll help you pass on to become an immortal spirit, so you won't suffer. Then she took her leave and left him. When the day she'd named arrived, Shang did, indeed, die. Shang was a relative of my friend, Li Wanyu, who actually saw him in person. 63 Old Man Zhu. In the Jiyang village of Zhu, there was an old man, also named Zhu, well over 50 years old, who became ill and died. His family members had just gone into the house to put on their mourning hats and robes when suddenly they heard the old man abruptly cry out. The bunch of them ran out and gathered around his body, where they saw that Zhu had returned to life. All of them, happy and relieved, asked him what had happened. Zhu, however, spoke only to his wife, when I recently left, I determined not to return again. But once I'd traveled several li from here, I turned to the thought of having left you behind, elderly skin and bones placed in the hands of young relatives, forced to rely upon others and no longer able to lead a meaningful life, a poor alternative to following me and departing. For that reason, I've come to take you along on my journey. Everyone attributed his words' strangeness to the fact that he'd just revived, and hence didn't take them seriously. Zhu repeated his words to her. His wife replied, such sentiments are very nice. But you've just come back to life, so how can you think about dying? Zhu waved his hands and insisted, it's not difficult. Please finish arranging your affairs quickly, and come with me. Underscore 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 un. Jiyang, located in modern Shandong province. Li, a distance equal to 1/3 of a mile. His wife laughed and made no move to leave. Zhu pressed her again. She didn't want to go against his wishes, so she walked out the door and re-entered about 15 minutes later, trying to fool him by remarking, I've taken care of settling everything. Zhu ordered her to hurry up and put on her makeup. His wife didn't react, so he urged her even more anxiously. She couldn't bear to deny him what he wished, so she put on a skirt and some makeup, and then came out. The younger members of the family tried to conceal their giggling. Zhu laid his head on his pillow and clapped his hands for his wife to join him. That's completely weird, his wife said, having us lay together like a pair of corpses, is that what you want our young relatives to see? Zhu beat the bed with his fists and cried, how can you find death something to laugh about? The younger family members saw that Zhu was quite impatient, so together they encouraged their auntie to go along with what he wanted. Zhu's wife did as she was told, and laid stiffly next to him. The family members once again began snickering among themselves. Shortly afterward, they observed that the wife was no longer grinning, and gradually had closed both of her eyes, and for a long time there was no sound, just as though she'd fallen asleep. When the others drew close to take a look, they found her skin cold as ice, and determined she wasn't breathing. They also examined Zhu, who was in the same condition, and then realized the horrible truth. This happened in the 21st year of the reign of Kangxi, and the wife of Zhu's younger brother, who was working in the household of an official named Bai, told me all she knew about it. Underscore 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 un. 21st year of the reign of Kangxi, a reference to 1666, since this Qing emperor's reign, the longest of his dynasty, spanned 1645 to 1722. An official named by, possibly by Jiu, C. Zhu 206N11, friend and employer of Pu Songling, Zeitlin 132. The collector of these strange tales remarks, maybe old man Zhu had always behaved strangely. The road to the underworld is vast, so how rare it is for him to leave, and then to come back like that. Though that white-haired head wanted the two of them to leave, even shouting and finally demanding that they leave, what unhurried restraint he showed. When a person is going to die, the hardest thing to endure is saying goodbye to one's dearest companion. If we can spread old man Zhu's magic, when it comes time for us to die, we won't need to make arrangements for our family in advance. 64. The alligator. Alligators used to live in the west bank of the Yangtze River's lower reaches. Their appearance was like a dragon's, though shorter, and they were able to move about quite speedily. They often went out to submerge themselves along the shore of the river, waiting to spring up and feed on the geese and ducks. Sometimes they were hunted, their flesh sought as a commodity by the Chen and Ke clans. Both of these families were descendants of Chen Yaoliang, and had a tradition of eating alligator meat, though other clans didn't have the courage to eat this kind of thing. A visitor from Jianzhou came, caught one, and bound it up in his boat. One day, he anchored his craft in the Qiantang River, but had tied the alligator up rather carelessly. Suddenly it leapt into the river. In an instant, enormous waves were stirred up, causing the boat to capsize and sink. Underscore 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 un. Chen Yaoliang, Chen, 1320–1363, was one of several unsuccessful warlords contending for power with the first Ming emperor around the time of the collapse of the Mongol Yuan dynasty, Clunas 98–99, see also Zhu 207N3. 65. A certain gentleman. In Shaanxi, during one of the Xingke periods, there was a certain gentleman, a Jinshi, who could recall his former lives. He often said that in a former life he'd been a scholar who died in his middle age. After he'd died, he met with the Hell King to settle his debts and noticed a three-legged cauldron, used for punishing people by boiling them, just as people had talked about when he was still alive. In the eastern corner of the Hell King's palace, a number of scaffolds had been set up, and hanging from each were the skins of pigs, sheep, dogs, and horses. The minister of the registry called out his name, announcing that as his punishment he would be made something like a horse or a pig. Then the people there were all stripped entirely bare to be hung up, seized, and skinned. After a while, it was the scholar's turn, and the Hell King declared, "This man should be made a sheep." Demons grabbed hold of a white sheepskin and spread it over the man's body. "He once saved a person from dying," the minister cried out. Underscore 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 un. Xingke periods, the 38th year of the sexagenary cycle, part of the traditional system of numbering dates in China. Zhu identifies the particular Xingke in Pu's story as the year 1661 in the Western calendar, 208N2. Jinshi, a successful candidate in the highest level of the imperial examination. The Hell King checked his register, scouring it carefully, then commanded, "Let him go free. Even if he's been evil many times, this kindness could redeem him." The demons then prepared to peel off his furry hide. However, the hide had already become attached to his body, so they couldn't make it budge. Two demons pulled at his arms while pressing down on his chest, trying their best to pull him apart from the skin, the pain driving him crazy as his skin split and tore away in pieces, until it was completely off. Though other parts were all stripped clean, near his shoulder there was a place where a patch of sheepskin remained attached, as big as one's palm. The man was reincarnated, and growing thickly on his back was sheep's wool, which had to be trimmed with scissors on a regular basis. 66. The Sharp Sword. At the end of the Ming dynasty, Jinan was overrun by thieves. Every town mustered its soldiers, who always executed the thieves when they caught them. In Zhangqiu, the thieves were especially plentiful. There was a soldier there who wore an exceptionally sharp sword, that could slice off a head with a single stroke. One day, more than 10 thieves had been arrested and were being escorted to the execution grounds. One of the thieves in the group, who knew the soldier, hung back and said to him, "I've heard that your sword is so exceptionally sharp, when you behead someone, you never need 2 strokes. I beg you to kill me." The soldier replied, "All right. Stay near me, and don't wander off." Once the thieves arrived together at the place of execution, he drew out his sword, flourished it once, and suddenly the thief's head fell off. Several paces away, it was still rolling and loudly declaring, "Truly a sharp sword." Underscore 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 un. Jinan, capital of Shandong Province. Zhangqiu, a division of Jinan. 67. The Swordswoman. Scholar Gu lived in Jinling. Despite his being rich in talent and skills, his family was quite poor. Since his mother was aged and he couldn't bear to leave her behind to make his fortune, he devoted his days to producing calligraphy and paintings for people, using what he received in exchange to care for his mother. At the age of 25, he still had not married. Across from their house was a residence that had long been empty, until an old woman and a girl moved in to rent it. Since it was apparent that there were no men in the family, Gu didn't ask them who they were. One day, as he was coming in from outdoors, he noticed the girl, who appeared to be about 18 or 19, emerging from his mother's room, elegantly beautiful and utterly refined, a rare combination indeed. She made a big detour to avoid Gu when she saw him, though she seemed quite brave and serious at the same time. He went to ask his mother about her. She explained, "She's the young lady from the family across the way, who came to borrow my scissors and tape line." She explained that she, too, has only her mother for family. "This girl isn't the product of some poor family." I asked her why she isn't married, and she replied that her mother's too elderly for her to leave her. Tomorrow I should pay my respects to her mother and observe what she thinks. If her hopes for the girl aren't too extravagant, you could marry her and take over supporting her mother. The next day, Gu's mother paid a visit to their home, discovering that the old woman was virtually deaf. She looked around the house and found that there wasn't any food left over from the previous night. She asked what they did for a living, and the old woman replied that she depended upon the sewing work of her daughter's 10 fingers. When Gu's mother had a dinner with the mother and daughter, she eventually proposed her plan for their families coming together. The old woman seemed willing to accept it, but then she turned to consult her daughter. The girl was speechless, but seemed displeased nonetheless. Gu's mother then returned home. She gave Gu the details of what had transpired and wondered aloud, "Is the girl worried that we're too poor? She neither speaks or smiles, she's as beautiful as peach and plum blossoms but as cold as ice. What an odd person." The mother and son speculated and sighed, then let the matter drop. One day, as Gu was sitting in his studio, a young man arrived and requested a painting from him. The fellow was extremely good-looking, and rather irreverent. When asked where he was from, the young man responded, "A nearby village." He subsequently visited Gu every 2 or 3 days. Over time, they became better acquainted, and gradually began to tease each other. Gu lasciviously embraced the young man, who put up no resistance, and they indulged in sexual pleasures. Hence their contact became intimate indeed. Once when they ran into the girl, who was passing by, the young man followed her with his eyes and asked who she was. Gu answered, the neighbor girl. The young man commented, as gorgeous as all that, why does she look so unapproachable? After a little while, Gu went inside. His mother informed him, that girl just came over to borrow some rice, and admitted that they haven't built a cooking fire for a day or so. This girl is very filial, but so poor that one has to sympathize, so it's only proper that we show a little compassion. Gu obeyed his mother's words, carrying a dough of rice on his back to the neighbor's door and delivering his mother's sentiments. The girl accepted the rice, but without expressing any thanks. Henceforth, she often visited Gu's home, and when she saw his mother making clothing or shoes, she would take her place and do the sewing. She went in and out of their rooms, doing the manual labor of a wife. Gu grew progressively more appreciative of her. Anytime someone brought him some cakes or dainties as a present, he made sure to give some to her mother, though the girl also failed to acknowledge this. Gu's mother subsequently developed an ulcerous sore near her genitals that caused her to cry out in pain all through the night. The girl came to the old lady's bedside at every opportunity to look in on her, washing her sore clean, and applying medicine to it 3 or 4 times a day. Gu's mother didn't feel right about this, but the girl was not in the least put off by the putrescence. "Ah me," sighed Gu's mother, "how can I find a young woman like you for my son, to care for me till I die?" After speaking these words, she began to sob, choked with emotion. The girl comforted her, asserting, "Your son is extremely filial, which is 10, even 100 times better than being like us, a widowed mother and her lone daughter. But how can even a filial son remain on call by my bedside like a servant?" Gu's mother wondered. "Besides, this body is moving towards its end, and in a short while I shall die of an illness, so I'm deeply troubled that our ancestral line may not be continued." While she was speaking, Gu walked in. Weeping, his mother said to him, "Your mama owes this young woman a great deal, so you must not forget to repay her kindnesses." Gu immediately prostrated himself to signify his gratitude. Underscore 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 un. Do, a measure equal to approximately 10 liters. The girl declared, "You showed compassion for my mother, yet I did not thank you, so why should you thank me now?" At this, Gu became even more respectful and fond of her. She, on the other hand, continued her distant behavior, having nothing in the least to do with him. One day, as the girl walked out through their gate, Gu found his eyes glued to her. Suddenly she turned her head and smiled at him seductively. Gu, rapturously happy at this unexpected turn of events, hurried to follow her into her house. He began caressing her, and she didn't resist, so they joyfully made love. When they were finished, the girl warned Gu, "This was a one-time affair, it can never happen again." Gu gave no reply and returned home. The next day, he tried to arrange another rendezvous with her. With a severe expression on her face, the girl refused to look at him and left. When she appeared each day and Gu encountered her, she refused to respond, verbally or facially. Even his slightest effort at teasing her was met with cold words that chilled him. Once, when they were alone, she suddenly asked him, "Who is that young man who comes here every day?" Gu answered her. She replied, "His manner is insulting, and his behavior toward me is always impertinent. Since he's your intimate companion, I've let the matter lie. Please be sure to give him this message, unless he wants to die, he'd better not act like that again." When night came, Gu gave the young man her message, and insisted, "You've got to be careful, she's not someone to mess with." The young man retorted, "Since she's not to be messed with, what have you two been doing in private?" Gu quickly denied having done anything. The young man demanded, "If you haven't been involved with her, then how did those filthy insults manage to reach your hearing?" Gu found himself unable to respond. "I'll trouble you," the young man said, "to tell her this, stop the pretentious posing, otherwise, I'll spread the story everywhere. Gu was furious, his anger reflected as his face flushed, so the young man went away. One night, while Gu was sitting by himself, the girl suddenly came in, smiling, and said, "My relationship with you apparently isn't fated to end just yet, so it must be heaven's doing." Insanely happy, he clasped her tightly in his arms. Suddenly they heard the sound of footsteps noisily approaching, so the startled pair sat up just as the young man pushed the door open and burst in. Gu, shaken, demanded, "What are you doing here?" Laughing, the young man replied, "I've come to see what a virtuous, chaste person looks like." He turned to the girl and sneered, "What, no rebukes for me today?" The girl's eyebrows shot up and her cheeks reddened, but she remained silent, uttering not a word. She quickly rummaged inside her clothing and brought out a leather bag, then withdrew a long, glittering, translucent blade. When the young man saw it, he turned and ran. The girl chased him out the door, but when she looked around for him, he was gone. When she then cast her blade up into the air, there was a piercingly sharp sound as it sailed in a luminous arc, till suddenly something fell to the ground with a thud. Gu anxiously brought a candle over, and was astonished to discover a white fox, its body and head sliced asunder. "This is your boyfriend," explained the girl. "I had genuinely forgiven him, but there was no alternative since he just didn't want to live any longer." She then retrieved her sword and placed it in her bag. Gu tried to draw her back inside. She replied, "That evil spirit has spoiled the mood, so if you please, I'll come another night." She went out the door and in no time was gone. The next evening, the girl did indeed return to him, so they lay together, twined in perfect harmony. When he asked her about her sword craft, she answered, "This is not something for you to know. Indeed, you must keep this a secret, for revealing it, I fear, would bring you misfortune." Gu then proposed marriage, to which she replied, "I've been to bed with you, I've carried water for you. If that's not being a wife, what is it? Since we're already husband and wife, what's the point of talking about marriage? Is it because you despise my being poor?" Gu asked. "Of course you're poor," she responded, "but am I wealthy? I'm staying with you tonight precisely because I sympathize with your being poor." When it came time for her to leave, she advised him, "These indiscretions of ours cannot continue. When it's right for me to come, I will come, when it's not, even the strongest coercion won't succeed." Thereafter, whenever they ran into each other, Gu always wanted to lead the girl somewhere to talk privately, but she would simply walk the other way, avoiding him. Nevertheless, she tended to clothes that needed mending, collected the fuel for cooking fires, and set everything in order, no differently than a wife would do. Several months later, her mother died, and Gu spent everything he could muster to bury her properly. The girl thereafter lived alone in her house. Gu thought that since she was by herself, he might be able to sleep with her again, so he climbed over the wall and called repeatedly outside her window, but she gave no response. Then he looked over at her gate, and noticed that while the house was empty, the gate was bolted shut. He began to suspect that the girl had someone else there with her. When he returned the next night, things were just the same. So he left a jade pendant on her windowsill and went home. The following day, he met her in his mother's room. As soon as they stepped outside it, the girl, trailing behind him, asked, "Do you suspect me of something?" Each person keeps certain things in the heart that are not for others to know. Although I don't want you to be suspicious, I have nothing to tell you. But there is a troubling matter that I'm anxious to have you settle for me. He asked what it was and she explained, "I'm 8 months pregnant, and worry that I may give birth at any time. Since my body isn't clearly my own, I can bear you a child, but I can't nurse it for you. You can confide this to your mother, so she can search for a wet nurse and act as though you're adopting the child, but don't say anything about me." Gu promised, and then told his mother. She laughed and said, "What a strange girl. She rejects my son's proposal of marriage but then conducts a secret affair with him. She happily followed the girl's plan to see what would happen. After more than a month passed, the girl suddenly didn't show up for several days. Gu's mother became concerned, and went to her gate to find out why. Dreary and lonely, the house was locked up and still. She knocked for a very long time, till the girl finally came out, her hair disheveled and her face dirty. She opened the door to Gu's mother, then shut it after her. Once inside the girl's room, she discovered a crying infant lying on the bed. Shocked, Gu's mother asked, "How long has it been since you gave birth?" 3 days, replied the girl. Gu's mother picked up the baby and examined it, determining it to be a boy. Furthermore, he had plump cheeks and a broad forehead. Delighted, she exclaimed, "You've given birth to a grandson for me, but now you'll be left alone, so what will you do for support?" The girl answered, "I dare not reveal the trivial secrets of my heart to you, mother. Wait until evening, when no one's around, then you can take the child and go." Gu's mother went home and informed her son, both of them finding the girl's response quite odd. That night, they went to pick up the baby, and brought it home. Several nights later, at about midnight, the girl suddenly appeared at the door and came in, carrying a leather bag in her hand, announcing with a smile, "I've concluded a great mission, so please allow me to take my leave now." Gu anxiously inquired her reason for leaving, and she replied, "I'll never fail to remember your kindness in helping my mother. When I told you this was a one-time affair, it can never happen again, it was to suggest that I wasn't trying to recompense you in the privacy of bed. Because you're poor and cannot afford to marry, I've helped you to continue your family line. I'd hoped we'd succeed with one attempt, but unexpectedly, my period came as usual, so I had to break my oath and try again. Now that your kindness has been repaid and I have carried out my intentions, I have no more regrets. Underscore 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 un. My body isn't clearly my own. This is a line from The Newlyweds Departure, Xinhun B, by Du Fu, 712-770 CE, Siju, 215-23. The reference is to the uncertainty of the girl's identity as Gu's wife. "What's in your bag?" Gu asked. She replied, "It's my enemy's head." Gu examined the bag and then peered inside it, turning the head over to find its facial hair matted with blood, its face unrecognizable. Horrified by it, he returned to his questions for an accounting. "All along, I didn't tell you everything," she explained, "since I couldn't reveal the details to you, for fear that you might divulge them. Now that the business has been successfully concluded, there's no harm in telling you, I'm from Zhejiang. My father was a Sima, falsely condemned to death by an enemy who also confiscated our family's holdings. I carried my mother away on my back, concealed our family name, covered my face, and disappeared for the last 3 years. Hence I didn't pursue my revenge immediately, because I still had my mother to think about. Once mother was gone, there was that lump of flesh in my belly, and for those reasons I had to delay for so long. On the nights when I wasn't in my house, I'd gone out to find my enemy's home, since I was unfamiliar with the roads, and feared that I might miss him." Underscore 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 un. A Sima, one of the most prominent family names in Chinese literary history, from the author of the records of the grand historian, Sima Qian, to Sima Yi, the military strategist from the historical epic, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, who founded the Jin dynasty. Once she finished speaking, she went out the door. As she did, she admonished him, "Be kind, and watch out for the child I bore. Your good fortune is slight, and you won't live long, but this child will achieve glory for your family. It's late at night, so don't awaken mother, I've got to go." Before he could sadly inquire about her destination, she vanished in a flash like lightning, so that in the time it took to glance at her, she was no longer to be seen. Gu could do nothing but sigh and stand there numbly, as though he'd lost his very soul. The next day he told his mother everything, considering with her the strangeness of it all, and that was an end of the matter. After 3 years, Gu really did die. His son, at 18, qualified as a jinchi, and they say that he respectfully cared for his grandmother until she died. The collector of these strange tales remarks, a man has to have a wife like the swordswoman if he wants to keep a boyfriend as livestock. Otherwise, while you're loving your handsome boar, he'll be loving your breeder pig. Underscore 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 un. Jinchi, a successful candidate in the highest level of the Imperial Civil Service examination. 68. The drinking buddy. Scholar Che's family was not well fixed for money, but he was addicted to drinking. When night fell, unless he helped himself to 3 cups of wine, he couldn't get to sleep, and for that reason he never allowed the wine bottle by his bedside to become empty. One night he woke up, and as he turned over, he sensed that there was someone lying in the bed with him, so he figured that the bedclothes he'd used to cover himself must have slid off into a pile. He felt around till he found something soft and fluffy, like a cat, but larger. He brought a candle over and there was a fox, dead drunk and sleeping it off. He looked over at his wine bottle and found it empty. Hence he laughed, and said, "This'll be my drinking buddy." Not wishing to rouse the fox, he tucked it in and laid his arm over it, so they could sleep next to each other. He kept the light burning, so he could observe the fox if it changed into something else. At midnight, the fox yawned and stretched itself. Che chuckled, and declared, "You've had such a nice nap." When he lifted up the bedclothes and looked beneath them, there wearing a Confucian scholar's cap was a handsome young man. He got up from the bed and did obeisance to Che, thanking him for his kindness in not killing him. Che replied, "I'm always into the liquor, so people take me for a fool, pal, you'll be a baoshu to me. If you have no misgivings about the proposition, I'd like for you to be my drinking buddy." He pulled the fox back down onto the bed, and again lay down to sleep, adding, "If you can visit often, don't hesitate for any reason." The fox agreed to return. When Che next woke up, the fox had already gone. He then acquired a good quantity of excellent wine and waited for the fox. When night came, the fox did return and they happily drank together in private. The fox was a prodigious drinker, and its words were so humorous that Che was sorry they hadn't met sooner. The fox said, "I've enjoyed your fine wine repeatedly, so what can I do to repay your kindness?" Che replied, "That piddling amount of wine is hardly worth mentioning." "Be that as it may," persisted the fox, "you're a poor scholar, and it's not easy for you to get money for drinks. Therefore I'd like to devise a modest plan for you to come up with drinking money." The next night, the fox showed up and announced, "If you go 7 li southeast of here, by the side of the road there's some gold that's been left behind, and you can go there to collect it." Che went there as he was told, found 2 pieces of gold, then bought some delicacies at the market to go with their wine that night. The fox responded by informing him, "Behind your courtyard, stored in a cellar there, is something you should check out." Che did as it said, and so discovered more than 100 strings of cash. Delighted, he declared, "With this in the bag, I have no more worries about buying wine." "Not so," replied the fox. "When water fills the rut left by a passing wheel, can it last for long? We need to plan for even more." Underscore 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 un. Baoshu, a minister to Huan Kong of Qi, c. 685–6 BCE, Bao used his resources to serve as the patron of his devoted friend, Guanzhong, who in turn later became Prime Minister of Qi, mayors 97-8, 180-1. Li, a distance equal to 1/3 mile. Another day, the fox called on Che, and told him, the market price for buckwheat is very low now, and this business opportunity will set you up. Che followed this advice, buying up over 40 dan of buckwheat. Everyone laughed at him for doing so. It wasn't long before a great drought dried up and withered all the grain and vegetables, until only buckwheat could still grow. Che sold his buckwheat for a 10-fold profit. Thanks to the transaction, he became a rich man, and acquired 200 mu of irrigated farmland. He still asked the fox for advice, and when it told him to sow lots of wheat, he did, and reaped accordingly, and when it advised sowing lots of millet, he did, and reaped in kind. The appropriate species and planting times were always as selected by the fox. Over time they grew even closer, the fox calling Che's wife his sister-in-law and treating Che's son like his own. But after Che died, the fox never came back. Underscore 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 un. 40 dan, 1 dan equals about 50 kilograms. 200 mu, a mu is equal to about 0.0667 hectares, so Che's 13.34 hectares equals about 33 acres. 69 Lian Xiang. Sang Xiao, whose courtesy name was Ziming, lived in Yizhu. Orphaned when he was young, he lived in a house near the Honghua saffron market. It was Sang's nature to live quietly and contentedly by himself, usually going out for a walk twice a day, and resolving to sit at home all by himself the rest of the time after taking his meals with his neighbor to the east. This neighbor happened to visit him once, and teased him, "Since you live all alone, aren't you afraid of ghosts and foxes?" Sang laughed, and answered, "What's there for a man to fear about ghosts and foxes? If they show up as men, I'll meet them with my sword, and if as women, I'll just open my door and invite them in." The neighbor went home and contrived with a friend to use a ladder to send a prostitute over Sang's wall, who knocked at his door softly with her fingers. Sang peeked out to ask who was there, and the woman replied she was a ghost. Sang was so terrified that his teeth chattered noisily. The prostitute backed away and left. In the morning, the neighbor came over to Sang's study, so he described what he'd seen, and announced his intention of returning to his hometown. The neighbor clapped his hands and said, "Why didn't you open your door and invite her in?" Sang paused and realized that he'd been tricked, so he returned to living placidly as he had before. Half a year went by, then a girl came one evening and knocked at his study's door. Sang figured his friend was fooling with him again, so he opened the door and invited her to enter, discovering her to be a devastatingly gorgeous girl. Amazed, he asked her where she'd come from, and she answered, "I'm Lian Xiang, a prostitute from a brothel just west of here." Since he knew there were several brothels in that vicinity, he believed her. They extinguished the lights, climbed into bed, and wove themselves together like exquisite silk. From then on, she dropped by regularly every few nights. One evening, Sang was sitting alone with his thoughts, when a girl entered quietly. He figured it was Lian and got up to greet her. When he saw her face, he realized his mistake. She was only about 15 or 16 years old, wore expansive sleeves and an unmarried girl's hairstyle which hung down her forehead, yet she looked sophisticated and beautiful, walking into the room with steps that seemed to be both coming and going. Greatly startled, Sang suspected that she was a fox. The girl declared, "I'm from a good family, by the name of Li. Admiring your refinement, it's my good luck to be able to make your acquaintance." Sang was quite flattered. He took her by the hand, which was cold as ice, and asked, "Why are your hands so chilly?" "All my life, my body's been too weak to be very warm," Li replied, "besides, being out in the evening's frost and dew, how can my hands be warm?" Then she loosened her silk robe, and Sang believed she truly was a virgin. She told him, "Because I love you, I want to offer myself to you this evening. If you don't think it too low of me, I hope to take care of your needs often while next to you on your pillow and mat. Do you have anyone else seeing you? No one except a nearby prostitute, Sang replied, but she doesn't attend to me very often. Li said, I'll be careful to avoid her. I'm not one of those kinds of people, so you mustn't reveal our secret to her. When she comes, I'll go, and when she goes, I'll come whenever I can. Just as the rooster was about to crow, she offered Sang an embroidered slipper as a present, declaring, I've worn this on my foot, so just touch it whenever you yearn for me. However, if anyone's around, you must be careful not to bring it out. He took the slipper, examining it carefully, noting it was so tiny that it came to a point at the end, like an awl. He loved her for it. The following evening, when no one was around, he took out the slipper and began playing with it. Li gracefully appeared all of a sudden, and the two joined together intimately. Henceforth, every time he took out the slipper, the girl would inevitably show up, as if she could sense his thoughts. It seemed pretty odd, so he asked her about it. She laughed, it's just a coincidence. One night, Lian arrived, and became terribly shocked, asking Sang, why do you look so washed out? I can't feel anything wrong, he replied. Lian then bid him farewell, making a date that they would meet again in 10 days. After she left, Li came to him without missing an evening. Why's it been so long since your lover's shown up here? She asked him. When he told her about the appointment she'd made with him, Li laughed and inquired, who do you find the more beautiful, Lian Xiang or me? Sang replied, the two of you are matchless. But Lian's flesh is warmer. Li's facial expression changed, and she declared, you claim our beauty is equal, but you're only saying that in my presence. She must be another goddess of the Moon Palace, so I'm clearly no match for her. Hence she was no longer cheerful. Then she counted on her fingers that 10 days had just elapsed, so warning Sang not to give her away, she planned to spy on Lian. Underscore 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 un. Lian's flesh is warmer. Pu's double pun here implies that both Lian's skin and muscle and her intimate relationship, Jifu, with Sang are both more moderate and literally warmer, when he, than his Jifu with Li. Goddess of the Moon Palace, a reference to Chang'e, the Chinese goddess of the moon. The next night, after Lian Xiang arrived, they laughed and chatted together in perfect harmony. When they made ready to go to bed, Lian, quite startled, cried, how awful! I haven't seen you in 10 days, so what could have done you so much harm? Can you swear you haven't been meeting with someone else? Sang asked her why she was wondering. I can see it in your expression, she explained, and your pulse is wispy, like unraveled silk. You have the ghost disease. The following night, when Li appeared, Sang asked, did you get a peek at Lian Xiang? She's a beauty, all right, she replied. I'm sure there's no one else so lovely in the whole world. She must be a fox. When she left, I followed her to her den in the southern hills. Sang suspected this was just a matter of jealousy, and casually dismissed it. The next evening, he teased Lian Xiang, while I put no credence in it, there are some who say you're a fox. Who's been saying this to you? Lian anxiously asked. Sang smiled and said, it's just my own notion, darling. Lian then asked, what is the difference between a fox and a human? Foxes seduce people and make them sick, and the sickness can grow serious enough to make people die, which is why they're feared, he explained. Lian Xiang exclaimed, that's not true. For someone as young as you, the vitality can return in just 3 days, so how can sex with a fox prove harmful to you? Doing it daily, however, would curtail your vitality, so in that way the person choosing to do so would be doing more harm than the fox. Are you saying that foxes are to blame for everyone who dies of consumption? That's why I believe someone's been saying things about me. Though Sang vigorously asserted that nothing had been said against her, Lian kept questioning him earnestly. He couldn't stand to keep it from her, so he told her everything. Lian replied, "No wonder I could tell you'd become fatigued recently. But what could have caused this to happen so quickly? Is it because she's not human? You must say nothing about it, and tomorrow night I'll do as she did and spy on her." When night came, Li appeared and hadn't spoken 3 words when she heard the sound of a cough outside the window, then swiftly ran off. Lian entered and cried, "You're doomed. She's truly a ghost. If you continue to fall prey to her beauty and don't break with her immediately, you're heading straight for the underworld." Sang thought she was simply jealous, and refused to comment. Lian remarked, "It's clear that you're not going to give up your feelings for her, but I just can't bear to see you die. Tomorrow, I'll bring some medicine for you to dispel your fatal disease. With any luck, the disease has taken only shallow root in you, and in 10 days you should be cured. Please stay in bed with me and I'll watch over you, so we can make you well." The next night, she took out a measure of medicine, and Sang swallowed it down. Instantly, it circulated throughout his innards, till his guts felt clear and calm, and his spirit immediately brightened. Although he was grateful to Lian Xiang, in the end he still wouldn't believe that Li was a ghost. Night after night, Lian Xiang stayed under the quilt, and snuggled close to Sang, but if he started to get amorous, she'd always turn away. After several days, his flesh filled out again. Before she left, Lian sincerely urged him to stop seeing Li. Sang disingenuously agreed he would do so. But as soon as he'd closed the door, he turned up the wick of his lamp, took out Li's slipper, laid down and began lusting for her. Li suddenly appeared. Because quite a number of days had gone by since they'd seen each other, she gave him a very resentful look. Sang explained, "She stayed with me these nights to work some medical magic, so please don't be angry, I have genuine feelings for you." Li was somewhat placated by this. Sang laid down with her, and in a bedroom confidence told her, "I care for you very much, but there are some who say you're a ghost." Li was at a loss for words for quite some time, then shrieked, "You must have been listening to the lies of that fucking fox. If you don't stop seeing her, I'm not coming back." Then she began sobbing and weeping. Sang tried everything he could think of to console her, till she finally calmed down. A night later, Lian Xiang arrived and could tell that Li had been back, angrily declaring, "You certainly want to die." Sang laughed, "Why are you so deeply jealous of her?" Lian became even more furious, "You were cultivating your own death till I stopped you, and if I hadn't been jealous, what would have become of you?" Sang made excuses, then jokingly said, "She told me yesterday that my sickness was the work of a fox spirit." Lian sighed, then responded, "It's clear from your words that you don't realize how mistaken you are, which I hadn't expected, but even with 100 mouths, how could I justify myself to you? Now I must ask to part with you. 100 days from now, I will see you lying in your bed." He couldn't convince her to stay, so with a look of disappointment, she went away directly. From this time forward, Li was together with him every night. About 2 months went by, and he began to feel exhausted. At first he just tried to console himself, but as the days passed, he gradually became exceedingly thin, and couldn't take in more than a single bowl of congee. He wanted to return to his hometown, where he could be supported and cared for while recovering, yet he was so passionately attached to Li that he just couldn't bear to rush off. Underscore 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 un. 100 days, Pu's original reads Berry, a ritual held on the 100th day after a birth or death. Since he decided to stay, in a few days the effects became so severe that he was unable to get out of bed. His neighbor noticed how his illness had devastated him, and sent a boy each day to take him food and drink. Sang finally came around to entertaining suspicions about Li, so he said to her, "I'm sorry I didn't listen to Lian Xiang's advice before it all came to this." When he finished speaking, he shut his eyes and lost consciousness. He revived a moment later, opened his eyes and looked around, but Li had vanished and that was the end of their affair. Sang lay wasting away in his lonely studio, wishing with the intensity of someone who's starving for Lian Xiang to come. One day, just as he was concentrating his thoughts on her, someone suddenly pulled aside the curtain and entered, Lian Xiang. She approached his bed, smiling, and said, "This village boy, how can I forget you?" Choked with sobbing for a long time, and knowing that he was to blame, Sang begged her to save him. "Your disease has entered the vital organs," Lian explained, "so it's truly no longer possible for me to treat and cure you. I came because we're about to be parted by your death, and I want to make it clear that I wasn't jealous before." Extremely distraught, Sang cried, "There's a thing under my pillow that I must trouble you to destroy." Lian searched and retrieved the slipper, then held it near the lamp, turning it over and over. Li suddenly entered, halting when she saw Lian Xiang, and turning to flee. When Lian moved to block the doorway, Li found herself in such a difficult position that she didn't know where to go. Sang reproached her repeatedly, and Li found herself unable to reply. Lian smiled and said, "Finally we have met face to face. Earlier you told this gentleman that his lingering illness could only have been caused by me, but now what do you have to say?" Li bowed her head to acknowledge her wrongdoing. "A girl as beautiful as you," Lian exclaimed, "how can you twist love into hatred?" Li flung herself to the ground, begging Lian to have pity and save Sang. Lian then helped her up, and asked her about her life before she died. Li replied, "I was the daughter of Assistant Magistrate Li, but died young and was buried next to the wall outside. Like a spring silkworm who dies too soon, I died too young to have fallen in love with anyone. To be together in love with Sang was my sole desire, but that I never meant to cause his death, I swear with all my heart." Lian observed, "I've heard that a ghost can bring about a person's death so that after the person's dead, they can always be together, isn't that so?" "Not at all," answered Li. "When two ghosts come together, neither is the happier for their union. If that kind of happiness were possible, the underworld would have provided me plenty of young men." Lian cried, "Ah, you're crazy. Every night you've been doing it, even though Sang can't take it, and yet you're a ghost." "Since foxes can kill people," Li demanded, "what magic makes you exempt?" Lian replied, "There are those foxes who make themselves strong by stealing the energy of mortal men, but I'm not one of them. There are foxes who do no harm to people, but there are absolutely no ghosts who do not kill, because the yin energy is too powerful in them." Sang heard her words and finally realized that the two actually were a fox and a ghost. Fortunately, since he'd grown accustomed to seeing them so often, he really wasn't frightened of them at all. Nevertheless, he felt his breathing dwindle to a thread, and couldn't suppress a loud cry of pain. Lian, turning to look his direction, asked, "How shall we relieve him?" Li, shamefaced, humbly backed away. Lian laughed, and said, "I'm afraid that when his health recovers, your jealousy will devour him again." Li gestured respectfully, and answered, "If there's a doctor sufficiently talented to undo what I've done, I'll gladly bury my head in the ground, for I could never dare to face the world again." Lian opened her bag and withdrew some medicine, declaring, "I knew today would come, so after I left, I went to pick herbs from 3 mountains over the course of 3 months, and now the ingredients are all prepared, so any man dying of consumption could be cured by this foolproof medicine. However, there's one condition, that it's only effective if the one who caused the disease donates something to its cure." "What do you need me to do?" asked Li. Lian replied, "You must give him a drop of your saliva. I'll put the pill in his mouth, then you must drip saliva into it." Li, embarrassed all the more, lowered her head, turned aside, and glanced at her slipper. Lian made fun of her, crying, "Sister, you're still only interested in your slipper. Li's shame increased while she raised and lowered her head, unable to contain her embarrassment. "This is one of your usual practices," Lian remarked, "so why withhold it now?" Then she slipped a pill through Sang's lips, and turned to compel Li to act. She responded with a drop of her saliva. "Again?" Lian demanded. Li offered her spit once more. In all, she spat 3 or 4 times, so Sang could swallow the pill. After a little while, his stomach began to make a great noise like cracks of thunder. Lian placed yet another pill in his mouth, then put her lips to his and breathed into him. Sang felt a burning heat in his lower abdomen, sending the glow of energy throughout him. Lian cried, "He's recovered." Li heard the rooster crowing, looked around anxiously, then disappeared. Lian stayed with the newly revived Sang, to build up his health again, since he couldn't yet feed himself, hence she kept the outside door bolted shut, to pretend that Sang had returned to his hometown, thus breaking off contact with others, and watched over him day and night. Li also came without fail every night, offering her own earnest care to him, and treating Lian like her elder sister. Lian reciprocated with sincere sympathy and fondness. 3 months later, Sang was as good as new. Then, for several nights, Li didn't come around, and even when she did come, she just took a quick look at them and left right away. Whenever the three faced each other, Li seemed quite unhappy, so Lian often asked her to stay with them and rest, but she never agreed to do so. Once Sang chased after her, and carried her back home in his arms, her body as light as one of the paper effigies burned to mourn the dead. She made no attempt to resist, laid down with her clothes on, and curled herself up tightly into a length less than 2 chi. Lian, filled with pity for her, discreetly asked Sang to make love to her, but though he nudged her, Li wouldn't wake up. Finally Sang also fell asleep. When he awoke, she was gone from sight. After more than 10 days, she still hadn't returned. Sang was feeling particularly unsettled, constantly taking out her slipper and caressing it. Lian remarked, "Even I've taken a fancy to her, let alone how you, a man, must feel." In the past, Sang replied, "When I toyed with this slipper, she'd come, and though I suspected it quite often, I still didn't expect that she'd really be a ghost. Now, thinking about her as I hold her slipper, I feel terribly sad." Then he commenced to weep. Prior to this, in the wealthy Zhang family, there had been a 15-year-old daughter named Yaner, who suddenly died without any warning signs. In the course of the night, she returned to life, got up, looked around, and wanted to rush off. The Zhangs bolted the door so she couldn't get out. Yaner told them, "I am the spirit of an assistant magistrate's daughter, feeling obliged to a gentleman named Sang, who thinks of me tenderly. I have left my slipper at his house. I'm really a ghost, so what's the point of holding me here?" Since her words seemed reasonable enough, they asked her why she had come there. The girl lowered her head, pacing nervously and glancing about, unable to explain herself. When someone mentioned that Sang had been sick and had returned to his hometown, the girl insisted it couldn't be. This quite puzzled her family members. Underscore 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 un. 2 chi, Li shrinks herself to less than 2/3 of a meter. Sang's neighbor to the east heard about all this, and when he climbed over the wall to sneak a peek, he saw Sang and a lovely woman speaking together. As he quietly entered and pressed onward, Sang's visitor suddenly vanished from where she'd been. The neighbor, astonished, asked Sang what was going on. Sang laughed, and said, "It's like I told you, if any women come to visit, I'll let them in." His neighbor then repeated Yaner's words to him. Sang consequently unbolted his door, and was about to go out and have a look for himself, but had no pretext to do so. Yaner's mother heard that he truly had not returned to his hometown, and was most amazed. When she sent an old servant woman to retrieve the slipper, Sang took it right out and gave it to her. Yaner was delighted. When she tried to put it on, however, the slipper proved too small for her foot by at least an inch, which really shook her up. She grabbed a mirror and looked at her reflection, suddenly realizing that she had come to life in someone else's body, and then she explained the whole thing to the mother. From then on, the mother began to believe her. The girl faced the mirror and cried, "There was a time when my appearance was nice, and I was quite self-confident, but even so, every time I saw elder sister Lian, I became more and more ashamed. Now my face has changed to this, I'd be better off as a ghost." She held the slipper and wailed her sorrow inconsolably. Covering herself with a large quilt, she laid down, absolutely stiff. She ate nothing, so her body's skin became swollen. For 7 days she refused food, but still she didn't die, and the swelling gradually receded. She felt so famished she couldn't stand it, so she began to eat again. For several days her body itched all over, then all of her skin peeled off. When she got up in the morning, she found that her slippers had fallen off in her sleep, and as she tried to put them on, she discovered they were so large that they no longer fit her. Hence she tried on her former slipper and found its size to be a perfect fit, delighting her. As she looked in the mirror, seeing her own eyebrows, eyes, and cheeks, just as they had always been, her joy increased. She washed and combed her hair before going to see her mother, and those who saw her couldn't help but stare. When Lian Xiang heard the strange tale, she advised Sang to send a go-between to propose a marriage, but since he was poor while she was wealthy, and there seemed little chance of success, he didn't dare go through with it. On the birthday of Yanner's mother, he accompanied the mother's other sons-in-law as they visited her to celebrate her longevity. When the old lady noticed Sang's name among the others, she sent Yanner to peep through the curtain, to survey the guests. Sang was the last to arrive, and Yanner suddenly rushed out and caught hold of his sleeve, wanting to go back home with him. Her mother gave her quite a scolding, so she went back inside, ashamed. Sang, who'd gotten a careful look at her and knew it was truly Li, couldn't keep himself from crying, and subsequently prostrated himself, refusing to get up. The old lady finally raised him up, without thinking any the less of him. Sang went away and invited Yanner's uncle to serve as matchmaker. The old lady discussed the matter with him, and they selected an auspicious day for the wedding, after which Sang would come to Yanner's house to live. Sang went home and told Lian Xiang, then discussed what to do next with her. Lian was upset for quite a long time, then expressed the wish to part with him. Sang, devastated, wept freely. Lian told him, "You'll light the wedding candles with your new family, and if I were to go with you, how would I save face?" Sang came up with the idea of returning to his home first with Lian, then afterwards welcoming Yanner, and Lian went along with it. Sang then expressed his intentions to the Zhangs. When the Zhangs learned that he'd already set up a family, they became angry, expressing their resentment and indignation. Yanner earnestly explained everything to their satisfaction. When the appointed day arrived, Sang went and brought Yanner home. Everything in the house had been carefully prepared, though extremely inexpensively, yet when they arrived home, stretching from the gate to the end of the hall, woven carpets had been laid out and countless decorative lanterns hung as brightly colored as brocade. Lian Xiang assisted with the bride's entrance to her new abode and removed her veil, to reveal her looking as radiant as she'd ever appeared. Lian joined them in drinking from the wedding cup, then they asked for the details of her strange return to life. Yanner replied, "When I was last with you, I was unable to restrain my sorrow. I began to despise my body as an alien thing, and felt unclean. After leaving you, I angrily refused to return to my grave and drifted aimlessly. Every time I saw living persons, I envied them. In the daytime, I dwelt among the flora, and by night I wandered where my feet took me. Unexpectedly, I came to the Zhang's house and saw a young girl lying on her bed, approached and attached myself to her without realizing that I could return to life that way." When Lian heard this, she became silent, lost in thought. 2 more months went by, and Lian bore a son. After giving birth, she suddenly fell violently ill, and as the days went by, her condition steadily worsened. She clutched at Yanner's arm and told her, "I must burden you to take care of this child, your son as much as mine." Yanner's tears fell as she tried hard to comfort Lian. She wanted to hire some magical healers for Lian's yang, but Lian refused to allow it. Her condition deteriorated till she lay dying, her breathing as thin as a strand of silk. Sang stood by with Yanner, both of them sobbing. Suddenly Lian opened her eyes and declared, "Don't weep for me. Our child is happy to be alive, so I'm happy to die. If fate will have it so, in 10 years we can see each other again." Once she finished speaking the words, she died. When they opened her clothing as they were about to place her into a coffin, her body changed into that of a fox. Sang, unable to bear seeing Lian as a strange creature, gave her a lavish burial. The son was named Huer, and Yanner loved him like he was her own child. Each tomb sweeping day, Sang and she hugged the boy at Lian's grave, and wept together there. After Sang became a successful candidate in the imperial examination at the provincial level, his family gradually began to prosper. Yanner, however, was deeply sad that she couldn't bear him a child. Huer was quite intelligent, though frail and prone to sicknesses. Yanner frequently wished that Sang would marry a second wife. One day, a servant suddenly reported, "There's an old woman outside the gate, accompanied by a girl whom she's interested in selling." Yanner called out for them to enter. The moment she saw the girl, Yanner cried out in astonishment, "Sister Lian has come back." Sang looked her over and was equally amazed to find her exactly like Lian. He asked, "How old is she?" 14, came the reply. "What's her selling price?" The old lady answered, "I only have this one child, but still I have to find a place for her, while all I need is simple food and somewhere to live, and to be sure that when I die, these old bones won't be tossed into some ravine. Then I'll be satisfied." Sang offered her a good price, and had her stay. Yanner took the girl's hand, and they stepped into a private room, where Yanner lifted the girl's chin, smiled, and asked, "Do you know me?" Underscore 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 un. Huer, literally, the name means fox child. Tomb sweeping day, part of the clear brightness, Qingming, festival, where families honor their ancestors at family grave sites. "No, I don't," she answered. When Yanner inquired about her name, the girl replied, "My surname is Wei. My father sold starch in Suchun, but died 3 years ago." Yanner counted on her fingers and realized that Lian had died exactly 14 years earlier. She looked closely at the girl again, in both appearance and manner, she resembled no one so much as Lian. Yanner then patted the top of her head, and exclaimed, "Sister Lian, Sister Lian. The 10-year date you set before hasn't let us down." The girl suddenly woke up as though from a dream, and spontaneously cried out in surprise, staring hard at Yanner. Joining them, Sang laughed and said, "This is like an old, familiar swallow that has come back home." The girl, tears streaming from her eyes, declared, "It's true. My mother once said that at the time I was born, I was able to speak, and thinking this inauspicious, I was given dog's blood to drink, so I'd lose memory of my previous incarnation. But now it's like I'm just awakening from a dream. Aren't you little Sister Li, who was ashamed to be a ghost?" They talked about their previous existence together, by turns saddened and jubilant. One particular Qingming, Yanner explained, "Every year, this is the day when the master and I go to weep for elder sister." So they went to Lian's grave, which was covered with weeds, while the tree growing over her coffin had grown so it took 2 arms to reach around it. The girl sighed deeply at the sight. Yanner said to Sang, "Sister Lian and I have cared for each other in 2 different worlds, and we can't stand being separated, so it's only right that our bones be buried in the same site." Sang went along with their request, opened Li's grave to retrieve her bones, and carried them back to be buried with Lian's. Relatives and friends who had heard the strange story dressed auspiciously and gathered about the grave, not expecting the several hundred people who were there. Underscore 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 un. Like an old familiar swallow, a line from the classical poem, Who on 11 Shao, washing in a sandy stream, Siju, 228n80. A number of years into the reign of Kangxi, I was traveling south in Shandong when, hindered by rain, I stopped at an inn. A scholar there named Liu Zijing, Sang's cousin, took out the biography of Sang, written by his colleague, Wang Zizang, over 10,000 words long for me to read. This story only covers its main points. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "It makes me sigh. One of them, dying, wishes to live, while another one, alive, wishes to die everywhere under heaven. Is there anything as hard as finding a human body? Those who possess such a body often don't care for it as they should, so they're equally uncomfortable as a living creature like the fox, or a dying spirit like the ghost." Underscore 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 un. Reign of Kangxi, 1662 to 1723. 70 A Bao. In the western part of Guangxi, there lived a famous scholar named Sun Zishu. He was born with an extra finger. Sun had a slow, deliberative way of speaking, and people always tried to cheat him, for he always believed whatever he was told. If there were singing girls sitting anywhere in his vicinity, even when he was spotting them from a distance, he'd try to run away from them shyly. Those who knew he responded this way would lure him into coming where prostitutes could be hired to act indecently familiar with him, whereupon he'd blush the entire length of his neck, while sweat rolled down his face in pearly drops. For these reasons, everyone laughed at him. This made him look like such a dumbbell that people circulated malicious tales about him until he was nicknamed Goofy Sunday. In his town, there was a certain old man who was an influential merchant and was as wealthy as a prince. His relatives were all of noble descent. He had a daughter, called A Bao, who was extremely beautiful. At that time, he wanted to choose a good mate for her, and the sons of all the great families sent their intentions with gifts, expressing their wishes to marry her, but none of them were suitable, in the old man's opinion. Since Sun then had lost his wife, someone played a trick on him, advising him to contact a marriage broker about A Bao. Sun naively had little notion that he was out of his depth, and hence proceeded to follow the advice. The old man had known for some time that Sun was a talented scholar, but disapproved of him for his poverty. Just as the marriage broker was leaving, she happened to run into A Bao, who asked why she'd come and was told. The girl jokingly said, "If he lops off his extra finger, he can take me home with him." The marriage broker then informed Sunday. Sun replied, "That's not tough at all." Once the broker left, Sun used an axe to cut off his extra finger, the severe pain of it penetrating to the heart of him, and so much blood poured out that he was on the verge of dying. It took several days before he was able to get up again, then went out to see the broker and showed her the finger. Horrified, the old lady broker ran off to inform A Bao. The girl also found this startling, but in jest invited him this time to quit being goofy. When Sun heard this, he became upset, asserting that he was no fool. However, he had no way to see her and demonstrate that himself. He began to reconsider that maybe A Bao wasn't necessarily a celestial beauty after all, for what gave her the right to act so superior? Because of this, his former infatuation with her suddenly cooled. Then Qingming arrived, with its custom of women going out to walk through the streets, frivolous young men would join together and follow after them, unrestrainedly rating each of them. There were several young men of Sun's acquaintance who strongly urged him to join them. In mocking derision, one of them demanded, "Don't you want a glance at your sweetie?" Sun knew they were making fun of him, but he'd already endured the girl's ridicule, so he thought he'd get a look at her, and hence was delighted to follow along with the group and search her out. From a distance, they spotted a young woman resting beneath a tree, with a mob of insufferable young men surrounding her like a restraining wall. The group members agreed, this has to be Bao. They hurried over and verified her identity. Attentive to every detail, they found her to be an unparalleled beauty. In a short while, the crowd became even more dense. Bao stood up and hastily left. The crowd was thrown into chaotic discussion about her appearance, the lot of them as disoriented as if they were crazy. Sun alone remained silent. The group went on ahead, and when they turned back to look at him, seeing Sun standing like an idiot in the same spot, they called to him, but he didn't answer. The group pulled him over to where they were, taunting him, "Did your spirit abandon you to follow Bao?" He still didn't reply. The group knew him to be a fellow of few words, so no one thought this strange, and either by pushing or by pulling, they finally got him back home. Once at home, he went straight to bed, laying there all day without getting up, unconscious as though he was passed out drunk, and though they shouted to him, he couldn't be roused. His family was afraid that his spirit had indeed abandoned him, and searched the countryside outside the household, calling out to it, but this proved to have no effect. They slapped Sun and questioned him, but his only response was the drowsy remark, "I'm at Bao's house." But when they asked for more information, he went silent again. His family members, anxious and perplexed, didn't understand what was happening. Originally, when Sun saw Bao leave, he couldn't allow himself to be parted from her, so he felt his body following along behind her as she walked, till gradually he was right up next to her, and no one criticized him about it. Thus he followed Bao home, where he sat and laid down next to her, and every night he made love to her, which they both found exceedingly pleasant. Afterwards, however, Sun would feel extremely hungry, and though he longed to return home, he felt disoriented and didn't know how to get there. Bao continually dreamt about having sex with a particular man, and when she'd ask him his name, he'd say, "I'm Sun Zishu." She felt this to be very strange, but was unable to bring herself to tell anyone about it. Sun lay in bed for 3 days, his breath dwindling as if it was just about to stop altogether. His family grew extremely worried, and went to break the matter gently to the old man, in hopes that he might invite them to search for Sun's spirit in his household. The old man laughed and said, "In the past, we never made a practice of visiting each other, so why would his spirit have become lost in my house?" Sun's family remained resolute in their pleading, so the old man finally agreed to permit the search. A master of magic arrived, carrying some of Sun's old clothing and a straw mat. Bao, upon asking him the reason for his visit, was astonished that Sun's spirit was in her family's house, and guided the master directly to her bedroom, where she let him summon the spirit and then take his leave. By the time the magic master had reached the Sun family's gate, Sun was already moaning from his bed. Upon awakening, he was able to describe what toiletries and possessions Bao kept in her room, what they looked like, what they were called, and all without a mistake. When Bao heard about this, her amazement increased, and she secretly felt moved by the profound degree of his love. Once Sun was able to leave his bed, he became totally engrossed in his thoughts, completely absent-minded. He was always trying to catch a glimpse of Bao, hoping for the good fortune of encountering her once again. During the Buddha bathing festival, he heard that she was going to offer incense at the Shuiyu monastery, so at daybreak he went to wait for her by the side of the road, his eyes dazzled from straining so hard to watch for her. Underscore 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 un. Buddha Bathing Festival, in celebration of the Buddha's birthday, on the 8th day of the 4th month of the lunar calendar, celebrants bathe the Buddha's image with fragrant water. The sun had already passed noon when Bao appeared, spotting Sun when she peered out from her carriage, and subsequently pulled aside the curtain with her delicate hands while staring at him without turning away. Sun moved forward, trailing along after her. Bao suddenly ordered a maidservant to go ask the gentleman his name. Sun eagerly answered the question, his spirit feeling even more agitated than before. When the carriage left the monastery, he headed home. At home, he became sick once more, fell into a trance, and stopped eating, in his dreams always calling out Bao's name. He berated his spirit for not being able to follow her once again. When the old parrot which belonged to his family suddenly died, a child held its body and played with it on a bed. Sun thought to himself that if only he had the parrot's body, with just a flap of the wings he could be in Bao's room. As his mind fixated on the parrot, he felt his body become the parrot's, and he hastily flew off, straight to Bao's place. The girl, delighted, caught the bird, tied it to a perch, and fed it hemp seeds. With a loud squawk, it cried, "Elder sister, don't tie me up. It's me, Sun's issue." Bao, utterly shocked, untied the string, but the bird didn't fly away. The girl blessed it, saying, "Your sincerity has engraved itself on my heart. But now we're of different species, human and bird, so how can we be joined in love together?" The parrot replied, "Just to be near the fragrance of you is everything I desire." If other people tried to feed it, the parrot wouldn't eat. When Bao herself fed it, it ate, and when she sat down, it would perch on her knee, and when she laid down, it would sit next to her bed. So it went for 3 days. Bao felt great pity for the bird, and privately sent someone to check on Sun's condition. The scholar had lain stiff, without breathing, for 3 days, yet the area over his heart had not turned cold. Once again, Bao gave the parrot her blessings, "If you can become human again, I swear I'll be yours till I die." "You're lying to me," squawked the parrot. Bao swore she wasn't. The parrot cocked its head to the side, as though thinking it over. A little later, when Bao decided to bind her feet a bit tighter, and hence took off her shoes, putting them under her bed, the parrot suddenly swooped down, snatched the shoes in its beak, and flew off, with Bao calling out to it as it disappeared into the distance. Bao sent an old woman to go and discern Sun's condition, and the old woman found the scholar already awake. His family members had seen the parrot arrive with the shoes in its beak, then fall to the ground dead, and everyone had agreed it was incredibly strange. As soon as he had revived, Sun called for the shoes. No one there could figure out what had happened to him. When the old woman arrived and walked in to see Sun, she demanded the whereabouts of the shoes. "Bao gave them to me as a betrothal gift," replied Sunday. "Tell her for me that I have not forgotten her precious promise." The old woman did as she was directed. Bao thought this all the more strange. Hence she sent a maidservant to describe everything to her mother. Her mother carefully verified the report's accuracy, then said, "This young man's reputation for talent isn't bad, but he's as poor as Xiongru. If after several years of searching we choose a son-in-law like this, I'm afraid the prominent families will laugh at us." However, because of the shoes incident, Bao swore that she would have no one else but him. Her mother and father went along with her decision. They sent the news quickly to Sun, who was overjoyed, and suddenly recovered from his illness. Underscore 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 un. Xiongru, Sima Xiongru, 179 to 113 BCE, a famous poet who was impoverished, but successfully wooed the wealthy widow, Zhou Wenjun, with his lyrics while playing his zither-like qin. Bao's father discussed having Sun move in with them. A son-in-law can't live for long in the household of his wife's parents, Bao responded. Besides, Sun's already poor, so that would simply give people more reason to think him worthless. I've given him my word, so I'll live in his thatched hut and enjoy his humble food without regret. Sun then married Bao and took her home with him, and they seemed together like beloveds who'd been separated in a previous life, now rejoined. Of course, Bao's family gave her a dowry, a small fortune that significantly improved their circumstances. But Goofy Sun, who was too obsessed with studying, didn't know how to manage the family's business interests. Fortunately, Bao was adept at handling their assets, so she didn't burden Sun with business matters. After managing things thus for 3 years, they became quite rich. Sun suddenly fell ill with diabetes, then died of it. Bao wept piteously, crying her eyes out, then just stopped sleeping or eating. When others tried to encourage her, she wouldn't listen, hence she took advantage of nightfall to hang herself. A maidservant discovered her attempt and quickly rescued her, so Bao revived, yet she still refused to eat. 3 days later, Sun's relatives had gathered and were just about to inter his body. They heard a groan and gasp of breath from inside his coffin, then opened it, verifying that he'd come back to life. He told them, "I appeared before the Hell King, and because I've been a just and honest person, he ordered that I be given an official appointment." Suddenly a man announced, "Minister Sun's wife is about to arrive." The king checked his registry of ghosts and declared, "It's not yet her time to die." The man replied, "She didn't eat for 3 days." The king turned to look at me and said, "Being moved by your wife's devotion, for the time being I will allow you to return to life." Hence he sent a servant to harness horses and bring me home. From this time forward, Sun's health steadily improved. It happened then that the date arrived for the provincial civil service examination, and as it approached, some young men decided to play a joke on Sun by secretly drawing up 7 odd, phony examination topics, then luring him to a secluded place to tell him, "Thanks to somebody's bribes, we're able to show you the examiner's topics." Sun believed them, working day and night on these 7 topics, till he'd successfully completed the 7 essays. The group hid their laughter from him. At that time, the civil service examiners, concerned that overly familiar themes might promote the copying of previous work, did everything they could to turn the usual topics into unusual ones. When the examination papers were distributed, all 7 matched up with Sun's essays. Accordingly, he was selected as the best of the examinees. The following year, Sun qualified as a jinchi and was granted a place in the Hanlin Academy. When the emperor heard of these curious events, he summoned Sun to appear for questioning. Sun delivered his report to the emperor and awaited his reactions. The delighted ruler praised him effusively. Afterwards, the empress also summoned Bao, and lavished expensive gifts on her. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "The quality of foolishness may assist an individual in developing determination, for it's the case that someone who's crazy for books will certainly prove to be a skilled writer, while someone who's nuts for art will have what it takes to develop fine artistic ability. Those who fail to develop themselves, and never accomplish anything, would all say that there's nothing goofy about them. It's the same with those who squander money on painted ladies, or who ruin their families through gambling. Such people, on examination, are the ones who are really foolish. Therefore, if one is clever and artful, even to excess, then one can be said to be truly goofy, and what goofiness Master Sun has in that sense. Underscore 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 un. Jinshi. Hanlin Academy. Jinshi is the title awarded a successful candidate in the highest imperial examination. The Hanlin Academy, founded in the 8th century CE, was a scholarly institute that provided a variety of scribal and archival services for the imperial court. Here's a collection of 10 sayings that really exhibit foolishness. Save your money, but if you do, you'll eat poorly. Boast of your son's intelligence in front of your guests. You can love a child, but never teach him to read. Be afraid of telling people about the disease you have. Invest your earnings in prostitutes. Steal so you can spend your gains on drinking and gambling. Fool the debt collector by signing your EIS with the names of your father and brothers. A father and son's accounts are always perfectly balanced. The family should be used the way one uses a machine. Always like your students who are good at gambling. 71 King of the Nine Mountains. A man named Li, who lived in Kozhu, was a successful candidate there in the first-level civil service examination. While his family had traditionally been well off, their home wasn't very extensive. Behind it was a garden, several mu in size, that had not been used for a long time. One day, an old man arrived to rent a room from Li, and straightaway took out 100 taels. Li explained that they didn't have any rooms to let, so he'd have to decline. The old man replied, "Please accept it, don't trouble yourself about it." Li didn't understand what he meant, so he accepted the money, figuring that he'd wait and see what would happen. The next day, the villagers saw swarms of horses and carriages filled with people entering the Li family's gate, one after another, seriously doubting that Li could find room for them all, and asked him what was going on. Li had no idea, either. He hurried home to look into it, and found no traces of them whatsoever. After several days had gone by, the old man suddenly showed up to pay a visit. He declared, "We've come to you for shelter for several days and nights. Everything's already been put together, a stove's been set up for cooking. We haven't had time to arrange an invitation to show you our gratitude until now. I've sent my daughters to prepare some food, so I hope you'll come and honor us with your presence." Li followed him. Underscore 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 un. Several mu in size. 1 mu is equal to 0.0667 hectare, 1/6 acre. As they entered the garden, Li suddenly saw a splendid house that looked brand new. When he walked inside, he discovered the furnishings to be quite beautiful. A cauldron of wine was heating on the veranda, and the delicate scent of steaming tea issued from the kitchen. Instantly, wine and food were brought out that included fabulous delicacies. Soon Li saw young men appear in the courtyard, going and coming in large numbers. He also heard children whispering, making the sounds of laughter, and words from behind a screen. With all the servants, it seemed like there were nearly 100 people working for the old man's family. Li realized that they had to be foxes. When the banquet was finished, he went back to his house, darkly entertaining thoughts of killing them. Each time he went to the market he bought some saltpeter and sulfur, till he'd accumulated several hundred jin worth, and hid it, buried in the garden, until he was ready to use it. When he suddenly ignited the saltpeter and sulfur, the blaze stretched up into the sky like a black fungus, so the burnt stench of the ashes made Li squint. Unable to go near the fire, he heard the cry of animals howling and fleeing, a horrible clamor of noise. As soon as the fire was put out, he went into the garden to take a look, and found the ground covered with dead foxes, their heads horribly charred, so he was unable to count them exactly. While he surveyed the grounds, he encountered the old man entering the garden from outside, wearing a deeply grieved expression, and reproaching Li bitterly, "We had no permanent enmity, your garden was leased for 100 taels, which was no small amount of money, so how could you mastermind the extermination of my clan? This extraordinarily cruel act of malice must be recompensed." He left in a fit of anger. Li feared that the old man would begin heaving stones at his household, but for more than a year, nothing at all strange occurred. Underscore 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 un. Several hundred jin worth. 1 jin is equal to 1/2 kilogram. In the early years of Shunzi's reign in the Qing dynasty, a gang of thieves came into being in the mountains, with vast numbers of men banding together, and the officials were unable to arrest them. With so many members having sprung up, Li was constantly concerned about being attacked by the bandits. A man who could predict the future appeared in Li's village, calling himself the Old Man of the Southern Mountains, telling people tales of good fortune and bad which were so close to real events that they made him quite famous in the village. Li had him summoned to his home, and asked him to tell him his fortune, according to his birth date. The old man, stunned, kowtowed to Li and exclaimed, "The man with this birthday is really an emperor." When Li heard this, he was quite astonished, considering the comment absurd. The old man's face and voice became solemn, to confirm that his words were serious. Li, suspicious that the old fellow wasn't all there, asked him, "How can that be, since a person can't just become emperor from being empty-handed?" "That's not true," the old man answered. "Since ancient times, haven't many emperors grown up as ordinary people, proving that not every emperor became one through birthright?" Li was puzzled by this, and moved his seat closer to the old man. The old man determinedly regarded himself as a sleeping dragon. He asked for Li to equip himself with the very finest armor and helmet, and the very best bow and crossbow. Li pondered this, and felt it unlikely that anybody would support him in such a claim. The old man declared, "I'd like to ask that you issue the order for me to go and communicate with the bandit leaders on the several mountains, and draw up an alliance with them. I can send someone to spread the rumor that you are the real emperor, and then the soldiers in the mountains would certainly agree to support you." Li was flattered, and sent the old man on his way. He drew upon his cash reserves in order to have armor made. Underscore 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 un. Shunzi's reign, the third Qing emperor, but the first to govern all China, ruled from 1644 to 1661. A sleeping dragon, a reference to the nickname of Zhuge 181 to 234 CE, renowned for his almost preternatural foresight while minister and strategist for the Shu Han leader, Liu Bei, during the Three Kingdoms period. After several days, the old man returned to make the trip with him, and advised, "Take advantage of your fortune and blessings, plus my skills as an orator, and all of the bandit leaders on the mountains will agree to listen to you and to fight for you." Over the space of the next 10 days, over 1,000 men joined Li's army. He paid respect appropriately to the old man, and regarded him as his military strategist. He had an enormous banner made, and set up a forest of colored flags. As Li's army grew stronger and more people began to hear about it, the cities sent out troops to take punitive action against the bandits, and with the old man commanding Li's forces, the city troops were soundly defeated. Badly demoralized, the county officials requested reinforcements from the official in the provincial prefecture. The prefecture's soldiers would have to make a long, arduous journey to arrive there, so the old man again advanced the bandit forces to attack, completely routing the city soldiers, his officers and men, inflicting widespread casualties. Their reputation continued to expand as the gang members reached to over 10,000, and for that reason Li gave himself the name, King of the Nine Mountains. The old man, worried about the scant number of their horses, heard from the capital that some horses were being sent to this province, so he dispatched a brigade to seize and hold the horses that were on the way. After this, the reputation of the King of the Nine Mountains became all the greater. The old man also declared him guardian of the state and supreme commander of the army. Living in seclusion in their mountain lair, Li openly boasted about himself, and declared that in just a limited number of days, he would soon be wearing the imperial yellow robe. Meanwhile, because of the incident involving seizure of the horses, the provincial governor sent out troops to oppose Li, and received support from higher officials, who sent out their most excellent troops in further aid. They surrounded the bandits from 6 directions, and then closed in. The government troops' banners filled the entire mountain valley. The King of the Nine Mountains was terrified, and summoned the old man to work out a plan, but no one knew where he'd gone. Hard-pressed and with no tactics of his own, the King of the Nine Mountains climbed to the top of the mountain and exasperatedly cried out, "Now I know how great is the power of this dynasty." The mountain stronghold was captured, its inhabitants taken prisoner, their wives and children killed. Li suddenly understood that the old man was really the old fox, who'd avenged the extermination of his clan by wiping out Li's own. The collector of these strange tales remarks, if husbands would just live with their wives and children happily, with the doors of their households closed, how could they ever kill anyone? And even if they could kill, why would they ever destroy an entire clan? The fox's plan was quite ingenious. However, if there had been no evil thoughts in Li's own mind, the plot wouldn't have germinated. Even with the old man trying to cultivate it, the man who killed the foxes was savage, and that shows that his heart already possessed evil roots, so the fox encouraged those roots to sprout and then conducted his plan of revenge. Now we can directly test passers-by by saying to them, "You're really an emperor." Henceforth, everybody will be shaken up, and run away. Obviously, Li was guided towards the sacrifice of his entire family, but he was still happy to listen to the advice. Hence he can't blame anyone else for his family being destroyed, can he? A man listens to insane comments and initially is angered by them, but if he becomes intrigued, he'll continue to give credence to those suspicions until his life and reputation are both destroyed, and then he realizes that his own faults have led to the disaster. This is the general rule of this kind of thing. 72. The foxes in the Zunhua office. Master Chu, of Zukan, governed the Zunhua district. Many foxes had gotten into the office there. Finally, the last building was taken by them to use as their home. Occasionally they went out and did bad things to people, but trying to dispel them just made them behave even worse. The officials who had once lived there had made sacrifices, and had prayed, but no one dared to oppose the foxes. When Master Chu arrived at his post, and heard about all this, he became furious. The foxes feared him as upright and unyielding, so one changed into an old woman and told his servants, "I'd like to make this petition to His Excellency, there's no point in mutual enmity. If he can give me 3 days, I'll take the others with me and we'll slink away." Master Chu overheard this, but said nothing. The next day, when he finished reviewing the troops, he ordered them not to disperse, sent them to their camp to bring over all of their large cannons, and then surrounded the Zunhua office's last building with them. Over 1,000 cannons fired on the last building, which collapsed at once despite being several stories tall, while skin, flesh, fur, and blood began to rain down from the sky. They also saw that in the midst of the resulting dark, dense, poisonous fog, a wisp of white vapor was belched out, and then vanished. The crowd of soldiers looked into the distance and cried, "There's a fox running off." Afterwards, everything was once again safe and sound in the Zunhua office. After 2 years, Master Chu, angling for a transfer and promotion, sent a loyal and canny servant to carry a certain amount of silver to the capital. When the business didn't work out, he stored it temporarily in a pit at the house of one of the office's employees. Suddenly, an old man appeared, claiming he'd been wronged, saying his wife and children had been violently murdered. He accused Master Chu of cutting back on the army's provisions, in order to use the money to ingratiate himself with powerful people, as would be immediately apparent at a certain household if they would investigate and verify it. Someone accepted the petition and pledged to look into it. Arriving at the employee's house, they searched everywhere but found nothing. The old man kept pacing the same plot of ground. Realizing what it meant, they pointed out the spot, and soon they discovered the silver. Engraved on it were characters spelling out, "Transported and guarded by this county." They stopped to look for the old man, but he'd vanished from the premises. When they searched for him, according to the name and address he left them, this, too, turned up nothing. As a consequence, Master Chu got into some hot water and was sentenced for his deed. That's when he realized that the old man was the fox that had fled. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "Foxes that plague people deserve to be severely punished. However, if they obey and abandon their wickedness, we should also treat them humanely." It can be said of Master Chu that he hated the fox too aggressively. But if his actions had been carried out by Guan Xi, even 100 foxes couldn't have achieved revenge on him. Underscore 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 un. Guan Xi, Guan, whose courtesy name was Yang Zheng, and who was also known as Guan Xi Kongzi, or Guan Xi Confucius, because of his broad knowledge, was once the target of some lavish bribes that he resolutely refused. By citing Guan Xi, Pu indicates that if Chu had been as honest and clear of blame as Guan Xi, the fox's efforts would have been in vain. Zhu 242n21. 73 Zhang Cheng. There was a Henan man named Zhang, who had lived in Shandong before that. At the end of the Ming dynasty, when Shandong fell into general chaos, his wife was carried off by northern soldiers. Zhang had often been a traitor to Henan, so he fled there with his family. He married a Henan woman who bore him a son named Ni. Before long, she died, and he remarried, that wife giving birth to a son named Cheng. Zhang's new wife, named Niu, was overbearing and constantly hateful towards Ni, treating him like a beast of burden, and feeding him only marginally edible fodder. He was sent to collect firewood, and each day it was his responsibility to bring back a shoulder's load. Whenever he failed to do so, he was soundly whipped and abusively cursed, till it was almost more than Ni could stand. Meanwhile, Niu secretly set aside tasty cakes for Cheng, and sent him to a private tutor for reading instruction. As Cheng grew up over time, he proved by nature to be full of filial piety and brotherly love, and since he couldn't stand to see his elder brother, Ni, exhausted all the time, he confidentially tried to dissuade his mother from her treatment of him. But she wouldn't listen to him. One day, Ni went into the mountains to collect firewood, but before he'd gathered enough, a huge storm blew up and he took refuge beneath a rock outcropping, and by the time the rain stopped and it cleared off, it was already late. He was utterly famished, so he slung the firewood over his back and headed home. Underscore 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 un. Northern soldiers, that is, by Manchus. Niu checked and found him short of the expected load, so in anger she refused him anything to eat. His hunger burning inside him, he went to his room and laid down, stiff and motionless. When Cheng came home from studying with his tutor, and saw Ni looking so dejected, he asked, "Are you feeling sick?" Ni replied, "I'm just hungry." Cheng asked him to explain, and when Ni told him what had happened, Cheng's expression became grave, and he rushed out. A moment later, he returned with some cakes stuck inside his robe for his brother. Ni asked him where he'd gotten them. Cheng replied, "I took some flour and asked the neighbor lady to make them, so don't talk, just eat." Ni gobbled them down. Then he advised his younger brother, "After this, don't do it again. If word gets out, you'll be blamed. I get one meal a day, so the hunger isn't going to kill me." "Brother, you've been weakened," Cheng insisted, "so you don't have the strength to collect firewood." The following day, after eating, Cheng stole off to the mountains to the place where Ni was collecting his firewood. His older brother spotted him, and asked in surprise, "What are you doing here?" Cheng replied, "I'm here to help gather firewood." "Who sent you?" asked Ni. He replied, "I came by myself." Ni told him, "There's no point talking about it, since you can't cut firewood, but even if you could, you mustn't." Consequently, he urged him to go home. Cheng wouldn't listen, using his hands and feet to break up limbs to help his brother. Then he told Ni, "Tomorrow I should bring an axe when I come." Ni came over to dissuade him. He saw that his brother's fingers had been scratched up, and that he'd worn holes in his shoes, so he felt bad about it, and cried out, "If you don't go home quickly, I'll take this axe to my throat and kill myself." Cheng then headed home. Ni accompanied him halfway there, then turned back around. Once he'd gathered his firewood, he, too, went home, stopping by the tutor's school to pay a visit, where he advised the master, "My brother is still young, so you should keep him inside here. There are many tigers and wolves out there in the mountains." The master said, "I didn't know where he'd been going before noon, but I've already beaten him for it." Ni went home and told Cheng, "You didn't listen to my words, so now you've suffered a beating for it." Chang smiled, and said, "No big deal." The next day, Chang hefted the axe, and again headed out. Annie, astonished at his arrival, said, "I specifically told you not to come back, so why have you returned?" Chang didn't reply, but simply chopped up firewood for a long while, eager to help, the sweat pouring down his cheeks as he worked without ceasing. When he'd collected enough to make up a bundle, he turned back without a word of farewell. The master scolded him again, so Chang revealed the truth to him. Expressing admiration for his virtue, the master lifted the prohibition on his leaving. One day, the brothers were out in the mountains with several other men, when suddenly a tiger appeared. The frightened group spread themselves flat on the ground. The tiger eventually lifted Chang up in its mouth and carried him off. Lugging Chang, the tiger made very little progress, so Annie was able to chase it and catch up with it. He swung his axe at it, and caught the tiger in the thigh. The beast roared in agony and ran off so swiftly that Annie was unable to keep up with it, and had to turn back, bitterly weeping. The others tried to console him, but he sobbed all the more miserably, crying out, "My younger brother was one of a kind, besides, he died for me, so how can I go on living?" Then he raised his axe up to cut his own throat. The group rushed to stop him, but the axe had already entered his flesh about a kun, and blood was gushing out. He became dizzy and fainted. The men, aghast, ripped up some of his clothing and used it to stop the bleeding, then helped him get home. His mother, weeping and cursing, cried, "You killed my son, now you want a nick in the neck to take you off the hook." Annie groaned, "Mother, don't vex yourself. Younger brother is dead, and I have no reason to go on living." He was placed on his bed, but with the pain from his wound he couldn't sleep, so day and night he huddled against the wall, sobbing. His father was afraid that Annie, too, might die, so he frequently came to his bedside to feed him, with Niu reproaching him for it each time. Annie then stopped eating, and 3 days later, he died. In their village lived a mage, who acted as a courier to the underworld, and Annie ran into him en route there, subsequently recounting to him the suffering of the past several days. When he inquired about Cheng's whereabouts, the mage told him that he hadn't heard anything. Then he turned, and led Annie along with him. They came to a large city, where they saw a man in black coming their way. The mage stepped in front of him, and asked him some questions. The man took out a document from a bag he wore at his waist, and looked it over carefully, examining the 100-odd names of men and women there, but didn't find a Zhang among them. The mage suspected that it was listed in someone else's documents. But the man told them, "This is my jurisdiction, so there's no reason for Zhang Cheng to be taken by the others." Annie refused to accept this, and strongly insisted that the mage accompany him inside the city. Once they were inside the city walls, they saw recent ghosts as well as ones who'd been there a while, gliding here and there, and when they recognized some of them, they went to make inquiries, but found that no one yet knew anything about Cheng. Underscore 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 un. About a kun, the Chinese inch is equal to 1/3 decimeter. Suddenly they all raised their voices to exclaim, "The Bodhisattva has come!" When Annie looked up into the clouds, there was an enormous figure, with dazzling rays of light emanating from her, till suddenly everything around them was brightly lit. The mage congratulated Annie, "Young sir, you're in luck. The Bodhisattva only comes to the underworld once every so many decades, to attend to things regarding the disposition of spirits, so now's the perfect time to be here." Then he pulled Annie down onto his knees. The multitude of ghosts also noisily knelt, putting their palms together and chanting for the merciful one to rescue them from their suffering, till the sound of their entreaties shook the ground. The Bodhisattva waved her willow branch, sprinkling sweet dew over everyone, its spray as fine as mist. Suddenly the mist ceased, the light faded, and the Bodhisattva vanished. Ne felt some of the dew on his neck, and the place where the axe had wounded him no longer caused him any pain. The mage, as before, led Ne away with him and they returned home. Not until they could see the village gates in the distance did the mage take his leave and depart. Ne had been dead for 2 days, when all of a sudden he revived, related everything that had transpired in the underworld, and then reported that Cheng wasn't dead. Niu figured he was making it all up and accused him of falsifying, heaping more verbal abuse on him. Though Ne was being wronged, he had no way to defend himself, yet when he touched his wound, he felt a scar there and knew he truly had been healed. Underscore 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 un. Bodhisattva. Willow branch, refers to Guanyin, she who hears all cries, the Buddhist goddess of mercy, considered the embodiment of compassion, wisdom, and love, Perkins 196. Her willow branch, a Buddhist symbol of humility, is revered for its cleansing and healing properties. He marshaled his strength to get up, and pledged to his father, "I'm going to enter the clouds and scour the seas to search for my brother, and if I can't find him, don't look for me to return as long as this body has life in it. I want you to think of me, father, as if I were still dead." The old man led him over to a private space, and there he wept with him, not daring to ask him to stay. Ne then departed. At every thoroughfare, he invested his resources to search for his brother, and once he'd exhausted his traveling money en route, he became a beggar and continued on. A year passed, till he reached Jinling, his clothing in tatters, having become hunchbacked along the way. He spotted a group of 10 or so riders passing through, and had to step aside to get out of their way. Ne noticed one man who looked like a senior official, about 40 years old, accompanied by robust men on sturdy, powerful mounts, galloping and caparaiing before and behind him. A young man, riding a smaller horse, kept staring over at Ne. Ne figured that the young man must be the son of a high official, so he didn't dare return his glance. The young man reined in and halted his modest steed, then suddenly dismounted and cried out, "If it isn't my elder brother!" Ne raised his head to take a careful look, and sure enough, it was Cheng. As he grasped Cheng's hands, Ne felt a great pang of sorrow and broke down in tears. Weeping along with him, Cheng asked, "Elder brother, what has happened to bring you to this state?" As Ne described his experiences to him, Cheng's sympathy increased all the more. The other riders dismounted to ask what was going on, then explained it to the senior official. The official ordered them to provide a horse for Ne to ride, then the brothers joined their reins and rode together back to the official's home, with Ne asking Cheng to tell him his story from the beginning. Underscore 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 un. Jinling, modern Nanjing. Originally, after the tiger carried Cheng off, he'd been unconscious when it dropped him along the road, and he lay there all night long. It happened that the official, Zhang Bijia, had just come from the capital, and as he passed, noticing Cheng's cultured appearance, he took pity on him and cared for him, till he gradually regained consciousness. Cheng told the official his address, which was a long distance away. Hence the official took him home with him. There he applied medicine to Cheng's wounds, and several days later, he'd begun to recover. Bijia had no heir, so he adopted Cheng. They had just been out for a ride when he caught sight of Ne. While he was explaining everything to his brother, Bijia entered, and Ne respectfully thanked him over and over. Cheng went inside and carried out some silk clothing for his elder brother, then he put on a feast for him, so they could chat while enjoying the food. Bijia asked him, "Since your family is in Henan, how many able-bodied men are there in your hometown?" "There aren't any," Ne replied. "Father grew up in Shandong, only later relocating to Henan." Bijia commented, "I'm also from Shandong." What county is your village part of? In the past, Annie replied, father said that it was part of Dongcheng's administrative territory. Amazed, Bijia exclaimed, I'm from the same hometown. Why did you move to Henan? Annie explained, at the close of the Ming, soldiers poured in, abducted my father's first wife, and then left. My father had to endure soldiers burning everything down, and carrying off his wife. Earlier he'd conducted business in the West, going and coming, so he was quite familiar with the area, and for that reason he settled there. Even more amazed, Bijia asked, what is your father's name? Ne told him. Bijia stared at him with his eyes wide, lowered his head as if pondering something, then quickly rushed inside. Before long, Bijia's mother came out. Together the brothers kowtowed to her, and once they'd finished, she asked Ne, are you Zhang Bingzi's grandson? That's correct, he answered. Bijia's mother began to weep, saying to Bijia, these are your younger brothers. The brothers found themselves tongue-tied. Bijia's mother explained, I was married to your father for 3 years, then carried off to the north by a commander named He, and half a year afterwards, I gave birth to your elder brother. Another 6 months later, the commander died, and your elder brother in time filled a vacancy under his banner, moving up gradually to take the commander's place. Now he's been released from that appointment. Each and every moment, I think about my real home, so I separated myself from the northerners and resumed my previous identity. Time and again, when I sent people to Shandong, no one could learn anything, but how was anyone to know that your father had moved west? Then she added to Bijia, but making your younger brother your son you destroy your own blessings and posterity. Bijia answered, in the past, when I asked Cheng about himself, he never said anything about being from Shandong, so he must have been too young to recall it. Then they organized themselves by age. Bijia, 41 years old, was the elder Zhang's son, Cheng, at 16, was the youngest, Ne was 22, previously the elder of Zhang's sons, but now the middle brother of all three. Having 2 younger brothers made Bijia very happy, and they all slept together in the same room so he could learn the causes behind their having become separated, while he made plans for them to return home. His mother was afraid that Niu wouldn't accept them. Bijia told her, if she can accept us, we'll live together, and if not, we'll split up. Who in the world wouldn't want to return to his father's home? Thereupon, he sold his house and packed up everything, having set the day when they would head westward. As soon as they arrived at their village, Ne joined Cheng to ride ahead and announce the news to their father. After Ne left home, Niu died. Their father had become a solitary old widower, perpetually in mourning. When he suddenly saw Ne enter, he was so happy that he felt faint from the strain. Upon seeing Cheng, he was absolutely ecstatic, unable even to speak a word, his tears falling freely. Then they told him that Bijia and his mother would arrive soon, so the old man stopped his weeping, stunned, torn between joy and sorrow, and just stood there like a simpleton. It wasn't long until Bijia entered and paid his respects to his father. His mother clasped the old man in her arms, and they wept together. Since all the female and male servants had come down to meet them, and were all over the place, inside and outside, the old man didn't know what to do, whether to sit or to stand. When Cheng didn't see his own mother, and asked after her, he learned that she had died, wailing until he was hoarse. He then fainted, but shortly afterward began to revive. Bijia financed the building of a new house, and engaged a tutor to instruct his 2 younger brothers. Horses were soon caparrowing in the stables, the rooms of the house were filled with boisterous chatter, and, surprisingly, they became a rich and influential family. The collector of these strange tales remarks, hearing this business all the way to its conclusion provokes my tears to fall. A boy 10 years or so old, chopping wood to help his brother, I admire him, and cry out, this is another Wang Lan in the world. And then my tears fall the first time. When I hear that the tiger has carried off Cheng, I can't help wailing and sobbing, why must heaven be so unfair? So I cry for the second time. Elder and younger brothers unexpectedly meet again, which causes me to weep anew, for the young brothers suddenly have an elder brother, and I feel sorry for Bijia for having lost so many years of brotherhood, hence I shed tears once again. A family is reunited out of both sad and happy circumstances, and though I shouldn't cry, I cry also for the old man. I wonder whether in later generations there will be people like me who shed tears so easily. Underscore 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 un. Tears to fall. A refrain in this particular commentary is duo, a character signifying to fall down or to sink, used metaphorically here. It appears 5 times, to communicate the depth of Pu's emotion. Wang Lan was the step-brother of Wang Xiang, who was abused by his stepmother during childhood yet remained filial to her. Wang Lan felt so badly for the beatings given to his elder step-brother that he tried to intercede, helping Wang Xiang finish the hard work assigned by the mother and saving his step-brother's life several times when his mother tried to poison Wang Xiang. See Zhu 248n44. 74. The Fenzhou Fox. Master Zhu was a Fenzhou magistrate, whose government office was overrun by foxes. As he sat there at night, a woman was going and coming beneath his lantern light. At first he thought she was his wife's servant, so he didn't look up at her, and when he did raise his eyes, he realized that he didn't recognize her, though she looked quite beautiful. He knew in his heart that she was a fox, but he lusted for her nonetheless, and hastily called for her to come. She stopped with a smile, and said, "That stern sounds meant for me, but who are you calling your maidservant?" Zhu laughed and stood up, dragging her over to sit with him, where he could apologize for his mistake. Then he made love to her, and for a long while they lived together happily as husband and wife. Suddenly one day, she said to him, "You're going to have to give up your appointment, there isn't much time." "When must I do it?" he asked. "Right away," she smiled. "There may be congratulations at your gates now, but there will be mourning in your village soon, so you can't remain an official." 3 days later, he received an announcement that he should relinquish his appointment. The next day, he was given news of his mother's death. Zhu resigned his post, desiring that the fox accompany him to his hometown. But his fox wife couldn't agree to do so. She accompanied him to the river's edge. There he tried to force her aboard the ferry with him. The girl told him, "You wouldn't know this, but foxes can't cross rivers." Zhu couldn't bear to be apart from her, and expressed his love for her there at the river bank. The girl suddenly rushed off, saying she had to visit an old friend. After a bit she returned, and now she had a man with her, returning the visit she'd just made. The girl uttered something to her guest. Once he'd left, the fox came back to Zhu, saying, "Please climb aboard the ferry at your convenience, I'll be joining you for the crossing." Zhu replied, "According to your own words, you can't make the crossing, so why are you saying this now?" "The one who just paid us a visit is the river god," explained the fox wife. "I used you as the rationale for making a special request of him. He gave me permission to cross the river within the next 10 days, so I can accompany you and stay with you for that long." Then they crossed the river together. On the 10th day, consequently, she said farewell and left. 75. Jiaoniang. In Guangdong, there was a government official named Fu, who was over 60 when he had a son, named Lian. Lian was extremely bright, but he'd been endowed with rather inadequate reproductive equipment, so even at the age of 17 his private parts were still as small as a silkworm. Everyone far and near learned of this by rumor, so no one would offer him their daughters to marry. Facing the possibility of being denied descendants, Fu fretted about it day and night, but didn't know what he could do. Lian meanwhile was studying with a teacher. When the teacher unexpectedly had to step out one day, it happened that a monkey show was playing just beyond their gate, and Lian went outside to watch, abandoning his studies. Upon reflecting that the teacher must be about to return, he became afraid of being punished, and ran off. Once he was several li from home, he saw a girl dressed in white, walking ahead of him, with a maidservant. The girl turned her head towards him, revealing that she was bewitchingly beautiful, beyond compare. She was walking slowly with her tiny feet, so Lian hurriedly walked past her. The girl turned to look at her maidservant, and said, "Why don't you try to ask the gentleman whether he'll be travelling to Hainan?" The maidservant then called out the question. Lian asked why she was wondering. Underscore 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 un. Li, a distance equal to 1/3 mile. If you're going to Hainan, the girl replied, there's a letter I'd like to send home with you. My mother would be a grateful hostess. When Lian originally ran off, he did so without a particular direction in mind, so he decided that crossing the sea might be the thing to do, and gave the girl his consent. She took out the letter and gave it to her maidservant, who in turn gave it to Lian. When he asked the girl for her name and hometown, she replied, "My family name is Hua, and we live outside Kinyu village, 3 or 4 li from the northern part of Kiangsu." Lian then went aboard a boat and departed. The sun was already setting as he arrived in northern Kiangsu. He asked about Kinyu village, but no one seemed to know of the place. Heading to the north, he walked 4 or 5 li, and though the moon and stars were shining brilliantly, the road was so overgrown with grass, and the place was so wild, that he couldn't find an inn where he might rest. He felt completely bewildered. He noticed a tomb by the side of the road, so he thought he'd stop there to rest a bit, even though he was afraid that there might be tigers and wolves about. Consequently, he clambered up into a tree as nimbly as a monkey and settled onto a branch. He listened to the sounds of rustling in the tall pine trees, and to the chirping of insects in the night, which made him feel uneasy, so he regretted having impetuously agreed to come. Suddenly hearing the sounds of people below him, he looked down and saw what seemed to be a courtyard. A beauty was sitting on a stone, flanked by a pair of maidservants carrying painted lanterns, standing on each side to wait on her. The beauty turned to the maid on her left and said, "Tonight the moon is bright, outshining the stars, so we can take out the tea Auntie Hua gave me and make a cup of it to drink, while appreciating this lovely evening." Lian assumed them to be ghosts or evil spirits, which made his hair stand on end, and he hardly dared take a breath. One of the maidservants looked up at him all of a sudden and cried, "There's someone in the tree." The frightened girl stood up and said, "What a brave fellow, to spy on people in the dark." Lian was horrified, but with no place to run and hide, he climbed down, prostrated himself on the ground, and begged her to pardon him. When the beauty came over to take a casual look at him, her anger turned to pleasure. She pulled him up and sat him down next to her. With a sidelong glance, Lian could make out that she was 17 or 18 years old, and stunningly gorgeous. When he listened to her speak, he could tell she had a local accent. She asked him, "What are you doing here?" "I've been sent to take a letter to someone," he replied. She informed him, "There are many bandits in the countryside, so sleeping out in the open can be risky. If you don't mind the clutter, I'd like you to rest here." Then she invited Lian inside. There was a room with only one bed in it, so she directed a maidservant to spread out 2 quilts on it for them. Since Lian was ashamed of his physical inadequacy, he offered to sleep on the floor. The girl laughed and said, "Having received our honored guest, how dare I neglect tending to you?" Lian couldn't get out of it, so he laid down together with her on the bed, though he was so mortified that he didn't have the nerve to relax and stretch out. Soon afterwards, the girl secretly slipped her hand in under Lian's quilt to explore, lightly stroking his thigh. Lian pretended to be asleep, like he hadn't felt anything. Then, a little while later, she lifted his quilt and slid under it, nudging him, though he still showed no reaction. The girl slid her hand down to his private parts. Then, disappointed, she stopped stroking, quietly slid out from under the quilt, and left. Presently, Lian heard the sound of weeping. Feeling nervous and humiliated, uncertain what to do, he cursed heaven for his deficiency. Underscore 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 un. How dare I neglect tending to you? The Yuan Long portion of this colloquialism is derived ironically from the name Chen Yuan Long, a figure from the Three Kingdoms period, noted for taking a large bed for himself and giving a small bed to his guest. Zhu 256 and 25. The beauty called for her maidservant to bring a light. The maid saw signs of tears on the beauty's face, and asked in surprise what was making her unhappy. The girl shook her head and replied, "I'm just sighing over my destiny." The maid stood before the bed and looked searchingly into the girl's face. The beauty said, "If you can wake him up, send him on his way." Lian heard all this, which doubled his feelings of shame. In addition, he worried about finding a place to stay in the middle of the night. While he was thinking things over, the maid declared, "Auntie Hua's come." Lian took a quick peek, and saw that she was in her 50s, though still very stylish. When Auntie Hua saw that the girl wasn't asleep, she asked why. The beauty refused to reply. Then the woman noticed there was someone lying on the bed, and demanded, "Who's that sharing your bed?" This evening a young gentleman asked for lodging, the maid answered for the girl. Auntie Hua laughed and said, "I didn't realize Jiaoniang was celebrating her wedding." When she noticed that Qioniang's tears hadn't yet dried, she was startled, and said, "Tears have no place on one's wedding night, has the gentleman been rough with you?" Jiaoniang said nothing, sobbing all the more. Auntie Hua wanted to have a grope to examine the young man, but as she lifted his clothing, the letter fell onto the bed. She picked it up and looked at it, then cried in amazement, "This is my daughter's handwriting." She opened it up and read it, both sighing and exclaiming. Jiaoniang asked her what it was. "It's from Sunyang," Auntie Hua explained, "who says that her husband Wu has died, leaving her alone with no place to go, so what's she going to do?" The girl replied, "This fellow said he had a letter to deliver, so it's fortunate we hadn't sent him away yet." Auntie Hua told him to get up, then inquired as to how he came by the letter. Lian carefully explained. Auntie Hua replied, "You've gone to a lot of trouble to bring this letter, so how can we recompense you?" She gave him a searching look, and asked with a laugh, "How have you managed to upset Jiaoniang?" Lian answered, "I don't know what I've done." Then she asked Jiaoniang her question. The girl sighed and explained, "I'm upset at myself for having married a eunuch when I was alive, and for not running away from the fate of having another eunuch, that's why." Auntie Hua turned to Lian and declared, "Clever boy, unaware that you're really a woman, I thought you were a man, eh? You're my guest, so for a bit let's not bother the others." Then she conducted him into one of the rooms on the east corridor, and slid her hand into his pants to examine him. Laughing, she said, "It's no surprise that Qioniang's all in tears. However, you're lucky that there's a physical foundation, so it can still be fortified." She held up a lamp and scavenged through her chests and baskets, till she came across a black pill that she told Lian to swallow down at once, mysteriously ordering him not to move, and then went out. Lian lay there musing by himself, not knowing what disease the medicine was supposed to remedy. Just as the fifth watch was beginning, he became conscious of feeling a moist warmth just below his navel, directly going into his private parts, suffusing the area until there was something hanging down between his thighs. When he touched himself, he found an impressive male organ. He was shocked and ecstatic, like he'd been awarded the highest distinction imaginable from the emperor. Underscore 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 un. The fifth watch, the final of the 5 two-hour divisions of the night, from approximately 3 to 5 a.m. As daylight spilled over the windowsills, Auntie Hua entered, carrying steamed cakes into the room for him, warning him to sit still, and upon leaving, shut the door behind her. She went and told Jiaoniang, since the young man performed a worthy deed by delivering the letter, we need to detain him until Sun Yang arrives, so they can get to know each other like elder and younger sisters. For the time being, keep him shut up in there so we can avoid upsetting or annoying anyone. Then she walked out the door and departed. Lian was pacing in boredom, every so often opening the door a crack, like a bird peeking out of its cage. He spotted Jiaoniang, and felt the urge to summon her so he could display himself to her, but was too bashful and stopped himself. He was involved thus till about midnight, when Auntie Hua brought her daughter home. She opened his door and remarked, "The gentleman must be very bored. Sun Yang, come here and formally thank him." The girl from his road encounter shyly entered, then turned to face Lian, and greeted him respectfully. Auntie Hua directed them to call each other elder brother and younger sister. Jiaoniang giggled and said, they can also call each other elder sister and younger sister. They all went together into the main room, where the group sat together while wine was served. As they were drinking, Jiaoniang teasingly asked Lian, "Are eunuchs also aroused by beautiful women?" "The lame never forget what it's like to have walked," Lian replied, "and the blind never forget what it's like to have seen." They all smiled broadly at his words. Jiaoniang noticed that Sun Yang was fatigued from traveling, so she forced her to go to bed. Auntie Hua then gave Sun Yang a glance to indicate that she should go and sleep with Lian. Sun Yang, embarrassed and nervous, wouldn't move. Auntie Hua encouraged her, "This so-called man is actually a woman, so what's there to be afraid of?" She urged the two to leave together. Privately she advised Lian, in secret, "You're my son-in-law, publicly, you're my son, that's the deal." Delighted, Lian took Sun Yang's arm, and led her onto his bed, where it was like he was using a grindstone to test a new blade, and his pleasure was obvious. Once they were finished and resting on pillows, he asked her, "What kind of person is Jiaoniang?" "She's a ghost," Sun Yang answered. "Her talent and looks are unequaled, but it's her fate to suffer misfortune. She married a young gentleman of the Mao family, but he was impotent, and by the age of 18 he still couldn't function, so she became depressed and moribund, till the regret she harbored sent her to her grave." Lian was shocked and began to suspect that Sun Yang, too, was a ghost. "To tell you the truth," she said, "I'm not a ghost, but a fox. Jiaoniang was living alone without a mate, while I and my mother had no home, so we took advantage of the situation to settle here." Lian was quite stunned. Sun Yang told him, "Don't worry, we may be ghosts and foxes, but we won't cause you any misfortune." Henceforth, they chatted and ate together every day. Though Lian knew Jiaoniang wasn't human, yet he loved her for her beauty and goodness, and his sole regret was that he hadn't had an opportunity to expose himself to her. Lian was cultured and restrained, yet good at pleasing people by telling them jokes, so Jiaoniang began to feel affection for him. One day, as Auntie Hua and Sun Yang were about to go out, they shut Lian up again in his room. Lian sulked, pacing the room in circles, and calling through the door to Jiaoniang. Jiaoniang ordered a maidservant to try out several keys, then finally got the door open. Lian leaned close to her ear and asked her to come in with him. Jiaoniang sent the maidservant away. Lian then pulled her close to him on the bed, snuggling face to face with her. Jiaoniang mockingly reached down below his navel with both hands, and said, "It's a pity that this part of my boyfriend is lost." She hadn't even finished these words before she found her hands absolutely full. Astonished, she exclaimed, "What was so tiny last time, is suddenly huge." Lian laughed as he told her, "Last time it was too shy to come out for a visitor, so it remained shrunken, now with all the embarrassing ridicule and slander, it grew bigger, just like a frog when it gets angry." Then they made love together. When they were finished, Jiaoniang angrily exclaimed, "Now I know why they've kept your door shut. Before, when mother and daughter were drifting without a place to stay, they availed themselves of my home. Sun Yang learned to embroider from me, and I never kept even the smallest secret from her. For her to act like this now out of jealousy." Lian calmed her down, and explained what had happened. Qiao Niang finally relented. "It's a secret," Lian said, "and Auntie Hua urged me to keep it that way." He'd just finished speaking, when Auntie Hua suddenly entered. The two, surprised, leapt out of bed. The woman cast an angry eye, and demanded, "Who opened his door?" With a smile, Qiao Niang admitted she was responsible. This made Auntie Hua even more furious, prompting a stream of curses from her. Qiao Niang just laughed, and exclaimed, "Granny, what a big laugh! This is a man who's really a woman, so what use can he possibly be?" Sun Yang, upset from observing the acerbic exchange between her mother and Qiao Niang, tried to intervene between the two, and finally managed to turn their stubborn anger into amity. While Qiao Niang's words still seemed resentful and resistant, subsequently she recognized Sun Yang's intention and cooperated with her. But Auntie Hua remained vigilant day and night, so the two lovers had no chance to act on their desires for each other, and could only express their emotions through significant glances. One day, Auntie Hua told Lian, "My two daughters, the elder sister and the younger sister, are now both devoted to you. I've been thinking that your staying here may be improper, so you should return home and explain things to your father and mother, towards concluding a marriage agreement." She immediately made preparations for him, and hurried him to leave. Together, the two girls faced him with sorrowful expressions, but Qiao Niang looked especially distraught, her tears spilling like the pearls from a broken necklace, and this went on for quite some time. Auntie Hua tried to stop them from crying, and at her earliest opportunity pulled Lian outside. Once they stepped outside the gate, the house and grounds ceased to exist, and in their place Lian saw an untended grave. Auntie Hua accompanied him till he was aboard a boat, and told him, "Once you've gone, I'll take my two daughters away and rent a house in your village. If you won't forget your beloveds, go to the abandoned garden of the Li family, and there you can claim them for marrying." Lian then returned home. After Lian's father had searched for his son unsuccessfully, he was naturally apprehensive, so when he saw his son return home, he was overjoyed. Lian outlined the whole story, and described Auntie Hua's plan. "How can you trust that fiend's words?" demanded his father. "The only reason you're still alive is your male deficiency, otherwise, you'd be dead." "Even though they're supernatural beings," Lian countered, "they have feelings just like people do, besides, the girls are both intelligent and lovely, and if I marry them, I won't receive any more teasing from our relatives." His father had nothing to say, and simply sneered at him. Lian then left, but he found himself itching to show off his new ability again, so he began making love often to the maidservants. Eventually, he even began doing it publicly in the daytime, just because he wanted to scandalize his parents. One day, a young maidservant happened to spy him doing it, and ran off to tell his mother. Since she didn't believe her, she went to have a peek for herself and was astonished. She summoned the maids to get to the bottom of the matter, and hence she learned the whole story. Ecstatically happy, she exuberantly announced to everyone she met that her son wasn't sexually incapable, and that they would soon choose a daughter from among the influential families for her son to marry. Lian told his mother confidentially, "I'll marry into the Hua family, or I won't marry at all." His mother remarked, "There's no shortage of beautiful women in the world, so why settle on some spirit?" "If not for Auntie Hua," he answered, "I'd never have been able to perform sexually. It would be inauspicious to turn my back on them." His father was persuaded, so he sent a servant and an old woman to go and look at Auntie Hua and her daughters discreetly. The two travelled 4 or 5 li east of the city wall, looking for the Li family garden. Among some collapsed walls, bamboo, and trees, they saw the wispy signs of kitchen fire smoke. The old woman climbed down from the carriage, and walked right up to the door, where Auntie Hua and Sun Yang were wiping the table and washing up, as though they were waiting for someone. The old woman paid her respects, and then revealed her master's orders. Upon looking at Sun Yang, she declared in surprise, "Is this the lady our young master would bring into the family? When I see her, I can understand why young master's spirit yearns for her, and why his dreams revolve around her." Then she asked about Jiaoniang. Auntie Hua sighed, and said, "She's my adopted daughter. 3 days ago, she suddenly passed away." Then she entertained the old woman and the servant with wine and food. When the old woman returned home, she gave an account of Sun Yang's demeanor that pleased both father and mother. When she got around to news of Qioniang's death, Lian was so grief-stricken that he sobbed and sobbed. The night of the wedding ceremony, Lian met with Auntie Hua to ask her about Jiaoniang. She told him, "She's already been reborn in the northern lands." Lian cried for a long while. He took Sun Yang home with him, but in the end he couldn't forget his love for Jiaoniang, and whenever anyone arrived from Hainan, he was certain to ask them in, to interview them about her. Someone said that at the Kinyu graveyard by night, one could hear a ghost weeping. Lian was surprised at this, and ran in to tell Sun Yang. Sun Yang sat deep in thought for a good long time, then, bursting into tears, exclaimed, "I've abandoned my elder sister." Lian asked her what she meant, and she explained, "When my mother and I came here, we didn't let her know the plan. This suffering spirit, couldn't it be her? I've wanted to tell you, but was afraid of being scolded by my mother." Lian listened, saddened, but then became hopeful. He ordered a carriage and travelled at double speed day and night, hurrying to the site of Qioniang's grave. He kowtowed at her grave tablet, and cried out, "Jiaoniang! Jiaoniang! I'm here!" Instantly, he saw Jiaoniang, carrying a baby in her arms as she emerged from the grave, raise her head and piteously sob, staring unstintingly at him with anguished regret. Lian also wept. When he inquired whose child it was, Jiaoniang replied, "This is your son, born 3 months ago." Lian sighed, and said, "Because I believed Auntie Hua's lies, the suffering of mother and son has been hidden away in a grave. What a wrong I have to rectify." Then he took them away in his carriage, crossed the sea, and returned home. He held the baby in his arms as he told his mother everything. When she saw the child with its sturdy appearance, not like a ghost at all, she was exceedingly pleased. Jiaoniang and Sun Yang lived harmoniously, and were filial daughters to Lian's mother and father. Underscore 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 un. In the northern lands, this might be seen as dually painful for Lian, given both his loss and the post-Ming dynasty animosity of the Han Chinese toward the northern invaders, to which Pu makes occasional allusions. Afterwards, Lian's father fell ill, so they sent for a doctor to come. But Jiaoniang told them, his sickness can't be cured, because his spirit has already left him. She supervised as they prepared for his funeral, and as soon as they were finished, he died. The child grew up to resemble his father quite remarkably. He proved particularly adept, and at 14, he passed the examination for Zhihoki. Old Zixia, from Jiu, though he moved to Guangdong, heard all this. He's lost track of what the place was called, and he also doesn't know how everything turned out in the end. Underscore 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 un. Zhihoki, a successful candidate in the Imperial Civil Service examination at the county level. 76. The Wu official. There was a certain official in Wu, whose name I've forgotten. He had a reputation for being firm and honorable. Wu's customs treasured the city god so greatly, that the people carved a wooden effigy of it, and dressed it in brocade, which made it look alive. For the god's birthday, the local residents would all collect money and throw a festival party, during which an imperial carriage drawn by men would parade through their thoroughfare. They constructed a series of banners, then organized all kinds of officials into rows and lines to parade together. accompanied by musicians and the sound of drums. The event was treated as a custom, so for years no one had dared not to participate. The official, who had just come to take up his new post, came across the celebration, and stopped to ask what was going on. Some of the Wu residents explained it to him. He asked further questions, and learned how much they were spending on the lavish displays. Outraged, the official pointed to their deity and scolded them. The city god is supposed to serve the city. If it is too ignorant to cast its magic, or if it's just some disgusting ghost, then it doesn't deserve to be worshipped. Even if it's a useful spirit, it should make economical use of resources and manpower. Isn't it counterproductive to spend money on it, raised from collecting the residents' possessions? When he'd finished speaking, he set the effigy on the ground and gave it 20 lashes. Following this, the elaborate custom was abandoned. The upright and just official was never secretive about his public practices, but he'd also enjoyed such celebrations when he was a young man. Once he'd occupied his office for some years, he was outside his office building, climbing a ladder to look into a bird nest, when he unexpectedly missed his footing and fell down, breaking his hip and subsequently dying. The people heard the official's loud voice angrily arguing with the city god from inside the city god's temple, and he carried on thus for several days without stopping. Wu's people hadn't forgotten the official's virtuousness, so a crowd gathered to discuss a solution to this conflict. Then they built another temple for the official, and the sounds of the argument finally ceased. This temple was also dedicated to the city god, with sacrifices offered there year-round, and consequently the god's influence seemed particularly manifest there. Wu since then has had 2 city god temples, they say. 77 Ventriloquism. A woman came to our village who was 24 or 25. She was carrying a medicine bag, and peddling her curative abilities. A person came to her for a diagnosis, but the woman explained she couldn't offer a prescription herself. She had to wait until sunset, when she could ask for the advice of various spirits. That evening, she thoroughly cleaned her small room, then shut herself up inside. A crowd gathered outside her door and window, quietly pressing their ears close to listen in, but they couldn't catch any words, though no one dared even cough. Inside and out, everything came to a dead stop. About halfway through the evening watches, suddenly they heard the sound of a curtain being pulled open. From inside, the woman asked, "Have you come, ninth aunt?" "I have come," replied a woman's voice. The woman again asked, "Has Lei Mei come with ninth aunt?" What seemed to be the voice of a maidservant replied, "I'm here." The voices of the 3 became intermingled in incessant chatter, on and on without a lull. Presently, they heard the sound of curtain hooks being pulled again, and the woman announced, "Sixth aunt has come." The other woman's voice asked, "Has Chunmei also come?" cradling the young master in her arms. Another female voice declared, "The stubborn little rascal." Wailing and refusing to go to sleep, yet he insisted on coming with his mama. "He must weigh 100 June, I'm so tired of carrying him on my back, the little goblin." Before long, they heard the sounds of Chunmei's courteous greetings, of ninth aunt asking about others, of sixth aunt exchanging greetings, of the 2 maidservants expressing their appreciation, of the little boy's merry laughter, and of a cat, blending into a noisy clamor. Then they heard the woman say, "The little gentleman really loves to play, since he came from so far away, holding that kitty all the while." Later on, the sounds gradually hushed, and at the sound of the curtains being drawn again, the room erupted with voices inquiring, "Fourth aunt, why have you come so late?" A small, delicate voice answered, "The road here is longer than 1,000 li, and it took a while for mother-in-law and I to walk it. Besides, she walks rather slowly." Then each of them, in their own ways, greeted fourth aunt and her mother-in-law warmly, combining the sound of seats being moved and calls for additional seating, the noise filling the room for the length of time it would take to have a meal. Then they heard the woman ask about someone's ailment. Ninth aunt believed that ginseng should be given, sixth aunt felt that it would be best to prescribe milk veg, while fourth aunt suggested applying some attractaloids. The voices consulted for a while, Then they heard ninth ant call for a brush and ink's tone. Underscore 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 un. Lame. Chun miai, these names mean plum flower and spring plum, respectively. 100 Jun, 1 jin weighs a kati, or 1/2 kilogram, 1 Jun equals 30 jin. Hence the young master supposedly feels like he weighs 1,500 kilograms. Li, a distance equal to 1/3 mile. Milk vetch. Atractylodes, the roots/rhizomes of the milk vetch, Astragalus adsurgens, and the atractylodes macrocephalicoides, are employed to make decoctions for treating the stomach and spleen. Before long, there came the shuffling of paper being folded, the clatter of the writing brush's cap being pulled off and tossed down, and the scraping of the ink's tone to make ink. Then when the brush was dropped onto the table, it made a rattling sound, and they heard the rustling of medicinal herbs being combined and wrapped up. An instant later, the woman emerged, calling for the sick person, so she could explain the use of the remedy and the prescription. Then when she turned and went back inside, they heard the 3 ants taking their leave, the 3 maidservants saying their farewells, the child's incoherent mumbling, and the cat's meows, all at the same time. 9th ant's voice was clear and penetrating, 6th ant's slow and elderly, 4th ant's delicate and pleasing, and along with the voices of the 3 maids, each had a unique tone that could easily be identified and distinguished by anyone listening. The astounded crowd took them to be authentic spirit voices. But when they tested her prescriptions later, they proved not to be very effective. Thus they were party to what is known as ventriloquism, an unusual skill used there to sell medicine. Still in all, pretty rare. Wang Xinyi once reported that when he was in the capital, passing through the market district, he heard the sound of a stringed instrument accompanying a singer, and people watching, blocking the way like a wall. As he got close enough to catch a peek, he saw a young man with a lovely voice singing a song. But there was no instrument accompanying him, only his finger pressed against his cheek while he sang, sometimes pressing it in, sometimes pulling it out. It sounded no different than the vibrations of a bowstring. He was also a descendant of practitioners of ventriloquism. 78 The Fox Duo. Scholar Jiao was the 3rd younger brother of Jiao Shihong of Zhangqiu. On one occasion, he was reading a book in his garden. At midnight, 2 beauties appeared, and they were extraordinarily pretty. One was about 17 or 18, the other 14 or 15, and they began caressing his study table, while smiling suggestively at him. Jiao knew they were foxes, so he adopted a stern countenance and resisted them. The older of the 2 remarked, "You're as long and stiff as a halberd, so why don't you exercise your manhood?" "I won't engage in intimacy with any woman except for my wife," Jiao replied. The girl laughed as she cried, "What a stubborn pedant! Are you still holding on to your old-fashioned morals?" The 15th day of the 10th month celebrates the spirits, allowing everyone to turn values on their heads, and besides, climbing into bed for a little while is a trivial matter, right? Jiao again fended them off. Underscore 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 un. Jiao Shihong, Jiao Yuyui, whose courtesy names were Jiawu and Shihong, became a Jinchi in the 4th year, 1647, of the Emperor Shunzi's reign, and served as an assistant minister in the Ministry of Revenue, Zhu 264N1. The 15th day of the 10th month, following the lunar calendar, this is when the birthday of the 3 August ones, legendary demigods who taught the essentials of civilization to humanity, Palmer 15, 211, is celebrated. The girl, realizing they couldn't arouse him, then declared, "You're a famous scholar, so we'll challenge you to a poetry contest, and if you can respond, we'll leave." Wu and Su have similarly shaped characters, with the only difference being a point between them. Jiao thought it over, but refused to participate. Laughing, the girl said, "An official as resolute as this? Oh well, I can do it for you, G and SI have been linked, so just jump in with both feet." One more laugh and they were gone. Underscore 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 un. A poetry contest. The Zudui is a call/response kind of verse challenge. One opponent recites something in a particular form, and the other recites a response to it in the same form. Here, one line 4 characters long, followed by one line 6 characters long. But the girl's challenge to Jiao operates on 2 levels, both to echo her poetic structure, and to give in to her seduction. Wu and Su. A point between them, the character Wu, is drawn with one fewer stroke than the character Su. The fox girl's suggestive subtext is, "The time is right to bring our bodies together, if you'll just come a little closer." G and SI. With both feet, the characters G and SI also differ from each other by only a single stroke. The fox girl is implying that they'll end up in bed together, so eventually our feet will meet where yours have walked, then you won't be able to help but touch us. 79. The Wei County Fox. The Li family owned a second home in Wei County. Unexpectedly, an old man came to them to lease the residence, guaranteeing faithfully to pay them 50 taels a year for it. Li agreed to rent it to him. After he'd left, however, there was no more news of him, so Mr. Li advised his servants to rent the place to someone else. The next day after they did so, the old man showed up and said to him, "You agreed to lease the residence to me, so why are you about to switch and rent it to someone else?" Li then explained his doubts. The old man replied, "I intend to be in the house for a long time. I was delayed, then, because I had to choose an auspicious time to move in, which will arrive after 10 more days." Proceeding to pay a year's rent up front, he remarked, "Even if in the end it seems unoccupied for the year, don't become concerned." Li accompanied him out, inquiring about the date, and the old man told it to him. Several days past that date, there was still no sign of him moving in. Li then went to take a look for himself, but found the pair of gates bolted from the inside, smoke emerging from the kitchen chimney, and miscellaneous sounds of people inside. Surprised, he sent in his visiting card, offering to pay his respects. The old man hurried out and ushered him inside, laughing and chatting with him like he was family. Once Li returned home, he sent some people back to present gifts from his family. The old man graciously and generously rewarded them with food, drink, and other nice things. Underscore 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 un. Wei County. The title of the story actually refers to Wei Shui, a river in Shandong's Wei County. After another several days, Li set up a banquet, invited the old man, and they merrily continued their happy conversations. When Li asked him about his birthplace, he identified it as Qinzhong. Li expressed surprise that he was so far from home. The old man explained, "Your county here is a most fortunate place. Qinzhong can no longer be home to me, for a great catastrophe is about to befall it." At that time, peace prevailed everywhere, so Li didn't question him any further. The following day, the old man sent him an invitation, announcing that he was ready to repay his landlord's courtesy, providing decor, drinks, and food that were lavish and elegant. Li, amazed by it all, began to wonder whether his tenant was actually an influential official. The old man was on such close terms with him that he informed Li he was a fox. Li was so astonished at this that he mentioned it to everyone he came across. County officials who heard about the strange affair came in their carriages daily to the old man's gate, hoping for a chance to meet and to make friends with him, and without exception he kindly agreed to see them. It was just a matter of time before higher officials also began showing up there. Only one particular county magistrate was repeatedly refused and forced to take his leave. The magistrate solicited Li's help in gaining him admission, but still the old man refused to see him. Li asked him what was up. The old man left his seat and came near Li, whispering, "You wouldn't know this, but in a previous life he was an ass, though he's now the magistrate passing judgment on the people, and is so greedy that even helping himself to somebody's rice soup makes him drunk with power. I may not be human, but I'd feel ashamed to have him for a friend." Underscore 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 un. Kinsong, another name for Shaanxi province. Li then made up an excuse to tell the magistrate that the fox feared his godlike nature, and hence simply didn't dare see him. The magistrate believed him and stopped coming. This was in the 11th year of Kangxi's reign. Not long after, Shaanxi was afflicted by the fires of rebellion. This gives credence to the belief that foxes can foretell the future. The collector of these strange tales remarks, "The ass is a large creature. When angered, it kicks out its legs and brays itself hoarse, its eyes larger than wine jars, till it's snorting like an ox. Not only is its noise unpleasant, but so is its appearance. If you hold up a bundle of hay, however, you can persuade it to lower its head in docile compliance, happy to accept a harness. If someone is a magistrate of the people with a character like this, he will become intoxicated with his authority even by taking someone's rice soup. I hope that those who govern the people will caution themselves not to be like the ass, but instead to seek the counsel of the fox, thereby growing in virtue daily." Underscore 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 un. 11th year of Kangxi's reign, that is, in 1672. 80 Hongyu. In Guangping, old man Feng had a son named Xianggru. Father and son had both been successful in the initial level of the civil service examination. The old man was nearly 60, upright and honest, yet his family was so poor that the cupboards were often bare. Over the course of a number of years, old Feng's wife and Xianggru's wife both died, one after the other, so all of the housework, from fetching water from the well, to cooking their rice, fell upon the two men. One night as Xianggru was sitting under the moon, he suddenly caught a glimpse of his neighbor woman from the east side, peeking over the wall, so he went up to the wall to look at her. When he got a better glimpse, he discovered that she was beautiful. He came closer, uttering a small chuckle. He beckoned to her with his hand to come nearer, but she wouldn't move. He insistently invited her, and then, when he put a ladder up, she climbed over and afterwards they went to bed together. When he asked what her name was, she replied, "I'm your neighbor, Hongyu." Xianggru was love-struck, and swore he would love her forever. Hongyu promised the same. Night after night she came and went, with the assignations continuing for about 6 months. On one occasion, old Feng got up during the night, heard his son exchanging witty comments with someone, and then when he stole a peek, he saw the girl there. Furious, he loudly swore, "You animal, how dare you behave this way? Though we're so poor, you're learning to be a playboy rather than studying as hard as you can? If people find out about this, you'll lose your reputation, even if they don't know about it, it'll ruin your life." Xianggru fell to his knees, tearfully expressing how sorry he was. His father then rebuked Hongyu, "You haven't obeyed the rules for female morality. Since you didn't guard your own reputation, you've already disgraced yourself, but now you're disgracing other people. In this case, your lack of restraint has brought shame on my house." When he finished his tirade, he angrily went back to bed. Hongyu's tears fell as she cried, "Your father blamed you so heartily that I feel terribly ashamed. We too must be destined to end like this." "Since my father is still alive," Xianggru replied, "I cannot freely make my own decision about this. But we're so deeply in love with each other, we should just keep it as our secret." As Hongyu took her leave to part from him, Xianggru began to weep. She stopped and told him, "Since our relationship didn't result from a matchmaker, or from our parents' decision, and was just a matter of me coming over the wall to get together with you, how can we expect it to last until we die? There'll be a nice marriage waiting for you somewhere here, so you can go and make a proposal." Xianggru informed her that he was penniless. She replied, "I'll come tomorrow night and help you find a solution." Later, the next night, Hongyu appeared as she promised, took out 40 silver taels, and presented them to Xianggru. She explained, "If you travel 60 li, you'll come to Wu village, and Mr. Wei, who values his 18-year-old daughter so highly that he hasn't married her off. But if you offer him enough money, he'll certainly agree to it." As soon as she finished speaking, she left. Underscore 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 un. 60 li. Since 1 li equals 1/3 mile, this will be a 20-mile trip. Xianggru seized the opportunity to tell his father that he wished to go look for a prospective wife. But he hid the silver and didn't venture to tell him about it. The old man was concerned that since they were penniless, there was no use in pursuing the matter, so he would have stopped him. Xianggru then gently remarked, "I'd like to try it first, before giving up." The old man nodded his assent. Borrowing someone's horse and a servant, Xianggru went to pay his respects to Mr. Wei. Wei turned out to be the head of a farming family. Xianggru called out his name, then was led to speak with him. Wei knew that Xianggru belonged to a distinguished family, and seeing that his bearing and expression were open and clear, found him to be admirable, but worried that Xianggru didn't have enough money to get married. Sensing this in Wei's hemming and hawing, Xianggru poured all the taels in his bag out on the table. Wei, then quite pleased, called upon a neighbor to serve as witness, and in a book with red pages, recorded the marriage agreement. Xianggru went inside to pay his respects to Wei's wife. In a narrow room, the daughter shyly held a welcome banner for her mother. He took a cursory glance at her, and although she was simply dressed, she seemed so radiantly beautiful that he was secretly delighted. Wei then welcomed Xianggru as his son-in-law, and said, "There's really no need for a formal ceremony, son. Wait a little, while the wedding clothes are made, then when that's done, I'll send my daughter to your house." Xianggru set up a time with him and then left for home. He fibbed to old Feng, telling him that Wei cherished their family's reputation, and wasn't demanding any money from them. The old man was quite pleased. When the appointed day arrived, Wei sent his daughter as promised. The girl, hard-working and thrifty, made a virtue of docility, and very earnestly worked for marital harmony. After 2 years, they had a boy, named Fu'er. On the occasion of Tomb Sweeping Day, they were carrying the infant up to a grave site, when they met a gentleman named Song. Official Song, an imperial censor who had been dismissed from his office for taking bribes, lived brashly in the community. On that day, after also visiting a grave, Song returned home after having seen the beautiful lady. He asked a villager about her and learned that she was Xianggru's wife. Counting on the fact that the Fengs were impoverished scholars, he hoped to seduce them with a large bribe into wavering and sending the wife over to him, to use as he wished. When Xianggru happened to hear about this, he became livid with anger, but since he thought he couldn't oppose Song's power, he covered his anger with a laugh, and returned home to tell his father. Infuriated, old Feng rushed out to inform Song's servants, gesturing wildly, berating Song with a wide variety of curses. Song's servants scattered like rats. Song was also angry, seething like a boiling cauldron, so he ended up sending several people to Xianggru's house, to beat up old Feng and his son. When Xianggru's wife heard them, she abandoned Fu'er in bed, her hair all disheveled, and wailed for help. The mob grabbed the woman, boisterously dragged her off, and then left. Father and son lay wounded and disabled, groaning on the ground, while Fu'er was choking and crying from in his room. The neighbors took pity on the Fengs, and helped them onto their beds. As the days went by, Xiongru was able to get out of bed with a cane. But his father was so angry that he couldn't eat, vomited blood, and soon died. Xiongru howled in sorrow, and with Fu in his arms, he went to the governor to file a complaint, and though the lawsuit went all the way to the highest provincial officer, in the end he received no justice. Afterward, he heard that his wife had refused to give in to Song and had consequently died, exacerbating his sorrow. His many wrongs choked his chest and throat, but he saw no way out. Every time he thought of his desire to find a way to kill Song, he recalled that Song was surrounded by servants, making it hard to get to him, and besides, his infant son would have no one to care for him. He grieved day and night, unable even to close his eyes. Suddenly, an impressively virile fellow with curly beard and broad jaw, whom Xiongru had never met before, appeared in his room to console him. He invited the man to have a seat and asked him about his family background. The man hastily demanded, "Don't you want revenge on the enemy who killed your father and viciously forced your wife?" Xiongru suspected him to be one of Song's people come to spy on him, so he knowingly falsified his answer. The stranger's eyes angrily bulged in their sockets as he exclaimed, "I thought you were a true gentleman before, but now it's clear that one doesn't have to be low-born to be contemptible." Xiongru sensed that he wasn't a spy after all, fell to his knees, and drew near the stranger, declaring, "I was honestly afraid that you were one of Song's people. Now I'll let you know my thoughts. I've been concealing my hatred, waiting on a chance for revenge for quite some time. However, I've got to protect my infant son, or I fear our family line will die out. You're a righteous person, so can you take my place as his guardian?" "That's women's business," the stranger replied, "not something I can do. You know how to raise an infant, so please take care of that yourself, and I will work faithfully on your behalf." When Xiongru heard this, he threw himself down and touched his forehead to the ground in gratitude. The stranger left without turning around to look at him. Xiongru chased after him to inquire his name, and he answered, "I won't tell you my name, and thus if I'm unsuccessful, you won't have my name to blame, if successful, you won't have to worry about thanking me." Then he left. Xiongru was afraid of being involved in the pending violence, so he took Fu in his arms and fled. That night, as the entire Song household was sleeping, someone climbed over several house walls and entered, killed the imperial censor, his father, son, daughter-in-law, and a maidservant. The Song family put charges against Xiongru in writing, and then informed the local officials. The officials were utterly astonished. The local official sent his people to capture Xiongru, but found no trace of him, which effectively implicated him as the apparent murderer. Meanwhile, Song's servants and the officials' followers hunted everywhere for Xiongru and his son. When night fell on the southern mountains, they heard an infant's crying and tracked Xiongru's footprints, seized the two of them, and dragged them back. As Fu began to cry more and more, the captors grew so angry that they grabbed the child away and cast him aside. Xiongru, maddened by this injustice, wanted to die. When the city commander saw him, he demanded, "Why'd you murder them?" Xiongru cried, "I've been framed. He died during the night, but I left the village during the daytime, and besides, I was holding a crying baby in my arms, so how could I have climbed over the walls to kill people?" The commander insisted, "If you didn't kill anyone, why'd you run away?" Xiongru was unable to argue successfully in his own defense. Then the officials put him in jail. Xiongru, sobbing, cried, "It doesn't matter if I die, but what was my baby's crime?" "You murdered others' children, your child was killed," the commander replied, "so what's your complaint?" Xiongru, who had already been stripped in the commander's office, and had been repeatedly subjected to cruel punishment, refused to confess any guilt on his part. That evening, the commander had just laid down when he heard something strike his bed, followed by a shaking, which frightened him greatly as he felt it. He shouted out, and the whole household was awakened into springing up and gathering lights, revealing thereby a short sword, as keenly sharp as frost, which had penetrated the wood of his bed more than a cun and couldn't be pulled free. When the commander saw it, he lost all spirit. People with weapons searched all over in the vicinity of the house, but could find no traces of anyone. The commander was frightened out of his mind. He considered that Song was already dead, and hence he had nothing to fear from him. He described everything in detail, reporting to a higher official, and pleading for Xiongru until he was cleared of blame and finally released from jail. Xiongru returned home, where there was no rice in the clay pot, alone among the shadows of his four walls. Fortunately, his neighbors took pity on him and brought him food and drink, since he was neglecting his own needs. Thinking about how his great enemy had been repaid, he would suddenly burst into loud laughter. Then, considering the cruel misfortunes that had virtually exterminated his family, his tears would fall without cease. Thinking about it the least bit reminded Xiongru that he was poor to the bone, and that his family line would not continue, so he found a place where no one was around and wept loudly, unable to stop himself from crying. He was like this for half a year, trapped and increasingly disengaged. Then he begged the city commander for pity, and asked to have the body of his wife returned to him. After burying her and returning home, sad and grieving, wanting to die, he tossed and turned in his empty bed, but there was just no relief for him. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, and as he concentrated his attention on being very still and on listening, he heard someone outside the door murmuring words to a child. Xiongru anxiously got up and covertly peered out at what seemed to be a woman. As soon as he opened the door, she exclaimed, "With so much injustice to be redressed, it's fortunate that you're not sick." The voice had a familiar sound, but on the spur of the moment, he couldn't place it. When he brought a candle near, he saw it was Hongyu. She picked up a child, who'd been playing and laughing as she stood over him. Xiongru didn't take the time to ask anything, he just embraced Hongyu and wept openly. The woman also shared his grief. Then she prodded the little boy and said, "Have you forgotten your father?" The child clung to Hongyu's clothes, his bright eyes looking at Xiongru. He carefully examined the boy till he recognized the blessing that it was his own Fuer. Quite shocked, weeping, he asked, "How did my son come to be here?" Hongyu replied, "I'll tell you the truth, the former references to me as a neighbor woman were lies. I'm really a fox. Just as I was going out one night, I saw your son crying at the mouth of a valley, so I adopted him in Shaanxi province. When I heard the news that your great troubles had been settled, I brought him here so you could be reunited." Xiongru wiped away his tears as he thanked her formally. Fuer was nestled at Hongyu's breast like she was his mother, but he couldn't yet remember his father. Just before dawn, Hongyu hastily got up. When Xiongru asked what she was doing, she told him, "I was about to leave." Xiongru abjectly knelt at the bedside, weeping, unable to look up at her. Hongyu smiled and said, "I tricked you before. Now that your family's newly restored, we should get up earlier and work hard." Hongyu began clearing away the wild grass that had grown up, working like a man. Xiongru lamented that since he was so poor, he had no way to support them. "Please just concentrate on studying hard," Hongyu replied. "I don't know how much we'll earn, but at least we won't starve to death." Then she took out money for him to purchase sewing supplies. She leased a field containing several plots of 10 mu each and hired servants to cultivate them. She worked very hard at the farming, and mended clothes in the house, as the normal routine for her days. The village folk heard of Hongyu's kindness and generously offered their own assistance. In about 6 months, things had begun to flourish, and Xiongru's family was becoming wealthy. He told Hongyu, "From heaps of ashes, you have delivered into my empty hands a new lease on life. However, in one matter I'm still not secure, so how can I settle it?" She asked him to explain, and he replied, "The time for the civil service examination is already near, but I'm not registered to take it." underscore 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 un 10 mu, or about 1.66 acres. Hong Yu laughed and said, I'm sending 4 taels to the official in charge, and your name is already on the examination record. If I'd waited until you'd said something, it would have been too late to make arrangements. Xiongru put the money inside his sleeve. He was a successful candidate in the imperial examination at the provincial level. By the time he was 36 years old, he owned fertile fields joined by footpaths, and a summer house that was large and spacious. Hong Yu was so svelte that she seemed she might just blow away, yet she made an exceptional farm family wife, although the severe winters were harsh and the skin of her hands was smooth and soft like cream. It's said that she was 38, but when people saw Hung Gru, they often took her for a woman of about 20. The collector of these strange tales remarks, his son was sturdy, his father virtuous, and hence he's rewarded with a good ending. Not only was this man knightly in behavior, the fox was, too. It was also a pretty strange situation. The commander inaccurately judged things, inciting a frightening anger, and the shock of the blade as it entered the wood. Couldn't it have easily gone half a chi higher into the bed? If Suzaime had read this story, he would have declared something like, what a shame it couldn't just hit him. Underscore 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 un. Half a chi, a chi is equal to about 1/3 of a meter. Suzaime, best known as Sua Shunkan, 1008-48, a Song dynasty writer. 81 dragons. Near the border of Bazi, a dragon fell from the sky into a village. It moved ponderously and awkwardly, as it entered the home of a certain notable family. Their house couldn't hold its enormous body, so it squeezed itself small and went inside. The family members all fled. It made its way clamorously to the upper floor, while the family fired a cannon to scare it away. Then the dragon went back outside. Just outside the door, there was a shallow puddle of dirty, stagnant water. The dragon jumped into it, rolling about and covering itself with mud, then leaped up into the air more than a chi before falling back down. It lay coiled in the mud there for 3 days, with flies gathering all over its scaly hide. Suddenly there came a heavy rain, and when a thunderbolt flashed across the sky, the dragon disappeared. A scholar climbed Mt Niu with some friends to enter the monastery there for a visit, and to look around. They noticed that in its rafters, on a yellow tile, there was a little snake coiled up, as thin and insignificant as an earthworm. All of a sudden, it began to wrap around the tile like a finger, then it looped around another circuit, like a belt. Everyone became frightened, realizing it must be a dragon, so the group hurried and began climbing down. Underscore 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 un. Bazi, modern Hebei province. Just as they got halfway down the mountain, they heard the sound of a thunderbolt, from inside the monastery, that shook the entire mountain valley. Black clouds covered the sky like a shell, and a massive dragon emerged from inside them for a moment, then plunged back inside and vanished. In the little village of Zhangkaiu, there was a peasant woman who was out in the fields working when a fierce wind blew dust in her face. Some of it got into one of her eyes, and made it feel like there were grains of wheat in it, so she rubbed and puffed at it, but it still didn't feel comfortable. When she opened her eyes and carefully looked around, her eye wasn't hurt, but there was an expanse of red flesh that appeared between her eyeball and the flesh around it. Someone said, "This must be a hibernating dragon." The woman was worried that she was going to die. After more than 3 months, while a torrential rain was falling from the sky, suddenly there came the sound of a huge thunderbolt, a flash, and the dragon was gone. The woman wasn't harmed in the least. Yuan Suanxi reports, at Suzhou, a thunderbolt exploded out of the darkness. The people saw a dragon swoop down from the clouds, its scaly hide stretching as it moved, clutching in its talons a human head, the beard and eyebrows of which were clearly visible. A moment later, it went into a cloud and disappeared. In addition, they never heard that anyone had lost his head. Underscore 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 un. Yuan Suanzi, also known as Yuan Songfa, a writer during the reign of Qing Emperor Kangxi, from modern Shandong's Zibo city. 82 Fourth Lady Lin. In Qingzhou Administrative District, there was an official named Chen Beiyu, from Fujian. One night, he was sitting by himself, when a woman pulled aside the curtain and entered. He looked at her, but didn't recognize her, yet she was stunningly beautiful, and her long sleeves were in the style of the serving ladies of the imperial palace. She smiled and said, "Isn't it lonely to sit here by yourself in the still of the night?" Startled, Chen demanded, "Who are you?" "My home's not far from here," she replied, "as close as your neighbor to the west." Chen figured her for a ghost, but he felt attracted to her. He clutched at her sleeve and pulled her down next to him, where her refined conversation delighted him greatly. When he embraced her, she did little to resist. She turned to look around her, and asked, "There isn't anyone else here, is there?" Chen anxiously closed the door and answered, "No one." When he encouraged her to take off her skirt, she turned out to be very shy. Chen eagerly offered his assistance. "I'm 20 years old, though still a virgin," she said. "If you're too violent with me, I won't be able to bear it." When they finished making love, they noticed she'd bled a little, which made the mattress wet. Then, as they lay on the bed exchanging bed talk, she told him she was Fourth Lady Linear. Chen pressed her for details. She explained, "Though all my life I've been chaste, now because of your wanton act, I've lost my virginity. If you truly love me, just wish that we can love each other forever. Why bother asking so many questions?" Before long, the cock crowed, so she rose and left. From that time forward, she came every night. Each time, they conversed and drank together behind closed doors. Whenever their chats came to the topic of music, Lin could always dissect a song note by note. Chen hinted that she must be a professional musician. She explained, "When I was a child, I practiced music regularly." Chen implored her to perform a song. Lin replied, "I haven't practiced my music for such a long time, I've forgotten the rhythm of most of the songs, and I'm afraid that those who know better will laugh at me." After he tried again to persuade her, she bowed her head and began then to beat time, singing tunes from Yazhu and Liangzhou in tones that were sad and moving. When the songs were finished, she burst into tears. Chen, touched as well by the sorrow of the music, held her in his arms and comforted her, saying, "Darling, no more songs of fallen kingdoms, they make people unhappy." "Tunes like these reflect one's feelings," Lin replied, "and someone who is sad cannot sing a joyful song, any more than a happy person can sing a sorrowful one." And so the two took great pleasure in their relationship, living in extraordinary harmony. Over time, family members began eavesdropping on them, and when they heard Lin singing, they couldn't restrain their tears. Chen's wife caught a glimpse of Lin's beauty, and doubting that any human being could be so hauntingly lovely, she decided that if Lin wasn't a ghost, she must certainly be a fox. Fearing that Chen had taken up with some dreadful monster, she tried to convince him to cut off the relationship. Chen couldn't stand listening to this, yet he adamantly demanded the truth of Lin. She paled as she answered, "I was once a maid in the palace of Prince Hung. I met with disaster and died, 17 years ago. Because you are so very honorable, I've given myself to you in pleasure, but in all honesty, I couldn't bear to bring trouble down on you. If you see me now with suspicion or fear, then I should go." Chen insisted, "I don't doubt you, but since it's the case that we're as close as a married couple, I must know the truth about you." Then he asked her about things inside the palace. She described her past with full detail and artistry. When her narration came to the decay of Prince Heng's fortunes, she became choked by sobs and couldn't continue speaking. Since Lin didn't really need to sleep, every night she got up and chanted the sutras for protection, praying to the Buddha with scriptures and recitations. Chen asked her, "Can someone in the underworld still reflect upon personal sins?" "One may," she replied. "When I consider how my last life sank into ruin, I hope to do a measure of good to improve my next one." She frequently evaluated poetry and lyrics with Chen, and when there were some defects, she would critique them. As for the best phrases, she gracefully recited them with her lovely voice. Her frame of mind was so literary and unconstrained, Chen would simply forget he was tired. "Do you write poetry?" he asked her. "When I was alive," Lin replied, "I did occasionally." Chen begged her for some of it. Lin smiled and told him, "They were a child's words, hardly adequate to show a learned person like you." Lin lived with Chen for 3 years. One evening, she suddenly appeared, grief-stricken, to bid him farewell. Terribly shaken, Chen asked her to explain. She told him, "The Hell King has decided that since I wasn't guilty of any crimes in my previous life, and I've never neglected since then to read and chant the scriptures, he will allow me to be reborn into the Wang household. I must leave tonight, and we can never hope to see each other again." She concluded her words in wrenching sorrow. Chen, too, was weeping. Then Chen set out some wine for them to drink away their pain. Lin began to sing with mournful passion, taking the music of each word in 100 directions with her grief. Each time she came to a particularly sad point in the song, she would break into sobs. She had to stop and begin again several times before she could finish the song, and they took no joy from their drinking. Lin rose then, wavering on the point of leaving. Chen pulled her to him firmly, and they sat together for a few moments more. At the sound of the cock suddenly crowing, Lin told him, "You mustn't detain me any longer. Yet you have often chided me for not agreeing to show you my homely writing. Now that I'm about to part from you forever, I'll try quickly to write something for you, though the rhythm won't be very good." She asked for a brush, and once she'd composed the poem, declared, with a saddened heart and confused mind, "I can't give you a polished piece, and since its cadences may be divided wrongly, please don't take it out and show it to anyone." Then she covered her face with her sleeve and departed. Chen accompanied her just outside his gate, where she simply disappeared. Chen, devastated, stood there a good long time. When he looked at Lin's poem, he noticed that her characters were beautifully shaped, a treasure that he would always cherish. The poem read: "Still and calm, I lay buried near the palace for 17 years. And wondered who will think of the vanished empire. I think upon the vacant palace, its arbors sealed up. And weep, hoping that you, my prince, have been reborn a cuckoo. As the sea's billowy waves wash over the land at sunset. The Han dynasty's pipes and drums have been silenced, its beacon fires extinguished. This weak, beautiful woman cannot become an evil spirit after death. For with a pure heart, grieving, I think only of the Buddhist truth. I've chanted the Bodhi's phrases many, many times a day. And when not busy, I've read 2 or 3 sutras. I have sung for you the spirited songs of Lai Wan instead of weeping. Now, in your solitude, you may also shed your tears." In being repeated many times, this poem may no longer be completely intact, and I suspect it may contain some errors. Underscore 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 un. This poem, this 12-line poem, consisting of 7 characters per line, is structurally reminiscent of the Zhongshang Yin, river poem, of Li Bo, 699–762 CE, China's most famous poet. However, its subject and tone are almost precisely the opposite of those in the Li poem, treating Buddhism and nostalgic sadness rather than Daoism and exuberant joy. 83 In the river. Wang Shenjiu, who had been sailing south, anchored his boat in the middle of the river for the night. He was already lying on his bed when the moon began shining as bright as white silk, and being unable to fall asleep, he'd had his servant boy give him a massage. Later, he suddenly heard something on the roof of the boat, like a child walking over a reed mat, starting at the far end of the boat and coming closer, gradually approaching his part of the cabin. Concerned that someone might be trying to rob him, he anxiously got up and asked his servant about it. The boy had also heard it. While Wang was questioning the boy, he saw someone lean over the top of the boat and support himself, so he could lower his head upside down and spy into the cabin. Quite shaken, Wang grabbed his sword and cried out for all of his servants, awakening everyone on board. Wang reported to them what he had seen. Some of them wondered if perhaps he'd made a mistake. All at once, something made the sound again. The group began looking around, but there was no sign of an intruder, only a few stars and the bright moon, along with the endless lapping of the river's waves. The group took their seats in the boat, and before long, they saw a blue fire in the shape of a lantern suddenly emerging from the water and floating. Little by little, it drew closer to the boat, till the blue fire suddenly dissipated. At once a dark figure stood up there, towering above the water, and using its hands to cling to the boat, began walking alongside it. Everyone made a clamor and cried, "Surely this is the thing!" They wanted to shoot it. Just as they were drawing their bows, it hastily dove into the water, and they could no longer see it. They asked the boatman about it. He told them, in ancient times, this was the site of a battlefield, so if ghosts occasionally appear and then disappear, one shouldn't think it strange.